So, hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is story about what if Naruto has an automatic ultimate defense. Part 2. Hope you loved the first one. That was quite interesting. If you guys enjoy this, what if? And want next part? Let me know before starting the video, comment down below. Please support for more awesome what if content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So without wasting time, let's start the video. Hitsune's claim and Nico's escape. Hikari glanced at Naruto as he sat with the rest of his girls. It was 2 days after Naruto had taken the trials and passed, with flying colors. She looked back to the picnic basket filled with sushi and a jar of sake. Tomorrow was Amaterasu's date with Naruto, and she had no intention of letting him go without reminding him the alpha female was around here. She had planned this late lunch for later today, and she giggled as she thought of what she had in store. Hopefully, Naruto would play along. They had moved into the Namikaze estate the same day of the trials, and every girl had their own room, with Naruto having the major bedroom. There was a private onsen and a rather large library, so Naruto had sent several clones to read it over the past 2 days. He had read much of the history and was beginning to head into politics. Aside from that, he left the jutsus alone, so he could master the ones he had now, although he did learn one wind technique. They were all very happy to have more room, and it helped their friendships to live together, Hana having been given permission by Tsume. Speaking of Tsume, she had made a surprise visit and had quickly glommed onto the new Naruto. Naruto, while enjoying the attention his new features gave him, had asked if there was a way to hide them, and Amaterasu had ended up teaching him a simple jutsu to hide his extra features. Once Tsume had calmed down, however, she had insisted that Naruto inform the Hokage about his change. Naruto had agreed and Hikari had mentally suggested that it be part of his bloodline so as to not arouse suspicion, which Naruto quickly agreed to. They didn't need anyone outside of their personal group knowing about his demigod status or mission, yet. As to his change, when they returned from the trials, Naruto had informed them of his age and nearly had to run from a rather horny Hana and Anko. However, they had quickly been cowed by the more level-headed Amaterasu and the Alpha Hikari. Needless to say, this had caused a major shift in the household. Where, before, the girls had all enjoyed his presence and were definitely contemplating their futures with him. Now, Hikari and Anko were ready to jump him, Hana was seriously considering ignoring the dating phase and joining the I Want Naruto's meat stick group, and Amaterasu was having trouble trying to keep herself from doing something rash. Simply put, Naruto was now legal and he had the body of a blonde Adonis, meaning that Anko and Hikari were done waiting for him to grow up, while Amaterasu and Hana were trying to build a better relationship first, though not too much. Naruto, on the other hand, hadn't made a move on any of the girls, and they were a bit wary of his mentality concerning his new body. They didn't know if he was prepared to accept them sexually, and they had all agreed, after the initial lust had subsided, that they would not pressure him into sex, although they didn't say they couldn't tempt him. And again, Anko and Hikari had been tempting him for years, so it may not work. Little did they know, Naruto was more than ready, and he was just biding his time, for now. Hikari smiled as she finished packing the sushi away for the picnic and picked up the tea she had made for everyone since they had woken up late and no one wanted to eat breakfast. She set it down with a smile and listened to what they were speaking of. Naruto laughed, so then, I made this seal that would weaken the wood of the vendor's cart enough so that, when he got his next watermelon shipment, it'd collapse and make him lose all of his stock. Well that, and I loosened his brake so the cart would roll downhill before collapsing. He said with a smile on his face. The girls quickly joined in on the laughs. While Hikari and Anko had often seen his pranks, even they didn't know all of them, and most of them were actually rather funny. And all this because she sold you rotten food. Man, I'd hate to see what happens to someone who really annoys you. Hana said, smirking. Naruto smirked, you don't want to know Hanachan. He said. Anko shook her head, don't even ask what happened the first time I decided to prank him. She said. Naruto smiled devilishly, oh yeah, how did that turn out for ya, butterfly? He asked, getting confusing looks from the other girls, sans Hikari. Anko blushed furiously, you promised that you wouldn't mention it. She hissed at him. Naruto chuckled, what's the matter? If the way you all acted when we returned from the trials is any indication, they're going to find out about it being somewhere private. He said, surprising his girls as they didn't really expect him to make such an innuendo. Hana leaned in, so you gonna tell us or leave us hanging? She asked, nearly drooling at the prospect of having blackmail on her friend. Naruto opened his mouth and Anko promptly covered it. Fine, I tried to put dye in his shampoo bottle when he was 9. He came out with neon green hair for a week. She said, getting giggles from all the girls. Naruto glared at her and removed her hand, I was pissed, so I decided to get back at her. She came home after a particularly long mission and I got her drunk. He said. Anko glared back, yeah, and after you got me drunk, you somehow got me to an all-night tattoo parlor and was able to goad my drunk ass into getting a tattoo. She said angrily. Naruto smirked, that's what you get for trying to prank the prank master. He said. The Hana and Amaterasu turned to one another before smirking and turning back to the paling Anko. So. Where is it? Hana asked. And I'm assuming it's a butterfly considering that Naruto-kun called you that. Amaterasu added as she leaned in closer with Hana. No girls, I'm sure we can. Anko never got to finish. It's on the inside of her right thigh. It's a purple and gold butterfly, purple for her and gold for Naruto-kun. Hikari said, smirking. Anko stared at her with her jaw slack. She had totally forgotten that Hikari was inside of Naruto when he did that. She was brought from her thoughts as Hana and Amaterasu squealed and grabbed her begging to be shown. She sighed and yelled, fine, get off me. Hana and Amaterasu immediately backed off but stayed nearby with big puppy dog eyes, enhanced by their feral qualities. She slowly raised her skirt to show a beautiful purple and gold butterfly, rather close to the edge of her panties and her special place. Hana whistled, that's pretty. She looked into Anko's eyes and smirked, Naruto-kun must be impressed that he has scenery while he's eating out, she said. Anko promptly blushed bright red. Despite her teasing, Hana had found that Anko was very prone to embarrassment when Naruto was involved. Naruto, who was sitting there, was also red, but he smirked, indeed I am Hanachan. Maybe you should get some scenery as well. He asked her, causing her blush to rival that of Anko's own. Hikari smirked, as much as I love seeing you establish your territory, you have a meeting with the Hokage and then lunch with me, so, get. She said as she pushed him towards the door. Naruto smirked, alright already. He said as he headed towards the door, keep your panties on. Naruto paused and looked over his shoulder and eyed at Hikari, on second thought, tack him off. He said, causing yet another tomato blush, and he walked out of the room laughing, barely dodging the vase that shattered against the wall. Hikari turned back to the girls who were all still blushing, Amaterasu less than the others, well, I guess we were too good at teasing him, Anko. She said, smirking. The girls all nodded and Hikari shook her head, well, I have a lunch date to set up, later. She said as she grabbed the basket with the sushi and disappeared in a flash of fire. The rest of the girls just shook their heads, trying to get rid of their blushes. Hokage's office 10:30 a.m. Jiraiya, Tsunade and Sarutobi were waiting for Naruto to show up. While they all knew that Tsunade would take the Hokage position, Naruto had yet to be informed. Speaking of Tsunade, the chakra exercise that she had given to Naruto was progressing very well. He could float a medium-sized boulder for a good 15 minutes, while a large boulder forced his concentration and reserves, too much to hold it for longer than 3 minutes. Naruto kicked the door open, and the 3 occupants took in the new Naruto. Since he had aged, he had decided to change his look again. He now had baggy black cargo pants, reinforced of course, with shin guards and black combat boots on. His shirt was, again, black, but it depicted a hurricane with lightning on the back, with a Uzumaki swirl over his heart on the front. He had a long black coat that went to his ankles and had golden flames along the bottom. It also had the kanji for storm and defense in gold along the back. His hidate was strapped to her right arm and his hair was reminiscent of Minato's, but he let the hair flow freely down his neck and upper back. Inkichigo's hairstyle from when he fully mastered Zangetsu, but longer and with Minato's front bangs. Jiraiya let loose a whistle, looking smart there kid. He said with a smirk. Naruto smiled, thanks. So do we need to set up a silencing tag again? He asked. Sarutobi shook his head as Naruto closed the door. No need for Naruto-kun. Since Danzo's flight, I have had no problem with information leaks. Besides, the information here will soon become common knowledge. He said, smiling softly. Naruto looked to his 2 estranged godparents, so, I'm guessing one of you chose to accept the Hokage position. He half-asked. Tsunade nodded, I have agreed to become Godame Hokage. Dan and Nawaki would want me to carry on their dream. She smiled softly before it turned into a smirk, besides, if I let the pervert have it, he'd make all the Kunoichi wear stuff like Anko. She said. Suddenly Jiraiya burst out crying, why did I not accept when I had the chance? He asked crying and I'm tears. The other occupants just sweat dropped and Naruto turned to her, that's good to hear Abasan. So, what's your first order of business? He asked, taking a seat with Tsunade taking the other and leaving Jiraiya to stand on the side. Tsunade's eye twitched, but she sighed and let it go, I want to address the Medic Nin program and the academy. From what you told me when we trained, the academy needs a major overhaul. The medics, well, don't get me started. She said, sighing again. Naruto nodded, might I suggest a class for Fuinjutsu for the academy? At the very least, ninja should be able to seal and unseal their gear and such. Even if they can't actually make the seal. He said. Tsunade nodded, that's a good idea. I will definitely take that into consideration. She said. This line of suggestions and a few arguments between students, teacher and Jinchuriki continued until 12:20 a.m. when Naruto noticed the clock. Naruto paled, "I gotta go." He yelled and shot out of his chair. Everyone gave him weird looks until he said, "I'm supposed to meet Hikari-chan for lunch in 10 minutes." He quickly rushed out the door to the amused chuckles of the elders inside. The Sandane pulled out some sake and handed them all a cup to be young and virile again. He said with an amused chuckle. He raised his glass to the door, "To family," he said smiling, getting a smile and a raised glass from both of his students before they went back to work. Clearing near Konoha 12:30 a.m. Naruto landed in the preset clearing and looked around for his demoness. When he noticed that no one was there, he began to slowly expand his senses. For a good 5 minutes he continued to look around until a flash of red caught his eye. He turned to the woods and noticed a fully grown red fox staring right at him. It quickly turned and ran off when he caught sight of it, and he jumped into action as he barreled through the trees after the elusive fox. Naruto didn't notice it at the time, but the fox had 9 tails trailing behind it. He chased the fox for a good 15 minutes, losing sight of it a few times because of the thick underbrush, and finally grew fed up with it. He leapt into the air, and when he landed, a magnificent golden wolf with bright blue eyes took off after the fox. The fox, rather surprised by this, dashed out into a clearing and looked back only to be blindsided by a golden blur. The two creatures tumbled across the clearing and ended up near a set blanket with some sushi and a small jar of sake on it. The fox was looking up at the wolf with slight fear, while the wolf was growling down at his prey. Suddenly, the wolf stopped growling, and its muzzle came down to nip and lick at the fox's neck, causing the fox to out in appreciation. The wolf stopped and seemed to smirk, "As much as I would like to continue our little hunt Kitsunehime, I am hungry." Naruto's voice floated into the fox's mind. The fox blushed under her fur and nodded, "I am too. I didn't know you could change into a wolf." Hikari's voice was also transmitted to Naruto. They both changed out of their animal forms, and Naruto stood up, offering a hand to his demoness. Hikari was dressed in a rather loose red kimono with blue fire dancing along the edges. She was barefoot, however, and the kimono showed a generous amount of cleavage. "I wanted it to be a surprise, so surprise," he said with a smile as she took his hand and got up. Hikari smiled and blushed slightly as he held her hand and led her to the blanket. "It certainly was a surprise and impressive," she replied. Naruto blushed under the praise and they sat down on the blanket. "Thank you." Susanoo thought it might be beneficial to have, so he added the feature. He said as Hikari put some sake into a glass and handed it to him. He smiled and shoved his jacket to the side. Hikari smiled again. "I'll have to thank him later then," she said. Naruto nodded and they both began to eat in a comfortable silence. The day was beautiful, not too hot nor too cold, a soft cool breeze filtered through the trees and untamed grass. Naruto finished eating almost half of the sushi and smiled at Hikari as she continued to slowly savor her food. He had only had 1 glass of sake, even though Hikari had filled it again. He quietly lay down and began to look at the clouds, but he still kept an eye on Hikari. Hikari, on the other hand, was actually enjoying her food and the very slight buzz she had. It wasn't often that the two of them just went and had some quiet alone time, regardless of their symbiotic relationship. It was nice to see Naruto enjoy the food she made, and she had found his wolf form rather enticing. She subtly shifted and looked at Naruto. He seemed so at peace, and it wasn't often she saw him like this. She smiled softly and closed her eyes thinking, "I'm glad he's so relaxed, I'll just leave him alone. As much as I want him, I need to wait until he's ready." Naruto smirked as he saw Hikari close her eyes. He silently created a cage bunshin, and it grabbed the various glasses and such and quietly moved them off of the blanket. Hikari opened her eyes as she felt herself being gently tackled to the blanket. Naruto let out his celestial features and smirked at his future mate. "You weren't planning on something else after this lunch, were you, Kitsunehime?" he asked as he kept her pinned to the blanket and started to subtly move his body over hers. She blushed. "Mabe, why?" she asked as she let her own demonic features appear as well. Naruto smirked and his face descended to her, capturing her lips in a passionate kiss. Hikari went ramrod straight, her tails flaring straight out around her back before melting into the kiss. Naruto pulled back and smiled at the slightly dazed look in her eyes. "You're going to have to come back to reality if you want to continue," he said. Hikari snapped out of her slight funk and stared at Naruto. "Continue, you want to." She never got to finish as a moan escaped her lips. Lemon warning. Under 18, please skip to the next bolded line. Naruto was slowly nipping and licking at an exposed part of Hikari's neck. He stopped and moved his mouth to her ear. "Don't ask, just go with it." He whispered into her ear before engaging in a lip lock again, this time getting a very energetic Hikari to engage in a tongue war. The cage bunshin off to the side was giggling perversely, but suddenly looked shocked and disappeared. The real Naruto smirked and thought, "My cage bunshin don't get a free show." Hikari smirked as she heard the giggling stop and let out another moan as Naruto's wandering hand started to knead her breasts. She reached up and tugged on Naruto's shirt, causing him to stop and quickly divest himself of the offending article of clothing. Naruto smirked as he slipped his hands into her kimono and noticed she wasn't wearing a bra. He quickly sent his hands to the underside of her large DD cup breasts and found a small softer spot than the rest and began to let one of his fingers gently massage that spot, causing Hikari's moans to get louder. Hikari was moaning so loud she couldn't believe it. He had found 3 of her special erogenous zones in under a minute. The one on her neck and the 2 on her breasts. How did Yao know about these spohits? She asked as she undid the rest of her kimono to show her wet red and black lace panties. Naruto smirked as he took in her nearly naked form. She was just as perfect as he remembered and smiled seeing her nipples actually be in the shape of red spirals, similar to the Uzumaki swirl. He kept his fingers working her breasts as he answered, "You don't think I'm just that good?" He asked with mock hurt in his voice. She half glared at him, although that was hard to do as his mouth started to lick that neck spot again. She moaned aloud and her hips started to thrust a little as she could feel all of this attention bringing her to a release. "New man, is this good their first time?" She moaned out. She felt his tails brush against her panties and her hips nearly jumped forward. Naruto removed his right hand from her breast and his tail kept brushing lightly against her panties and his right hand made its way to her tails, which were flailing as a symbol of her pleasure. He smirked and said, "Quite right, but you don't think Inari could keep me from killing him so easily, huh?" Before his mouth latched onto her nipple and began to tease it mercilessly. Hikari moaned again and was debating on cursing the fox god or kissing him. She decided to settle for ignoring him as Naruto's tail put more pressure on her panties and he let go of her nipple, causing her to whimper, "I think you deserve something for that wonderful lunch, Hikari," he said before his mouth latched onto her other nipple and his right hand pressed a spot above her tails, causing her eyes to widen and her mouth to open into an O as her pussy convulsed and her orgasm spread throughout her body. She could feel her juices stain her panties, but she didn't care as she felt one of the best orgasms of her life hit her. She was still acutely aware of his tail now teasing her right nipple as his mouth covered her left and his right hand still pressed firmly into her tail's erogenous zone. She slowly came down from her high only to notice that Naruto was hard and he still had his pants on. She frowned, this wasn't fair. She already had an orgasm and he was still clothed. She quickly divested herself of her now ruined panties and tossed them aside. Naruto was a bit surprised, but he didn't have time to contemplate it as he found his pants around his legs and a horny Hikari pushing him up and glaring at him with a patented "take them off before I rip them off" stare. Naruto chuckled and took off the remainder of his clothes, revealing his rock-hard 9-12-inch cock, which was at least as thick as 3 of her fingers. Hikari smirked, "I did good work," she thought as she laid back on the blanket with her legs open and made a "come here" motion with her finger. Naruto smiled softly and knelt between her legs, although he was slightly nervous. Hikari just smiled, "It's fine, Naruto-kun," she said, calming his nerves somewhat. He looked at her slick opening and was surprised. He had studied anatomy and knew that, although a woman may be tight, her pussy should have an opening, instead it seemed like there was a small indentation where her opening should be. He looked at Hikari with a questioning glance and she blushed, "Female demons are mated to the first man who enters them. It's one of the reasons rape is so detested even by demons. Just do like you normally would and it'll be fine," she said blushing furiously. She may like to taunt him, but that didn't mean she wasn't still a virgin. Naruto smiled and nodded, "Okay, Hikari-chan." He pressed himself slowly into that small indentation and was surprised when Hikari moaned loudly and his body was practically pulled into Hikari's as his cock entered her in one smooth motion. He didn't move as he half fell on top of his first lover and was looking at her slightly worried. He hadn't felt any hymen so to speak and she hadn't seemed to be in any pain like what the anatomy book said. Hikari opened her eyes and smirked at Naruto, shifting slightly causing them both to moan. "Are you going to sit there all day?" she asked, getting a smirk from Naruto and a grinding of their pelvic bones together. He leaned forward and licked her neck again, "Only if you want me to," he said lustfully into her ear as she pumped into her willing pussy. Hikari smiled and wrapped her arms around his neck and her tails around his thighs as he started to press himself into her pussy. What few knew was a demon's pussy shaped to their mate's cock, so Naruto was in vaginal heaven and Hikari could feel him hit both her spot and her cervix with every thrust. Naruto noticed her pleasure and started to pick up the pace, nearly pounding into her as she wrapped her legs around his waist and their hips met with the lewd sounds of flesh on flesh. Naruto's tail wrapped around one of Hikari's as he continued to pound into her and moaned aloud, "You're beautiful, Hikari-chan. I could fuck you all day," he said as he felt himself getting closer and closer to the edge. Her pussy felt like a warm, wet hug to his cock and he loved every minute of it as he kept pushing himself deep into her gorgeous body. Hikari shook her head trying to get her bearings enough to respond and moaned aloud before responding, "Do it." I'd love to love you all day long. She half screamed as she felt the knot in her stomach getting tighter and tighter. Hikaru-chan, I'm going to come. He said as he nearly did so with another thrust into her tight and willing hole. Go ahead. Come inside me. She yelled as she pulled Naruto flush to her body when his cock brushed her cervix and caused her orgasm. Naruto grunted in response and happily complied as she pulled him against her own body and felt his cock go into overdrive and start filling his demoness with his baby batter. Hikari couldn't believe how hard she had come. She could feel her body tense and her pussy clamp on Naruto like a vice. She moaned aloud as she felt his cock spew straight into her womb and could feel each glob of cum as it pressed its way through his rigid meat stick while forcing her pussy to expand to make way for the warm liquid her body yearned for. Her eyes widened slightly before becoming glazed as she felt her womb literally be filled and his cum overflow and coat her pussy walls white. She sighed in contentment as her orgasm tapered off and she felt his cock going soft inside of her. Naruto, on the other hand, was seeing spots. He felt her pussy clamp down and had moaned at the sensation. Her pussy fit him like a glove and he loved it. He could feel her pussy milking him and he happily supplied his cum to her willing hole. He finally felt his orgasm taper off and he looked right into Hikari's dazed eyes. His eyes suddenly glowed a soft blue and he felt a small pulse from his avatar mark. He smirked as he felt his canine lengthen slightly, so he bit her on the neck, channeling his chakra into her. He winced slightly when she returned the gesture but snuggled into her neck and whispered, mine. Into her ear, his chakra still enhancing his voice. Hikari's eyes widened as he marked her and smiled before launching her own teeth into his neck and marking him as her own. She sighed as she let go and watched the mark form into a beautiful red kyuubi. She suddenly felt Naruto snuggle against her own mark and whisper, mine. Softly into her ear, even as his voice trembled with power. She smiled and cuddled closer to him. Lemon end. You are safe now. Naruto sighed happily as he cuddled with Hikari and stroked her hair, causing the fox queen to purr. He smiled as he felt her shift slightly to a more comfortable position and her tails covering most of their bodies. That was wonderful, Hikaru, he said softly. MHHM. Hikari murmured back, still snuggled into his chest. We definitely need to do that again and maybe add Ankichan, she said with a perverse smirk on her face. Naruto blushed but chuckled, maybe. If she wants to. He said smirking. He checked the sun and noticed it was nearly 2 in the afternoon. We have another hour or two before the other girls get suspicious, he said. Hikari smirked and shifted her head so she could look in his eyes. Are you saying what I think you're saying? She asked. Naruto shook his head, unfortunately, no. She pouted, but Naruto said, ahaha, you got me first so we need to wash or they will all know it and I'd prefer for you to have the element of surprise on that. He said. Hikari's eyes suddenly got a prankster-like gleam. Alright then, there's a small pond nearby, we could clean up there. She said. Naruto smirked, that sounds like fun. He said, his own eyes gleaming. Hikari slowly stood up and stretched, well, what are we waiting? She turned back to Naruto only to be left in the dust as a golden blur rushed past her and towards the pond. She stamped her foot in frustration and yelled, that's not fair, Naruto-kun. Before leaping and changing into her fox form and chasing after him. At night lab, after a harmless and sexless bath, Naruto and Hikari had returned to the lab. Amaterasu and Hana had been out, as Amaterasu had taken to helping Hana with her veterinarian duties, and they would return late tonight. However, Anko had noticed Hikari's glow and giggled, how was he, Hikaru-chan? She asked, smirking, causing the demoness and her mate to blush. Hikari suddenly giggled back, bigger and better than expected. Inari's little secret was quite pleasurable and worth it, she said, smirking. Anko looked back and forth between them before Naruto sighed. Inari is the god of foxes, so he told me all of Hikaru-chan's special areas. He smirked, and I put them to very good use. He said. Anko giggled perversely, and Naruto suddenly found her draped over his back with her mouth breathing heavily into his ear. I hope we get to explore a little more than you did with Hikaru-chan, she said seductively. Naruto smirked and turned his head to let her see it. Maybe you should let Hikaru-chan join in then, he said. Anko's eyes went wide and she blushed but smirked, sounds like fun, Naruto-kun. She whispered into his ear. Hikari blushed off to the side. Naruto suddenly turned and captured Anko's lips in a kiss and she pulled a Hikari by stiffening and then melting into it. When they broke for air, Naruto smirked, I'll make sure to satisfy you later, Hebahim. For now, I'm tired and I want my pillows. He said somewhat childishly. Both girls broke out into giggles as they grabbed him and they all appeared on the bed, Naruto's head snuggled firmly into their generous busts. Naruto had one thought as he drifted off to sleep, it's good to be me. Next day, Team 10 meeting area 10 am. Naruto Shunshin net in and smiled at his team. Ever since his little show for the clan heads, they had really come together. While Yamato had taught them all a defensive jutsu, he had decided to teach them each an offensive one as well, before he would request a C-rank mission. For Ino, since she had lower reserves, he taught her the Suiton Tepidama no Jutsu water release water bowler technique, which allowed her to shoot up to 3 water balls, at her current level, at her enemy with high force. For Shino, he had taught him Doten Doryuso no Jutsu earth release rising stone spears technique, which, as the name implies, causes the earth to form spears to attempt to impale a target. For Naruto, he taught him Thisuiten Suryuiten no Jutsu water release water dragon technique, which formed from a nearby water source into a dragon. Now, Yamato only taught Naruto such a strong technique because he knew, even though Naruto's control was pretty good, that any low-level technique would either blow up or become insanely overpowered by Naruto's chakra. So, he opted for power instead of control. This technique could be manipulated, but Naruto would never have the control to more than turn it. As it was, Naruto could only blast it straight forward. Naruto jogged over to his team and said, "Aheo Mina." Ino smiled, "Aheo Naruto-kun." She replied. Shino and Yamato both inclined their heads in greeting, and Yamato stepped forward, "Okay, all of you have done tremendously well in your jutsus. I have started Shino and Ino on their elemental manipulation, and I asked Kakashi-san and Asuma-san to detail the first step of lightning and wind manipulation for you, Naruto, here on these scrolls," he said before handing the scrolls to said genin. Naruto smiled and bowed, "Thank you sensei. I appreciate this," he said. Yamato waved him off, "It's all fine Naruto-kun. Consider it a thank you for giving me a chance to get to know you, instead of just immediately writing me off as the Sandame spy," he said with a soft smile. Naruto nodded, "I don't like to prejudge, after all, that's what the villagers do," he said. Yamato nodded before clapping his hands together, "Well, I believe it is time for us to get a C-rank mission," he said cheerfully, gaining a smile from Ino and Naruto, while Shino just buzzed slightly. "Let's go then," Yamato said, noticing their excitement. The team quickly made its way to the Hokage Tower, and Sarutobi smiled when they walked in. "Ah, Team 10. I was expecting you. I have a very nice C rank for exterminating some bandits between here and the Hot Springs country," he said smiling. Yamato looked at his genin and saw only determination to prove their worth to their genin-sensei. "We accept Hokage-sama," he said with a proud smile. "Good to hear," the aged Hokage said before handing the scroll to the jounin. Yamato looked at the scroll and nodded before turning to his students, "I will give you the night to prepare. It will take us 3 days to reach the bandit camp, so pack accordingly." "Dismissed," he said and watched with pride as they all disappeared to prepare. Sarutobi smiled, "You have trained them well. I just hope they are ready," he commented. Yamato smiled softly, "They work together now and I have no doubt they are more than ready. Let's just hope the bandits are the only thing we encounter on this mission," he said before disappearing himself. Kumo Council Room 5 p.m. same day. Yujito had just returned from her most recent mission, a full 2 days ahead of schedule. Another of her specialized missions that the council was trying to force on her. She completed the mission just like she had all the others. Meaning she beat the guy so bad that he just gave her what she wanted without having to resort to debasing herself for the information. Yujito frowned as she thought of the council's recent actions. They had become very earnest in their attempts to turn her into a slut. The Raikage himself had warned her to not sleep alone if she could help it, and she had taken the advice to heart. She often stayed at Killer Bee's or Samui's apartment. The past few months have been nerve-wracking. The council hadn't stopped putting in petitions and missions to get the feline female into their grasp, and she, or the Raikage, had thwarted them at every turn. Still, as she approached the council room after her latest mission, she couldn't help but feel that something was horribly wrong. Inside the room, the councilors most adamant about making the woman nothing more than their personal coon bucket were in attendance, along with a very high-ranking squad of Anbu, who happened to hate the Nibi for personal reasons. They were currently discussing their latest failed petition to have Yujito placed under a loyalty seal almost identical to that of the cage bird seal, except that this one would make her subservient and almost constantly horny as a bonus. "How can that oversized bull of a man deny our requests for a loyal slave?" one fat lazy businessman by the name of Manabu Hinaki said loudly as he took another swig of sake. Another man, this time slimmer but with a very deceptive appearance, said, "He does not believe that the Nibi can influence Niacin. However, we all know the legends of the cat being a wonderful seductress, and I, for one, would love to find out just how limber the kitty cat is in bed." His tone becoming lecherous at the end. This man was Rakuto Iberia, who held a rather lofty position in the banking industry and delighted in going to the whorehouses at least once a week, usually more. Yet another man with glasses and a law book in hand added, "I too would enjoy knowing her limitations. She is said to deny any man her pleasures, and we all know that women are nothing more than tools for our recreation," he said with a smirk. This was Fumio Akihira, who owned most of the food stores in town. "Ah, who cares about other women? I just want that cat bitch under my body moaning my name. When do we just ignore that idiotic Raikage and give her the seal anyway? The previous Raikage would have given her to us the first time we asked." Manabu said. Fumio shook his head, soon, but you must be patient, we can only put the plan into action when she returns from her next mission. He said before turning to the leader of the Anbu, a snake-masked man, is everything set? He asked. The Anbu nodded, indeed, me and my team have set traps in her apartment to drug her. Once we have her, we will apply the seal and take her to Manabu-sama's estate. Once he is done with her, we shall ensure that her programming is complete before turning her over to you. He said. Although you couldn't see it, the three other Anbu were all smirking. They would love to get a piece of the feline bitch, especially since she wouldn't be able to fight against the seal. Rakuto smiled, that is our agreement, Sankasan. You will also be free to enjoy her services anytime she is available in the future. He said, gaining a nod from the Anbu. Then it is settled, the entirety of the council is behind this movement, so do not fail us, he said. The team stiffened but nodded as one, in addition, if you are caught, we know nothing of this. He said dismissively, letting the team know they shouldn't fail as the wreckage protected Yujito religiously. Yujito, who was outside the council chambers, nearly broke down crying but settled for running away and getting atop her apartment complex before collapsing and crying her eyes out. Kitten, I know you probably don't want to hear this, but your best bet is to leave until those concealmembers are gone. Nibi said in her head. Contrary to most Jinchuriki, the Nibi and Hachibi were sealed with their consent and so their Jinchuriki were actually friends with said Biju. Needless to say, Nibi was Yujito's closest and most trustworthy friend. Nibichan, they will just hunt me down, you know that. She replied mentally. Nibi sighed in Yujito's mindscape, perhaps Kitten, but you will have a better chance out there than in here. People may trust Beeson, but they are still wary of you because of those stupid necromancer rumors going around. One. Yujito calmed down slightly and thought it over. On one hand, she had very few friends, mostly Killer Bee, his students and the Reikage himself, as everyone else pretty much barely tolerated her. On the other hand, her friends would be very sad if she left. What of my friends Nibichan? She asked. Nibi purred softly, I'm sure they would understand Kitten. If it is to protect your purity, they would understand. You know this. She replied. Yujito smiled softly as she remembered many times where her friends protected her from the council. She shook her head free of those thoughts and had two more, they may be sad, but they wouldn't have to fight the council so much anymore. Nibichan, where do I go if I leave? She asked Biju. Nibi smirked in her mind, you remember I recently told you about a human who received an avatar mark, correct? She asked, getting a mental nod from her container, she continued, as you know, the Shinigami is a good friend of mine, so I called him, and he told me who received the mark. She said. Nibi was silent for a minute and Yujito grew frustrated, quit keeping me in suspense you damn cat. Who is it? She half yelled, getting a chuckle from her friend, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, son of Konoha's Kiroi Senko, Minato Namikaze, and his wife the Aka Shinku, Kashina Uzumaki, container and mate to Hikari, the Kyuubi no Kitsune, avatar of Susanoo. She said, smirking at the sudden jaw drop of her container. Yujito came back to her senses when she heard Nibi's chuckle in her head, well, that's one way to get my attention. After I gather my things, where to? She asked her tenant. Nibi smirked, hook, line, and sinker, Kitten. Just gather your things, I can direct you to Hikari's signature when we leave. Nibi said. Yujito smiled softly and nodded in agreement before gathering her things, it was time to feel safe for once. Naruto's lab 6:45 p.m. Naruto had decided to let Amaterasu have the house, along with the girls, to get ready for their date. Hikari had opted to help Amaterasu get ready for the date. Naruto dressed in a formal dark blue dress kimono with a small orange Uzumaki swirl over his left breast and a whirlwind with lightning striking around it on his back, the new Namikaze clan symbol. He kept his celestial features hidden though. He smirked as he noticed the time and thought, time to pick up my Megamahim. He chuckled as he disappeared. This will tie into the story later, please make note of it. 8. Mission and Nico's greeting. Naruto sighed and looked at the clock one more time. He still had 5 minutes before he was to show up for his date with Amaterasu. He had learned from Anko and Hikari that a first date was never early nor late. He shook his head and smiled. His girls were really getting along. Naruto was a little anxious when Hana joined his group. Even though Hikari had accepted her, he was afraid she wouldn't connect with his other two fiancés. And, while it was true that Hana didn't connect much to Hikari or Anko, she had immediately taken to hanging with Amaterasu. Not totally surprising considering Amaterasu's patronage over wolves. Again, he was surprised when Amaterasu had confronted him in the forest that day, but was happy that she hadn't shot down the date idea. While Hikari may have suggested it, Naruto had felt a certain attraction to the silver-haired goddess before then. Naruto sighed as he thought about his date. She was a goddess, not that it mattered much to him, but she was rather strict. Hikari had often commented that Amaterasu, while having somewhat of a playful side, was far too uptight. Naruto had thought she was over-exaggerating, but had readily agreed after spending a week with her. When she had worked with his clones, she hadn't tolerated them goofing off when they got bored or frustrated and often smacked the back of their heads lightly so as to not dispel them, to make them stay on task. Hikari had suggested that Amaterasu needed to get laid or just pull a prank, but said the goddess had always denied it. Then again, Naruto was surprised when Susanoo had literally told him to fuck her brains out, but he didn't argue as 1 he got to screw a hot goddess 2, she may actually loosen up if said action works, and 3 Hikari and Anko, who was persuaded by the demoness, had dropped subtle hints that they would like to have Amaterasu join them in their future family. Needless to say, their hints were more like glaring signs. Now, Naruto wasn't a womanizer, but Amaterasu was good friends with both his fiancées, and he was sure they wouldn't object. Besides, he knew he would need more women for his harem, so why not look early? Unfortunately, he hadn't noticed any other women of note, at least none that paid any attention to him, and had settled for just Hikari and Anko until these 2 new women were introduced. He was happy to meet Anko's friends and had felt an attraction to the feral Hana. He had acted on his attraction and hoped she wouldn't be negative to him. He had been pleasantly surprised with her and actually rather happy to hear about the arranged marriage. Pausing for a second, he nodded his head. If Amaterasu got a date, then he would have to ask Hana out as well. He nodded again in agreement to his thoughts before looking at the time and starting to sweat nervously. If he didn't hurry, he'd be late. And on the receiving end of 4 righteous women's fury. Still he had one last thought before he left, time to pick up my Megamehim. Time warp 20 minutes ago. Namika's estates. Amaterasu was nervously opening and closing her hands as Hikari did her hair. Hana sighed in annoyance. Calm down, Amichan. You're going to break your hands at this rate. She said loudly as she painted the goddess's toes a dark blue tone. Amaterasu closed her eyes and took a deep breath before relaxing slightly. I'm sorry. I just haven't dated anyone in, well, a long time. I'm nervous. She replied. Anko chuckled from the side as she snacked on a stick of dango. Look, just because you like him doesn't mean you have to put out on the first night. She said, smirking, causing the goddess to blush and send a glare in her direction. I'm not going to sleep with Naruto-kun. She said heatedly. Hikari chuckled as she finished straining the goddess's hair and let it fall down her back like a waterfall, knowing Naruto loved seeing her own hair frame her face. You better not. It wouldn't be fair to poor Ankichan. She said teasingly. Amaterasu, knowing she would be teased mercilessly, just huffed and crossed her arms. Hana sighed, look, Naruto-kun isn't going to push you to do anything you don't want to. Hell, you should know this better than me. Just be yourself and have some fun. Naruto-kun won't let himself hurt you. She said smiling. She may not have dated him yet, but she knew Naruto's personality wouldn't let him be anything less than a perfect gentleman. Amaterasu sighed and relaxed. You're right. I'm sorry. I don't want to disappoint him. I like him, not as much as you all do, but still a lot. She said softly. Hikari's eyes softened. Amichan, just be yourself. Do things that you enjoy. Knowing Naruto-kun, all he wants is to see you happy. After all, that's how he acts with us. She said smiling. Amaterasu nodded silently and looked at the time before panicking and running into her closet. Naruto would be there in 5 minutes. Hana turned to the others, so we are still on for their second date? She asked, smirking. Hikari and Anko both smirked devilishly and said, hell yeah. Before the girls started giggling. Amaterasu wouldn't know what hit her. Namika's estate 700 p.m. Naruto arrived just in time and knocked on the door politely. He smiled as he saw Hana open the door. Hello Hana-chan, is Amichan ready yet? He asked. Hana looked back and shook her head. Just another minute or so, Naruto-kun. She replied, smiling softly. Naruto nodded and rocked back on his heels. I'll wait in the gardens for her then, no reason to go inside on such a beautiful night. He said. Hana nodded, yelled inside as to where they would be, and stepped outside, closing the door behind her. They both started to walk down the path towards the gardens. The garden was well maintained, since the compound had been sealed in a time loop by Minato, and they both marveled at the variety of flowers here. Naruto stopped and smiled lovingly. You know, he started softly, I asked Amichan on a date and yet, I haven't been fair to you by extending the same courtesy. He said. Hana blinked owlishly before blushing slightly. Are you asking me out, Naruto-kun? She asked. Naruto nodded. I am. When I get back from my mission, would you honor me with your company for dinner? He asked slyly. Never let it be said that Hikari and Anko let Naruto be crude. Hana nodded in agreement. I would love to honor you with my presence. She replied, smirking slyly. Naruto raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Glad to hear you can keep up. He said. Hana giggled and noticed Amaterasu coming towards the garden, so she walked in front of him swaying her hips. The question you should be asking is, can I keep up with her? She said, smirking as she walked away. Naruto's jaw went slack. That was something he expected from Anko or Hikari, not Hana. As Hana walked past Amaterasu, she smiled warmly. Knock 'em dead, girl. She whispered as she walked back into the house. Amaterasu blushed lightly and walked right up to Naruto, whose eyes were in overdrive as he took in her appearance. Her silver hair cascaded down her back to her ass, with it framing her face perfectly. She had a natural color of lipstick on, and her finger and toenails were colored a dark blue to match the midnight blue kimono she had on. The kimono seemed to depict the night sky as it held several silver stars on it and was held together by a white sash. She was wearing blue shinobi stilettos. Naruto whistled softly, Megumiya, just when I thought you couldn't get any more beautiful, you have to go and prove me wrong. He said softly. This prompted a full Hinata-size blush from the goddess and she started to check him out. She knew what was under his kimono and decided to focus on his attire. His kimono was a dark blue with an Uzumaki swirl over his heart. On his back was a whirlwind surrounded by lightning. His hair was combed and the normal mane flowing down his neck was now in a small ponytail, although the front bangs still framed his face. He also wore some dark blue shinobi sandals. She smiled warmly and walked up to him, taking the girl's advice, and grabbed the small tie that held his ponytail together and pulled it out, letting his hair cascade down her upper back. I prefer your hair this way. She said softly. Naruto blushed lightly and nodded. The two stood in a slightly awkward silence until Naruto cleared his throat and held his arm out for Amaterasu to take. Shall we go to dinner, Amichan? He asked. Normally, she didn't like being called that, but coming from Naruto it was a nickname she had come to enjoy. She took his arm and held onto it like a girlfriend would. Yes, Naruto-kun. She said, smiling as the two walked off into the night. Animal Kingdom 7:15 p.m. Naruto and Amaterasu took their time walking through the city as they headed to the new restaurant. Naruto and his date walked into a rather classy-looking place, and Amaterasu was impressed with the decorum. It actually had several sections to sit in. Each one had a different animal motif to it. There was a section for foxes, toads, hydras, lions, tigers, dragons and wolves. Naruto smirked seeing Amaterasu's reaction. Pretty cool, huh? He asked. She nodded, very nice, Naruto-kun. But, why don't you seem surprised? She asked. Naruto smirked, but before he could answer the manager, who was manning the Materate station in honor of the first night, smiled brightly and said, Master Uzumaki. What a pleasant surprise. What can I do for you? He asked, ignoring the surprised or disgusted looks from the various patrons. Naruto smiled, Shinzi. Good to see business is so good. If it isn't too much trouble, could we have a seat in the wolf section? Preferably somewhere out of the way so as to not disturb your other guests. He replied. The now identified Shinzi nodded and snapped his fingers, summoning two waiters. You will wait on Mr. Uzumaki. Take him and his beautiful date to the lone wolf seats and ensure he is given proper service. He said to the employees. Both employees bowed and happily complied, after all they knew who signed the paychecks. Please come this way. The female one said as the male rushed off to secure the table. Naruto nodded and motioned to Amaterasu who stepped forward and followed their waiter. Shinzi smiled, enjoy your dinner, sir. He yelled to him before taking up his station once again. They were soon shown their table and sat down. They were secluded from the main eating area and it was obviously designed for a couple's use. It had romantic lighting, a love seat for the two people to sit on, with a table set high enough so they could still sit back and eat comfortably. In the center of the table, there was a golden wolf with an orb in its mouth that glowed slightly, setting the mood. After they ordered their drinks, Amaterasu turned to Naruto and turned serious. Explain. She said. Naruto sighed, I invested in this place. I even requested the fox, hydra and wolf motifs because of Hikari-chan, Anki-chan, and you. Before you ask, hydra's for Anki-chan because she honestly likes them better than snakes and they would be better received in Konoha. Although, you would be surprised at the number of people who don't hate foxes. Honestly, I wasn't expecting to bring you here on a date, but it seems to have given me some sort of luck in getting you here. He said chuckling. Amaterasu's cheeks turned a light pink, but she just smiled warmly. She had noticed that all of the wolves were a silver color, like her hair, and realized that he had used her as the basis for an entire section of the restaurant. I'm honored you would do something like this for me. She said. Naruto smiled, no problem, you gave me a lot of help. It's the least I could do. So, do you like it? He asked. She nodded, very much so. You have my animal form almost perfect, considering you've never seen it. That's rather impressive. She commented. Naruto chuckled, thanks, actually I used ancient drawings and your hair color to create them, just like I used Hikari's form to inspire the fox section and Anko's purple hair and honey eyes for the hydras. He replied. Amaterasu smiled and they spent the rest of the night chatting either about the motifs or Naruto's pranks and Amaterasu's various avatars. After they had finished dinner and began to head home, Amaterasu smiled warmly at Naruto. Naruto-kun, I have two things I want to talk to you about. Would you accompany me? She asked. Naruto nodded, sure Amichan. Where to? He asked. Amaterasu just smirked and took off, try to keep up. She said as she blurred across the rooftops. Naruto growled softly, "You're not getting away that easily." He roared as he chased after her. Neither noticed the pale eyes that watched them in envy as they left. The No has Forest 900 p.m. Amaterasu jumped into a clearing and changed into a beautiful silver wolf with bright blue lines running along her body. She glanced back just in time to see Naruto land in the clearing and chase after her. She let her mental laughter ring clear and loud in his mind as she dashed away again. Naruto just smirked and jumped before landing in his golden wolf form and pouring on the speed. Not 10 minutes later, Naruto had caught Amaterasu and tackled her just like he did Hikari, capturing her under his paws. He growled lightly, causing surprise to come to her canine face. "That was low, running off like that. I thought you were supposed to be the level-headed one," he said jokingly. Amaterasu mentally chuckled back, "Maybe, but that doesn't mean I don't like a good chase now and again," she said. She noticed their position and blushed beneath her fur. "Would you mind getting off me?" she asked softly. Naruto chuckled and stepped back, changing back into his human form. Amaterasu flipped over onto her feet and changed back as well. Naruto crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. "So what did you want to talk about?" he asked. Amaterasu smiled warmly and ran through a few hand seals before a large scroll appeared next to her. "This is the Akami summoning contract. I would like you to be the first summoner and sennin for it, seeing as I never let anyone else use it," she said. Naruto's jaw dropped. "You want me to be the Akami sennin?" he asked. Amaterasu nodded. "Consider it a present for passing the trials and an apology for not warning you," she said softly. Naruto regained his senses and smiled. "I would be honored to use the Akami contract, Amichin," he replied. Amaterasu immediately brightened and smiled warmly at him, then sign it and summoned Fenrir. "He's the boss. He may not be as strong as Hikari, but he could take on the Gobi with a bit of help," she said. Naruto nodded and signed the contract before running through the same hand seal she used and slammed his hand to the ground yelling, "Kuchius no Jutsu," causing a massive plume of smoke to appear beneath him. The smoke cleared to see a massive black wolf the size of Gamabunta with rugged-looking fur standing there. "Hey? Who summoned me?" he roared. Naruto raised his hand on the wolf's snout. "I did," he said, letting his canine features show. Fenrir raised an eyebrow. "You did?" He sniffed and his eyes widened. "Boy, explain why you have Lady Amaterasu sent on you before I decide you are a tasty snack," he growled at the human god hybrid. Amaterasu giggled on the ground. Fenrir was always protective of her. "It's okay, Fenrirkin. He is the one who passed the immortality trials, so I have decided he is a worthy summoner and maybe something more," she said with a slight blush at the end. Fenrir blinked owlishly. "As you wish for Lady Amaterasu," he said, focusing his gaze on Naruto once more. "Boy, take good care of Lady Amaterasu. She is precious to us wolves and we will be happy to aid you so long as you have her blessing," he said, gaining a nod from said blonde-haired demigod. Suddenly Fenrir's tone turned dark. "However, if you hurt her, I will rip out your heart and enjoy feeding your body to my pups. Good night, boy, Lady Amaterasu," he said, bowing to his goddess and letting Naruto off his snout before disappearing. Naruto blinked owlishly and Amaterasu giggled again. Naruto shook his head and chuckled before turning to the goddess. "So, what was the other thing you wanted to tell me?" he started to say. Amaterasu had closed the distance between the two and started to make out with our blonde-haired hero. Naruto was taken off guard but soon returned the kiss. As the kiss ended, they both backed away panting for air. Amaterasu blushed. "That was for showing me a great time, Naruto-kun." She looked away but continued and said, "And I would like to have another with you when you return from your mission. That is if you want to." Naruto stared stupidly at her for a moment before smiling happily. "I'd be honored to go out with you again, Amichin," he said, getting a sequel from the happy goddess and yet another passionate kiss. When they broke up again, Naruto chuckled. "As much as I love being kissed, I think we need to head home. I need to wake early tomorrow," he said, getting a nod from the blushing silver-haired woman. Namikaze Estates 1000 p.m. Naruto smiled as they walked into the house. He lived on the third floor, the master bedroom being on that floor, and the girls lived on the second. They ascended the stairs and stopped at the entrance to the hallway of the second floor. He turned to Amaterasu and pulled her close. "I enjoyed tonight, Megamahim. I can't wait for our next date," he said, smiling warmly. Amaterasu was blushing again, so she just nodded and kissed him softly before stepping away and towards her room. Naruto smiled and headed upstairs with a goofy smile on his face. Amaterasu entered her room and walked quietly over to her bed. She took off her shoes and plopped down on the bed face first. She stayed still for a moment before she squealed loudly and rolled back over. She sighed and was about to sit up when she heard a very familiar voice say, "So he was that good, huh?" Hana said, smirking as she sat in a chair across the room. Amaterasu immediately sat up and looked at her only to notice that Anko was sitting in another chair and Hikari was now draped over her shoulders. "Tell us all about your date with Naruto-kun," she said, saying all in Narutocan in a sexy voice causing Amaterasu to blush. It was going to be a long night for the Naruto lovers. Next morning 8 a.m. West Gates. Naruto Shunshin led to the gates only to see his team already waiting for him. "Aheo Mina," he said loudly as he stepped forward towards the gates. The team turned to him and Shino nodded. "Aheo Naruto. It is good to see you," he said. Naruto nodded back, "Good to see you as well. Is everyone ready?" he asked. Everyone nodded and Yamato smiled. "Good, then we will be in a diamond formation. Naruto at the front, Ino to the right, Shino to the left, myself at the back. Naruto creates a few cage bunshin and have them patrol in front of us in an arc for any traps or ambushes." Once again, his team nodded. "Good. Team 10 move out," he said as they all blurred into the treetops. Yamato smiled as he saw that Ino kept up with the rest of the group. She had been the weakest of the team, but Yamato had made sure to get her to train physically and, while she wasn't overly fast, she was definitely able to keep up at a mid-chunin speed. He turned his attention to the entirety of his team and spoke up. "Our destination is a small village called Yoka. The village elder, a man named Wiley, has asked for our assistance in ridding the area of bandits. There have also been rumors of living skeletons, but I highly doubt such things. It is simply best to be informed. I expect us to be there on the eve of the third day." "Understood?" he asked. 3 voices chorused out Asu. As they poured out more chakra to enhance their speed. Maybe it wouldn't take them that long to get there. Time skip 2 days village of Yoka. It was dusk and many people were heading home for the day when 4 people wandered into town. The Konoha group had arrived a full day ahead of schedule, much to Yamato's surprise and pride. Yamato smiled at his team. "We have made great time. Let's inform Willison of our arrival and secure lodgings for the night. Tomorrow we will start our search for bandits," he said, getting weary nods from both Shino and Ino. Naruto raised his hands into a familiar hand sign and said, "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Creating 10 clones. 1 of you, go find an inn. 4 of you, take positions around the village for the night and cover each of the cardinal directions. The last 5, gather info from the civilians and patrol the village after they are in bed. However, 1 of you dispel so I can gain the info before sleep," he said, getting stiff nods from his clones. They all sped off in different directions. Yamato smiled at Naruto's forethought. "Good Naruto. However, I don't believe you will get much information before the civilians turn in for the night," he said as he took the lead towards where he was informed the elder's house was. Naruto nodded. "I know sensei, but that doesn't mean we can't get a head start with even a small amount of information," he replied. Yamato nodded back. "Very well." He acquiesced as they walked the elder's house and he knocked on the door. A few seconds later a young woman answered the door and started surprised at the shinobi. "Hello, we are the shinobi that Willison hired to clear out the bandits. Would you please inform him that we are here?" he asked. The woman nodded dumbly and rushed back inside. Not even a minute later, an old man with gray hair and a cane stood in the doorway. "Ashinabe-san. I must say you have arrived earlier than expected," he said. Yamato smiled. "Yes, we are. I apologize if that puts you in an awkward position. We would like to request permission to use your village as a base of operations whilst we track down and destroy the bandits," he replied. Wiley nodded. "That is fine. The bandits seem to prey on innocent younger travelers. Thankfully there have been no reports of them taking women. They seem to be based to the east near the Dekau River. However, I must warn you. There have been rumors of a man in a black cloak going around raising skeletons and the like. While I am no shinobi, I thought it best to inform you in case you run across him," he said. Yamato nodded again. "We already heard them. I would not put much stock in such rumors. Thank you for your information, it may prove invaluable," he replied. Wiley nodded and bowed to the shinobi before bidding them a good night and closing the door. Yamato turned back to his team just in time to see Naruto's face crunch up in concentration. "Naruto, you have something?" he asked. Naruto shook his head. "Most of the villagers I got to said the same as Willison. The inn is on the other side of town and we have 3 rooms, 1 for you Yamato-sensei, 1 for me and Shino, and 1 for Inichin. All paid for of course," he said. Ino smiled and gave him a quick peck on the cheek. "Thanks for being considerate Naruto-kun," she said as they walked along the street. Naruto nodded. "No problem Inichin. You are my teammate after all," he said smiling. They soon arrived at the inn and each took to their respective rooms, all confident in Naruto's clones to stand guard and quickly fell asleep so as to begin their hunt tomorrow. Time skipped 2 days forest east of Yoka. The purple and gold blur flashed through the treetops. As it landed, one could make out the form of Yujito Nai. "Damn it," she roared in her mind as she took off running again. "How could they have caught on so fast?" she asked herself. It has been 4 days since her escape from Kumo. She had reached the border in 2 and they were already on high alert for her passing through. She had barely been able to hide from them and she had a very bad feeling that she would be found soon. "Kitten, calm yourself. You've been running for 2 days straight," Hikaruchan's signature is close. Please, find a town and take a rest. You need it. The cat Biju implored. Yujito jumped once again and silently went over her options. She was dead tired, her chakra was almost out, she couldn't waste a soldier pill right now, and she was filthy. She hadn't seen any signs of pursuit, but she had learned long ago to trust her instincts. Right now, they were screaming at her that she was in danger. She sighed and dropped to the forest floor, fine Nibichan. One night. After that, we track down Naruto and ask him for protection. Okay. She mentally asked her friend. Nibi sighed in relief, that's fine kitten. You only need one good night's sleep anyways. She replied. Vegito nodded as she stepped into a field and gasped. It was obvious that some battle had taken place here. Earth spikes and patches of burnt grass littered the field, bodies that seemed to have been mangled by some unknown creatures were strewn about the field. But the thing that truly caught Yujito's eye was the unknown body covered in so many cuts that there was no way his death was painless. That, and his body was amid a small mound of bones. Yujito cautiously approached and noticed one more fact, these bones made up several skeletons. She gasped and took a step back. Nibichan. I know you can raise the dead for a time, but do you know any others with that power? She asked her feline friend. Nibi sent a mental shake of her head, only myself and Shinigami-kun should be able to. I can only guess that someone has been dabbling in forbidden jutsu or god-related abilities. Pray that it is the first, for the second option would fall to a being I do not wish to see again. She commented before going silent. Vegito tried vainly to get a name from her friend, but realized it was fruitless and she was exhausted, so she quickly made her way to the nearby town of Yoka. As she walked into town, she realized that Nibi was asleep. She smiled softly as she realized that the feline must have stayed awake to keep her company. She shook her head of these thoughts and quickly made her way to the inn where she rented a room, took a shower, and promptly passed out curled up on the bed. Vegito didn't awake until noon the next day. She tried to contact Nibi, but it seemed the Biju was even more tired or lazy than Yujito was. The feline female just shrugged, freshened up and checked out of her room, deciding to get some lunch at a quaint little stand she had seen yesterday. She smiled seeing the, obviously family-run open-air cafe and happily ordered some dango with a side of sake. Remind you of anyone? Since they didn't have her favorite sushi. She spent a good 20 minutes enjoying her food and waiting for Nibi to awaken when her senses suddenly went haywire. She quickly looked up and around, noticing a mop of golden hair down the street before her attention turned to the squad of Bolt Kumo's Anbu that landed in the street before her. A man in a snake mask stepped forward. Yujito Nai, you are to return to Kumo immediately to be subjugated to the rule of the Council of Kumo by loyalty seal. If you do not comply, we will have no choice but to force your return. He said calmly, although he was mentally smirking as he knew she would resist and that would give his team the chance to punish the cat bitch. Vegito stiffened and heard two things before her jaw dropped. Kitten, today is your lucky day. And Bakudo no Kaiu Ujiki. Way of binding 9 strike. Time warp yesterday 8 a.m. Yamato had ordered everyone to meet downstairs for 8 a.m. to begin the search for the bandits' camp. Even though Naruto had gotten some information the day before, Yamato had decided to do a full sweep of the village for information and to search to the east. He smiled as he watched Hino, the last of his team, come down the stairs. He waited until she was with the rest of the team and clapped his hands together to get their attention. Alright team. Shino, Ino, I want you two to sweep the village for information. Ino, you are better with people so Shino will be your backup in case someone gets aggressive. He stated, getting a nod from both members of his team. He turned to Naruto, you and I will be searching the east based on the information you obtained. I will take the northeast, you will take the southeast, 5 miles out, and we will meet up in the village at noon. Understood? He asked, getting a nod from the Jinchuriki. Good. He stood up tall and smiled at his team, move out. He said loudly. He smiled as Ino and Shino walked out of the inn and Naruto disappeared in a shunshin before disappearing himself. Naruto smiled as he jumped out of Yoka. This was his first time out of the village and he was rather happy to be away from all the glares that Konoha gave him. Hikari materialized next to him and smiled, it's good to see you in such a good mood Naruto-kun. Maybe we should take our time searching so we can capitalize on it. She said, smirking. Naruto chuckled, as much as I would love to make you walk bowleg for the rest of the day, these bandits could become a bigger problem, so I'd like to focus on them for now. Our fun will have to wait. He said with a smirk. Hikari pouted, fine. So, do you mind if I stay out? It's not often that I'm out in the fresh air. She said using his denial of sex to get some fresh air. Naruto nodded, smiling, sure Hikaru-chan. It'd be nice to have some company. Oh. That reminds me. He said as he stopped. Hikari looked at him curiously until he ran through some hand seals and yelled, Kuchiyas no jutsu. As he slammed his hand to the ground. The mid-sized brown wolf appeared and looked at Naruto, you must be our new summoner. I am Kamamura. I specialize in fighting and hunting, but make a pretty good tracker as well. How may I be of service? He asked. Naruto smiled, perfect, I am currently looking for bandits in the area. Would you please assist me in tracking them and avoiding any traps they may have set? He asked. Amamura smiled, well, as much as a wolf can smile anyways, it would be my pleasure. May I assume the female beside you is your mate? He asked. Naruto nodded, yes. Kitsunehime is definitely my mate. Please give her the same respect you would me. He replied. Amamura nodded and bowed to Hikari, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Hikari-san. Hikari smiled and bowed back. Kamamura sniffed the air and turned towards the northeast, I smell humans not too far from here, please follow me. He said as he jumped to the trees. Hikari and Naruto shared a look before disappearing into the trees as well. Bandit camp 10 minutes later, the trio arrived at the camp and took a moment to take it in. To the north was the Deka River, just as the elders had informed them. To the east was a small cliff, not unscalable by shinobi standards, but definitely tall enough to be a problem by civilian or bandit standards. To the west and south, where the trio currently stood, was open forest. Naruto turned to his two companions, okay. We need an accurate layout of the camp and an approximate number before we return for noon. He said. Amamura and Hikari nodded, I'll take the east side, Naruto-kun. I can melt into the cliff face and it'll make me nearly undetectable. She said, gaining a nod from her lover. I'll take the forest south and west. I work best in the woods and there's no way they will question a wolf being in these areas. Kamamura said. Naruto nodded again, very well then. That leaves me with the north. Meet back here in 2 hours and we will compile a report and head back to the village in time for lunch. Don't take any unnecessary risks. Understood? He asked, getting nods from his two companions. He smiled, good then let's get to work. He said as they all disappeared. 2 hours later, the trio met up. There hadn't been any unforeseen problems so they began with their small meeting. Apparently the biggest tent was right in the middle, although most of the tents seemed to be centered around the north and west, seeing as they offered water and shelter respectively. They each took a stab at the amount of bandits and came up to about 200 bandits, however Kamamura mentioned seeing a man with a black cloak walk towards the big tent. After their short meeting, Naruto dismissed Kamamura and nodded to Hikari, who decided to stay out for the fresh air and would return just before they entered the village. They spent the next half hour returning to the village and just enjoying being alone together. Hikari smiled and kissed him softly on the lips before disappearing into the seal as they approached the village. Naruto landed in a clearing and smiled seeing his sensei and his teammates already waiting for him. He skipped the hellos and quickly jogged up to them. Yamato nodded in his direction as he arrived and said, good, let's get some lunch and we can pool our information. His team nodded and Ino directed them to a nearby open cafe. After sitting down and ordering lunch, Yamato cleared his throat, okay. Ino, Shino, you two first please. He said. Ino nodded, we didn't get much out of the villagers. They all seemed to agree that they were based out of the east, but they also kept warning us of a black-cloaked man who could raise the dead. I'm beginning to believe that we should take some stock in these rumors. She said, with Shino nodding his assent. Yamato nodded, very well. I will take that into consideration. I searched the northeast quadrant but found nothing to suggest bandit activity. Naruto, you? He asked his final student. Naruto smiled, I found the bandit camp. After spending 2 hours researching it, I made a map and estimated the total number of bandits to be around 200, barring any excess that may not have been there at the time of my reconnaissance. I must note that the man in black seemed to have been entering their command center, so I agree with Ino's assessment of him, we should be wary. He stated as he pulled out a somewhat crude but effective map. Yamato smiled at the map, well done Naruto. Since you have made a map, any suggestions for taking out the camp? He asked. Naruto nodded and pointed to the forests, if we go in under cover of the night, Shino could work his way towards the command tent from this way, using his earth and Kakechu to mass effect. Myself and Ino should approach from the north, using the Deka River for our jutsu. You, however, would be best on the cliff, seeing as you have a larger chakra capacity and could use a more devastating earth jutsu to collapse the cliff. This is all assuming that someone triggers an alarm and we have to start fighting using our more flashy techniques. He stated. Shino nodded in assent, this seems to be a very logical choice of action Naruto-san. He said. Yamato nodded as well, yes, a very well thought out attack plan. I do have the perfect jutsu for that cliff as well so good planning. He stated. Naruto smiled and nodded, so will this be the strategy sensei? He asked. Yamato nodded, I want everyone to relax for the afternoon, we will leave at 10 tonight and strike for midnight. Plan for a silent infiltration, but be prepared if the shit hits the fan. Dismissed. He said. His genin nodded and quickly finished their food before setting out. Tonight will be hectic. At night Bandit Camp 11 p.m. Team 10 had arrived without trouble and, after a quick review, had been sent their different ways to set up for their sneak attack. The team had each been given a shinobi headset so they could start the attack in sync. The basic plan was to kill as many as possible in their sleep before someone noticed them. At that time the call of "Bring the Rain" would be heard and the true battle would begin. Luckily, Yamato had made his team kill innocent bunnies to prepare them for killing. Naruto hadn't needed it considering his childhood, but it humored his sensei in any case. Ino and Naruto quietly went over some plans, and it was decided that Ino would skim the tents closest to the water, considering her jutsu were all water-related, and Naruto would be the one to advance to the inner circles, faster seeing as he had some lightning and wind jutsu. Now, they were just waiting for the sign to begin the attack. They had to wait another 10 minutes before their radios crackled to life and their sensei said, "Begin operation." And they both sped off into the camp. Naruto had quickly made his way into the camp, silently dispatching sleeping or drunk bandits. He did have ambush stealth after all. Ino had taken control of one of the guards and had taken out the other guards using her controlled one before jumping into the river and letting the man be washed away in the swift current as she returned to her body. She had then joined Naruto in killing the sleeping bandits, although in her area and not Naruto's. Yamato was sitting atop the cliff. He had sent a Moku Bunshin to take care of his area, although it started closer in so when if he had to collapse the cliff, it would cause maximum damage. Shino had silently drained the guards of their chakra slowly and caused them to die from chakra exhaustion. He had sent his colony into many tents, but had killed a few bandits himself since his hive wasn't large enough to cover his entire area. Unfortunately, this seemed to be a bad idea as a few of the bandits had awoken to the bugs and promptly screamed their heads off until Shino silenced them. Shino, however, sighed as the idiotic bandits had blown their cover and he could see the sentries around the main tent were calling out the alarm. His monotone voice crackled over the radio and said, "My position has been compromised, request permission to bring the rain sensei." Yamato nodded atop the cliff, even if no one could see him, request approved. "Everyone, bring the rain," he ordered, receiving a loud "Asu." Followed by Teppadama no Jutsu. Water release water gun technique. Tsuryuiden no Jutsu. Water release water dragon technique. Otendoryuso no Jutsu. Earth release earth spears technique. Otendachibaku no Jutsu. Earth release landslide technique. As each of the ninjas used an offensive attack, with Yamato causing the cliff to tumble down on his enemies, destroying nearly 80 bandits in one strike. Needless to say, by the time the 4 jutsu had settled and the ninja could view their handiwork, there were hardly 20 bandits left. They all stood, shaking, at the command tent where a man in a black cloak came outside yelling, "What the hell is going on out here?" He stopped, however, when he noticed Naruto standing over the destroyed remains of his bandit camp. Ino had decided to join with Shino, and Yamato was still heading down from the cliff, so Naruto was on his own for now. "Well, your little group has been preying on innocent travelers for long enough, so we decided to take care of you," Naruto replied calmly. The man narrowed his eyes, upstart shinobi, he looked at the bandits, "He can't be more than a genin, kill him," he ordered and walked back into the tent. The bandits hesitated only for a second before they drew various weapons and charged the blonde man. Naruto sighed and ran through some hand seals before slapping his hand to the ground just before the bandits reached him yelling, "Raiten Kaminari Saji no Jutsu." Lightning release lightning surge technique. And turning the bandits into crispy human husks. Naruto scrunched up his face and waved his hand, "Damn, I hate the smell," he said as he walked towards the tent. Suddenly he heard, "Harufi." Hell's fireball and jumped to the left just as a green fireball burst from the tent and hit the ground where he was standing just seconds before. He raised an eyebrow as he saw the black-cloaked man step out with his hand outstretched and a book in his left hand. The man glared, "I am Jigoku, necromancer of the Third Order. Given power by the Orochi himself to spread his fear throughout the lands. You will die for my glorious master," he said as he launched another green fireball at our blonde hero. By this time, Yamato had joined with Shino and Ino, who were watching the fight and were getting ready to step in when Naruto held up a hand to them, "This guy is mine. Just make sure no one else interferes," he said. His team nodded, Yamato only giving him the go-ahead because he knew that Naruto wouldn't be beaten easily. "Age no Boruto bolt of shadow," Jigoku yelled as a mass of darkness flew from his hand. Naruto's eyes widened and he quickly dropped to the floor, allowing the bolt to pass over him harmlessly. He looked up just in time to hear Jigoku start chanting in a strange language. Naruto's eyes narrowed and he rushed to his feet, released his seals, and nearly jumped when the necromancer cackled maniacally, "Behold the power my lord has bequeathed me." Fujana impure resurrection, he yelled as 50 of the nearby bodies suddenly were engulfed in a green light and stood up, only to reveal skeletons holding shields and swords. Naruto's, Ino's, and Yamato's eyes widened in horror, and you could hear the sound of a fevered buzzing coming from Shino. "Naruto-kun. You need to kill the necromancer to release the souls of the skeletons. Hikari said in his mind, letting him know his duty. Naruto's eyes turned into a strange mixture of oceanic blue and stormy gray. His avatar mark pulsed, and he glared at the man that dared to disturb the rest of the dead. You take the souls of the departed and use them for your own twisted gain. You serve a master that will stop at nothing for his own immortality. You are the worst scum upon this earth. I am the avatar of Susanoo and the chosen of the Anjun. Your fate has been decided. Ranton Kami Ikari no Hurricane. Storm release hurricane of divine wrath. Naruto roared as his hand blurred through hand seals in a flash. Even Shino's eyes widened as his team watched a massive funnel of air reach down from the sky and rip the man to shreds, causing the skeletons to waver and crumple to the ground. As the jutsu ended, Naruto's eyes went back to his normal bright blue, and he blinked. Hikari-chan, what the hell was that? He asked his mental lover. That koi, was you accessing your divine right of judgment? Susanoo really likes you to let you activate it so readily. She answered. Oh. Before you ask, divine judgment activates when something is truly against your morals. So, you activated it because you believe that the dead should rest. As for activating it again, you will have to figure that out on your own. She commented. Naruto mentally nodded and turned back to his team before sighing. This was going to take some explaining. Next day street in Yokonunish. Following their successful raid on the bandit camp, Naruto's team had returned to the inn where he had explained his trials transformation mission. Shino had accepted it outright seeing as they were friends, and Yamato and Ino had agreed when shown his celestial features. They had agreed to keep quiet until Orochimaru was a more prevalent problem, although Yamato had come clean about his Mokuton abilities and informed them of Orochimaru's experiments on him. They had been quick to assure their sensei that he was precious to each of them, and they had turned in for the night following the assurances, Yamato opting to explain the mission to the elder the next morning without his team so they could get some much-needed rest. Naruto had awoken late and decided to get some lunch. The cafe they had eaten at before had come to mind, and he had decided to make his way there, hoping to meet Shino who had already awoken and left. He had quickly gotten dressed and headed downstairs. He let his mind wander as he walked down the street until Hikari had spoken up in his mind. Naruto-kun, I sense Nibichin's chakra signature coming from where we ate yesterday. You should be wary. It's not like she will attack you, but we don't want something bad to happen. She said. Naruto mentally nodded and approached the cafe. He noticed a rather pretty feline female stiffening and looking around. Naruto-kun, that is Nibichin's container. She informed him, getting a nod from her container. Naruto immediately stiffened as he saw the bolt appear. A man in a snake mask stepped forward. Yujido Nai, you are to return to Kumo immediately to be subjugated to the rule of the Council of Kumo by loyalty seal. If you do not comply, we will have no choice but to force your return. He said calmly. Naruto scowled and Hikari growled in his mindscape. Naruto-kun, don't you dare let them take her away. She said. My sentiments exactly koi. He responded. Bakudo no Kaiu Ujiki. Way of binding 9 strike. Strange name for a binding no. He yelled as the 4 bolt members were encased in a golden film of chakra, disabling their movements. Yer, what could you want with a poor defenseless kitty cat? Naruto asked, adopting an uninterested persona much like Kakashi's as he held the seal that bound the bolt members. The leader, Snake, seemed to frown behind his mask. Yujido Nai is a rogue ninja of Kumagakure. Konohagakure has no jurisdiction. He started. Au contraire Snakasan. This is fire country, and we do not allow foreign nin inside our borders without the proper passports, so I assume you have said papers and the clearance to retrieve said kitty cat. Naruto said smiling disarmingly, otherwise, his eyes opened and they were an electric blue that screamed power, I will have to force you out of my country. He said still smiling despite the threat in his eyes and words. Snake was silent for a moment, we do not have the passports on us. However, we have evidence that suggests she has been committing illegal acts here in the fire country and asked to be allowed to apprehend her to stand trial. He replied, trying to change the subject and still get what he wanted. By this time, the civilians had evacuated. Yujido was sitting ramrod straight and glancing nervously between Naruto and the Bolt squad, and Naruto could feel Yamato approaching as he flared his chakra. Yujido was scared, if this man let those Anbu free, she would be caught. Even she couldn't fight off a whole squad of Bolt and a Konoha team. Calm yourself kitten. That is Hikari-chan's container. There is no way he'd allow you to be taken so easily. Trust me. The feline in her head said. Yujido sighed and relaxed slightly, alright Nibichin. But it doesn't hurt to be prepared. She replied, getting a mental nod from Nibi. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he took a stand between the Bolt and Yujido. Please tell me this evidence before I release you. As it stands, you are skating on thin ice being here without passports. He replied. The snake man was frustrated but kept his cool, he was in Bolt after all. Yujido Nai is the Nibi no Nekomata's Jinchuriki. We came across a battlefield not far from here where someone raised the dead. We believe her to be under the control of the Nibi and to have desecrated the graves nearby to use the bodies," he stated. Naruto scowled, "You are mistaken. My team fought a necromancer there just yesterday. He claimed to have been given power by someone known as Irachi. If that is your only evidence, I am afraid that you will have to leave and I will take Yujiro Nai into my custody as a shinobi of Konoha. You will have to go through the proper channels to request her return," he said coldly. Yamato arrived just in time to hear the bolt's evidence and Naruto's explanation. He nodded and stepped forward. "I am the Jounin in charge here. I agree with my student. You will leave this area immediately and return to Kumo, or I will report this as an act of aggression to Konoha," he said, gaining a grateful glance from both containers. Snake seemed to glare from behind his mask as the rest of his team grumbled behind him. "Fine, please let us go so we may return with all due haste," he said. Naruto looked to Yamato, who had joined him in front of Yujiro, although he had an eye on both Yujiro and the bolt unit, who nodded. Naruto sighed and dropped into a fighting stance before releasing the unit. They all stumbled for a second before Snake waved his hand, dispersing his unit. He looked back over his shoulder, and the Konoha ninja could feel his sneer. "This isn't over, demon lovers," he said. Naruto scoffed, "That's not an insult to me, you snake bastard," he yelled to the man, who faltered for a second before continuing his dash out of the village. "Hahaha, that's one way to throw them off their game, Naruto-kun," Hikari said mirthfully. Naruto just smiled and mentally nodded. "Arigato, Naruto-san. You saved me from a very tight spot," Yujiro said softly as he turned around. Naruto smiled brightly, "Think nothing of it, Nekichin. I wouldn't allow anyone to be put under a loyalty seal, Jinchuriki or not," he replied. Yujiro blushed as Nibi sent several images of the blonde Adonis taking her in different positions, but shook her head and smiled. "I am glad to hear that. As for taking me in?" she asked, leaving the question hanging. Naruto nodded, "Unfortunately you are missing Nin. However, I have a feeling it's not by choice. Please come with us to explain your situation and we will see what we can do," he said, looking at Yamato who nodded his assent. He knew Jinchuriki were not easy subjects and he agreed with Naruto, no one should be subjugated to a loyalty seal. Yamato's room. After arriving back at the inn, Yujiro had patiently followed Naruto and Yamato, with urges from Nibi to remain calm. She was glad to have this Naruto guy on her side. She had never seen a technique like the one he used to stop the Bolt members. They soon arrived at Yamato's room and each took a seat, Yujiro sitting in front of the two men. Hikari suddenly materialized outside of Naruto before touching Yujiro's head and disappearing again, gaining surprised looks from Yamato and Yujiro. Naruto smiled. Hikari-chan just decided she wanted to chat with Nibi-chan. "Please don't worry about it, she won't harm you, Yujiro-san. As for information, I would simply like an overview of your life in Kumo and the reason you have fled," he said, gaining a nod from the feline female as she heard the two whispering in the back of her head. Yujiro sighed and turned them out before turning her attention back to her, hopeful, "Friend. Well, to begin, I lead a pretty decent life. I was overcharged or refused service, but I could get by without too much discrimination. This was, in part, due to Killer B, my sensei and the container to the Hachibi, seeing as he has proven himself invaluable in protecting Kumo. However, I am not too well liked in Kumo due to the fact that Nibi-chan was sent into a rampage by one stupid man who demanded that she submit to him before she was to be sealed again. Needless to say, she didn't take that very well. It caused many deaths and property damage. In any event, I was just beginning to gain respect when the council started trying to send me on seduction missions. I did not take too kindly to that seeing as the missions involved. Well, any and all of the concealmembers fucking me till I passed out," she said. Naruto growled and his chakra spiked upon hearing this but kept silent otherwise to allow Yujiro to continue. Yujiro sent him a comforting smile seeing his reaction and continued, who is Killer B's brother, made a rule that I couldn't be sent on frivolous seduction missions. However, they found a way around that and started sending me on missions to major political areas, hoping to turn me into some type of slut. I never did sleep with the men, instead I beat the shit out of them to give me what I wanted," she said with a smirk, gaining a smile from her fellow container and surprisingly one from Yamato as well. She took a big breath and decided to get down to the nitty-gritty. "They frequently asserted that I was a flight risk because I have no familial ties to the village and constantly tried to prove that I was disloyal to my village. All this was to finally pass the petition to put me under the loyalty seal, which was really just an excuse to turn me into nothing more than a whore for the council. I really don't know why they targeted me, but I happened to return early from a mission and saw that the Bolt squad met with some of the council to trap me and put the seal on, regardless of the Raikage's approval, which prompted my flight. Nibi-chan recommended finding Naruto-san seeing as he may be able to protect me if he wishes." She finished, getting another growl from Naruto and his eyes, turning that same stormy gray scenic blue as yesterday. Yamato nodded, "You are more than welcome to seek asylum in Konoha. I believe it would be a good idea to request Naruto's support, seeing as he has recently established a clan. He commented. Vegito turned to Naruto with a big pup. Kitten eyes and said, would you please help me? Naruto smiled, of course, as of right now, you are under the Namikaze family's protection. Please relax and don't worry about Kumo. I will deal with them. He stated. Vegito smiled brightly and jumped at him, hugging him happily, saying thank you. Over and over again. Naruto chuckled, no problem. Yamata-sensei, may I request that we leave early to get this situation under control back in Konoha before the Bolt team returns? He asked. Yamato nodded and disappeared to collect the rest of his team. Vegito suddenly stepped back and sat down blushing furiously muttering something about perverted foxes and cats. Naruto chuckled and Yujito adopted a nervous look, I appreciate the protection, but not all of Kumo is bad. Killer Bee, either Reikage, Kari, Amoy, and Samui, who are in Killer Bee's squad, are all really good friends of mine. If they want to come visit. Can they? She asked. Naruto smiled and Hikari appeared next to her, quickly glumping on her. Of course they can. The more the merrier. Hikari said. Naruto chuckled, and don't start questioning why I'm helping you. First, I couldn't live with myself if I let you become nothing more than well you get the idea. He said frowning at the end because he hated that with a passion. Second, us Jinchuriki have to stick together. Third, if I didn't offer to help, my girls would kick my ass from here to Iwa and back. He said with a smile. Hikari chuckled and wrapped one arm around Yujito, whilst Yujito giggled at them, damn straight we would. She said loudly. Naruto just shook his head and waited for his sensei to return as the two girls started chatting, the next few months would probably be hectic. Kami's court same time, a silver flash appeared and then settled down to reveal two beings. One with long red hair and beautiful jade green eyes. The other, Ryujin standing tall and smiling. He bowed to Kami, I have retrieved Kushina Uzumaki, my lady. He said. Kami nodded, good work. She said happily. She focused her gaze on Kushina, we have much to discuss Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze, and you have a very important decision to make. She said, gaining a hard look from the woman. The mother's choice and Kumo's response. Kushina looked around and then back at Kami before saying, where am I? Kami raised an eyebrow and looked to Ryujin who sighed, I am sorry mladdie. I thought it best to bring her here as soon as possible. If you require me to explain, I will be happy to do so. He said bowing. Kami shook her head, I understand, good choice. Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze. Could you please tell me what you remember after your birth of Naruto? She asked kindly. Kushina's face scrunched up in concentration, I had just given birth and Minato wanted to seal Kyuubi into Naruto. Two eventually caved and let him take Naruto away. As the Kyuubi appeared, someone in a spiral mask showed up and attacked me. I got lucky and was able to kill him, but he sent me to some type of dimension from my guess. Her eyes went wide and she looked at Kami frantically, it's been 13 years since that day. Oh my Kami. Naruto. Who watched over him? Who? She never got to finish as Kami raised a hand and Kushina felt compelled to stop. Kami's face was kind, but it held a deep sadness, I will answer all of your questions, so long as you answer mine first. She said. Kushina was silent for a moment before nodding, whoever this woman was obviously held enough power to rescue her and to put her back if she disobeyed. Good, how do you know it has been 13 years? She asked. Kushina's face scrunched again, too was somewhat awake in the dimension. There was this pulse that I could feel would appear about once a day, at least it was what I thought, so I counted them each time it appeared. It accumulated into something close to 13 years. Kami nodded, but Kushina continued as if she hadn't seen her, I can remember thinking about Naruto all the time. I always wondered if he was okay, if he had someone to care for him. Did he grow up to be like me or his father? Is he a good man? Or did the village drive him insane? Her face became crestfallen, how I failed him by not being there. I failed at being the mother I was supposed to be. How? She never finished again as a black-haired woman appeared in her downcast gaze and glared at her with such vehemence Kushina was struck speechless. Yami's face was twisted in rage, you failed him. Don't be so quick to judge yourself Kushina. You thought about him every day for 13 years. You cared not for your own life, but for Naruto's. She said fiercely. Kushina looked grateful, but that soon changed, yes, you failed as his mother. But it was not by your choice or power. She said confidently, whilst staring into the woman's eyes. Kami cleared her throat, I believe I should answer your questions. You have answered what I needed to know. I believe the best way to start would be to say that Naruto indeed grew up to be a fine young man. Kushina smiled softly hearing that, hell, just being himself he's already snared 4 girls' hearts and I have a feeling that he will be snaring 3 more. she said, causing Kushina to nearly go into protective mother mode when Kami raised her hand again. Not to worry, he is not a pervert, well, except when it's acceptable, and the girls get to confirm or deny new additions to his little group, she said, causing Kushina to calm down. Kushina looked down before her voice carried over the court. What was his life like? She looked up at Kami with tears in her eyes. Please tell me someone took care of him, she said, practically pleading. Kami sighed and her eyes saddened once again. I am afraid not, Kushina-san, she said, causing Kushina's face to fall. Before we get into that, I have a proposition for you. Will you hear me out? She asked. Kushina nodded warily. Good. First, I am Kami and you are in my court, she said. Kushina's jaw dropped and she gave her a disbelieving look. If you're Kami, then I'm really a flaming jalapeno, she said. Suddenly Kushina found herself on fire and looking distinctly like a jalapeno. As quickly as it appeared, it was gone and Kushina looked at Kami with her jaw nearly dislocated. Kami chuckled. You said it, not me, she said, smirking, along with every goddess there. Believe me now? She asked, getting a stunned head nod from the redhead. Good. Second, Naruto no longer has a need for a mother figure or parental figure for that matter in his life. Accept that and move on, she said sternly. Kushina's eyes narrowed. I may not have been there, but that doesn't make him any less my son, she replied. Kami sighed. Truly. You are gone for 13 years and then just show up and expect him to accept you as his mother. It may not be your fault, but you can no longer claim the title of Naruto's mother. If you even try, I promise you, you will fail. And I do not break my promises, she said forcefully. Kushina nearly took a step back at the pure belief and power behind that, but she still didn't want to back down. Kami saw this and sighed again. Look, I am going to let you view his life. If, after that, you still believe he will accept you as his mother, then I will allow you to try, she said, gaining a hopeful look from Kushina. However, Kami's voice and face turned grave. If you fail, I will wipe his memory of you and send you to the afterlife myself, she said. Kushina gulped and nodded. I understand, Kami-sama, she replied. Kami nodded, her face returning to the kind smile from before. Good. Lastly, should you wish it, I will allow you the chance to be with Naruto in an intimate fashion. If you cannot be a mother, then why not be a lover? She asked, getting a bewildered look from Kushina. Just think about it, go view his life. When you're done, return here so we may talk more, she said, waving her hand, causing an angel to appear and lead Kushina away. Yami turned to her sister. You just love playing matchmaker as much as I do, huh? She asked. Kami giggled like a little schoolgirl. Maybe, she said, smiling. Yami shook her head before shrugging her shoulders. Hey, what the hell, I'm in, she said, making many of the lesser gods and goddesses gulp nervously. It was never a good thing for them when Kami and Yami agreed on something. And to summarize, Kushina was sent to a pocket dimension. She did not age physically, however she was aware of the passage of time. Please keep this in mind. Konoha 2 days after meeting Yujito 8 p.m. Team 10 had hightailed it back to Konoha to run damage control before Kumo could interfere. Luckily, they were faster in returning than the Kumo team and had made it to the gates within 2 days. Team 10 landed at the gate, guarded by the immortal Chunin Kotetsu and Izumo, and Yamato stepped forward. We need you to send a message to the Hokage. We need a meeting with him right away, he said seriously. Kotetsu nodded and disappeared. Kotetsu will deliver the message, hurry there, and you will have to take responsibility for that cutie over there, Izumo said, motioning to Yujito. Naruto nodded, she is under my protection. I will take full responsibility for her, he replied, getting a nod from Izumo. Yamato motioned to his team and they sped off, Yujito hot on their heels. They soon arrived at the Hokage's office and were quickly ushered in. Saratobi still sat behind the desk, but Tsunade stood to the side, getting ready for her position, no doubt. Saratobi raised an eye at Yujito's presence but ignored it and focused his eyes on Yamato. Report, he ordered. Yamato nodded, the bandits have been neutralized. We encountered little difficulty with the bandits themselves, however Naruto was forced to fight I can't believe I am saying this, but a necromancer, sir. He expelled a green light and raised several of the bandits' corpses into skeleton warriors. He claimed to have been given power by someone called Irachi, sir, he said. Both Tsunade and Saratobi were surprised and it showed. That is quite the story. I assume Naruto-kun was able to beat him? Tsunade asked. Yamato nodded, yes. He seems to have used part of his bloodline to do so. In any case, this is Yujito Nai. She was formerly a jounin with Kumagakure but fled due to unreasonable circumstances, he said. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. These unreasonable circumstances better be supremely unreasonable to constitute desertion, she said seriously. Naruto stepped forward. I assure you, they are botchin', he said, getting a twitch from Tsunade. He looked to Yujito who nodded. The Kumo Council has been trying to make her be their loyal. Well, there's no easy way to put this, so they have been trying to make her be their willing cum dump. He said, making the last two words sound like trash in his mouth. The uninformed members of Team 10 and Tsunade gasped, while Saratobi had a downright murderous look on his face. Well, that won't be happening. I officially offer you sanctuary and protection within the borders of Hai no Kuni. Saratobi said. Naruto beamed at his grandfather, thanks Gigi. I might want to mention that she's also the container for the Nibi no Nekomata, and I offered her a place in my compound. That's part of the reason they were so adamant about you know what. He said, still seeing the murderous look on his grandfather's face, although it was joined by Ino's and Tsunade's. Saratobi nodded and Tsunade smiled, good thinking Naruto-kun. I assume this is acceptable to you Nyasan? The Sandame asked. Yujito nodded, yes, very much so. Thank you both for this. I don't think I can repay you. She said smiling. Saratobi chuckled good-naturedly, I'm sure you will find some way for the young lady. You're all dismissed. I will handle this situation as my last act as Hokage. Tsunade will take over after that. He said. Team 10 and Yujito nodded before they all left and went their separate ways. Naruto making his way to the compound at high speeds with Yujito behind. Yujito sped up and started to run alongside him. So, is there anyone else living with you? She asked. Naruto smiled, well there's Hikaru-chan, of course. Anka-chan, Amaterasu-chan, and Hana-chan. You will be the fifth woman in the house. The only real rules we have are to pick up after yourself and try not to disturb others. You will be on the second floor, considering the third is my bedroom. The first floor has a private onsen, kitchen, living room, dojo and in the back, a training ground. Any questions? He asked. Uu asked him if he'd let you sleep in his bed tonight. Nibi interjected. Yujito blushed, Nibi. She replied, only one. She said, still blushing. Naruto raised an eyebrow but kept silent, are all of the girls your lovers? She asked. Naruto chuckled good-naturedly, well, not yet. I've made love to Hikaru-chan. I plan to do the same to Anka-chan sometime soon, but Hana-chan and Ama-chan both want to get to know me better before that happens. I promise to put up silencing seals if that's what you're worried about. He said concerned. Considerate and sexy. Why aren't you jumping on him again? Nibi asked. Nibi, shut it. I'm not in the mood to deal with your pervertedness. Yujito replied. Thanks for being considerate. But that wasn't what I was worried about. She said. Naruto nodded, alright. I'm sure you will get along with them just fine. He said, smiling warmly. Yujito couldn't help but smile back. Namika's compound 5 minutes later. As Naruto stepped into the compound, Hikari materialized next to him and he yelled, I'm home. Smiling. Anko suddenly appeared and glumped him, followed quickly by Hana, and Amaterasu was the last, although she gave him a pretty heated kiss. Anko Wolf whistled, eat his tongue while you're at it Wolfie. She said teasingly, causing Amaterasu to back up blushing madly. Naruto chuckled, enough. I want to introduce Yujito Nai. She will be staying with us for the foreseeable future. She is the container of the Nibi no Nekomata and is escaping from Kumo. If you want specifics, ask her, because I'm tired of explaining it and getting my blood boiling. Naruto said, now, if you don't mind, I'm going to take a dip in the hot springs and then call it a night. He said before turning to Yujito, make yourself at home. I'm sure the girls will be more than happy to help you. He said, getting devious smirks from Hikari and Anko. Hana shook her head and Nibi commented, kitten, whatever you do, don't believe those two. Yujito mentally nodded and Hana stepped forward, I'll help you find a room. Knowing these two, she said, jabbing a finger to the two prankster queens, they'd probably put you in Naruto-kun's room. Anyways, I'm Hana Inuzuka. Pleased to meet you. She said smiling. Yujito smiled back, Yujito Nai, as you heard. Thanks for the help. She said as she walked upstairs with a feral female. Hana shook her head as they leveled out on the second floor, it's my pleasure. Take the middle door on the left. I'm the first. The right side has Hikari, then Anko, then Amaterasu. I'll leave you to unpack, I want to take a bath as well. She said, slipping into her room. Yujito walked into her room and smiled. There was a bed, a dresser, and a small bathroom. It was cozy. Perfect for her, so she just unpacked, taking her time. Before she realized it, 2 hours had passed and someone was knocking at her door, who is it? She asked politely. Hikari's voice drifted through the door, it's me, could I speak with you? She asked. Yujito smiled, yes, come on in. She replied. Hikari opened the door and stepped in smiling. She glanced around the room and nodded, I see you really took Naruto-kun's advice. The cat plushies are rather cute. She said, smirking. Yujito blushed, she had around 20 cat plushies on her bed. Nibi just wouldn't shut up so she had bought a few and found them to be rather fun to collect so she ended up with a whole collection. It's all Nibi's fault. Yujito said, mentally smirking as the cat demon was asleep. Hikari chuckled, I have no doubt. She replied. There was an awkward silence before Hikari spoke up somewhat nervously. Listen, you are more than welcome to stay here, but I want to let you know that every girl here has feelings for Naruto-kun. In conjunction with that, each one of them was approved by me and later by the others involved, namely Enko for Hana and all three of us for Amaterasu. If you decide to pursue a relationship with Naruto-kun, please let me know in advance. I am the alpha here and I will try to help. Nibichin is a pretty good friend of mine after all. If it comes spur of the moment, well, that's fine too. Just let me know ASAP. She said, smiling softly. Vegito blushed. Look, not that I don't appreciate it, but I don't know if I want a relationship with a guy who's going to have a harem. I want a guy who will pay attention to my needs, as well as his own, and I'm just not sure he, or any man, could do that. She stated. Hikari's eyes were steely, but they softened slightly. I see. You will come to learn of Naruto-kun's character. I assure you, your fears are unfounded. In any case, I understand your point and will concede to them. Hikari let a pregnant pause fill the room before continuing for now. Good night, Ujita-san. Hikari said, standing and walking out of the room. Vegito started a bit puzzled for a moment before shaking her head and getting ready for bed. No guy could really handle that many women at once. Could he? She thought as she fell asleep. Kami's court 3 days later, Kushina was practically wearing a hole in the floor in front of the doors to Kami court with all her furious pacing. She had spent the past 3 days watching Naruto's life and, like every other person who had seen it, was pissed beyond belief. The village hadn't honored Minato's wishes in the slightest, hell they downright spit on it. She had kept Kami's last comment in mind while watching him interact with Kyuubi and Anko, and to a lesser extent with Hana and Amaterasu. She could honestly say that Naruto was a great man and she would be honored to be with him. But she still knew that he was her son, and that was throwing all intimate thoughts out the window. The doors opened and she had to take a deep breath before walking in. All of the gods and goddesses, sans Amaterasu for obvious reasons, were in attendance. Kushina approached Kami with steely eyes. Thank you for letting me see that. Now I know who to kill when I go back. She said harshly. Kami sighed. That wasn't the point of showing you. Did you keep in mind what I said? She asked. Kushina nodded. I did, but I still fail to see why I can't be his mother. She replied. Kami rolled her eyes. Are you blind or just plain ignorant? She asked, getting a growl from Kushina. He grew up all alone till he was 10. He stopped asking for someone to take care of him when he was 6 after he learned about seals. He may only be 13 in standard years, but his mind is that of at least a 30-year-old and his current body is 18. He is far past his formative years and he does not need a mother nor father. Should you attempt to become his mother now, he would reject you fiercely because you were never there for his childhood. She stated. Kushina frowned, guilt forming, but it wasn't my fault. I don't have the skills to escape a pocket dimension. She said. Kami shook her head sadly. That doesn't matter. What does matter is that he no longer needs a mother and you attempting to be his would not work. The bond between mother and child is formed from being there and taking care of the child every day of their childhood. Naruto does not have that bond and he has forsaken any attempt at making one. All because of the abuse he suffered. That is why it will not work. She said, punctuating her words at the end. Kushina silently went over her options, and there weren't many. She knew she wanted to be a part of Naruto's life and she knew what they were saying was true. However, she remembered giving birth to him. How could she abandon her morals and sleep with her son? She just couldn't wrap her head around it. She shook her head again. Kami sighed, yet again. Kushina, I tire of arguing with you. You have 2 choices set before you. The first, attempt to be a mother to Naruto and fail. You know you will, I know you will, that is all that matters. The second, opt to be his lover. You will be with him on an intimate level similar to that of a mother, but on an even deeper level. Should you choose the second option, I will personally change your DNA to ensure nothing relates you to him anymore. As it stands, there is maybe one of your DNA left in his body. Make your choice. She said, giving her an ultimatum. Kushina's eyes were wide with fright and a million thoughts went through her head before one stuck out. What would Minato say? She thought. 2 wished to speak with Minato. I will give my answer after that. She said. Kami was silent for a moment before nodding. Very well. Shinigami, please retrieve Minato Namikaze's soul and allow him to speak with Kushina. She said, getting a nod from Death Incarnate before turning back to the red-haired woman. You will have till the end of the day to speak with him. After that, I will wait no longer. Naruto needs his support now, before the true storm hits, and to delay it any longer would be detrimental to him and our plans. She stated. Kushina nodded and a bright flash of light filled the room. Kushina blinked to rid herself of spots and smiled brightly before running and glomping on her deceased husband. Minato-kun. She yelled. Minato caught her and spun her around smiling brightly. Kusha-chan. What's going on? He asked, his demeanor changing from happy to curious in a second. He suddenly found himself on the wrong end of Kushina's fist that was for condemning our son to a life of hell. She yelled as Minato was bent over her fist. Minato stumbled back and caught his breath. What? Weren't you there? What about our friends? Sarutobi-sama and Arisenin? He asked. Kushina growled and grabbed his ear, dragging him out in I'm style. You and I have a lot to talk about and not enough time. Move your ass, mister. She said as they disappeared out the doors. Ami chuckled, I dearly hope she takes my offer. She and Hikari would make quite the pair for Naruto. She said, smirking devilishly. Yami smiled, my sister, I thought I was the evil one. She asked, getting a laugh from her white-haired counterpart. Namika's estate same day 8 a.m. Naruto awoke to the sound of someone knocking on his door. He groaned as he moved out from between Anko and Hikari, who both snuggled closer to one another to make up for the lack of warmth. He rubbed the bleariness from his eyes and opened his door, clad in nothing but his boxers with his celestial features showing, because the girls liked to pet them before resting. Vegito, who happened to be at the door, got the full view and looked at him from head to toe, taking in the sculpted muscles and the obvious mark of a Kyuubi on his neck. She gulped as she felt heat rising to her face. Unfortunately for her, Nibi chose this time to wake up. Oh, kitten. Look at those muscles. And those extra features just add to it. Don't you just want to tear off his shorts and ride him till you're sore for the next few days? She asked while sending images of Vegito bouncing wildly on Naruto straight into her mind's eye. Nibai I. Vegito roared in her mind. Naruto yawned, what's up Vegito-chan? It's kinda early and today is my day off. He said. Vegito was still blushing, but she was able to shut up Nibi long enough to respond, and Anbu appeared at the front gate and said that the Hokage requested you and me in the council chambers. Apparently, Kumo has sent their response to our actions. She said. Naruto nodded, now fully awake, okay then, I'll get dressed and we can head out. Are you ready? He asked, getting a nod from the feline female. He nodded and closed the door, going to get ready himself. Not a second after the door closing, Nibi was, once again, sending several images of Vegito being pleasured by our blonde hero in rapid succession. Nibi, cut that out. What is up with you? You were always perverted, but you were never this pushy. Vegito said as she leaned against the wall, waiting for Naruto. That's true, but you won't find a stronger mate than Naruto-kun. If he can claim not only Hikari-chan, but Ami-chan as well, then he definitely has to be something. Besides that, he's a Jinchuriki too, so that speaks volumes for his willpower because you know how Jinchuriki are treated. His body is just a bonus. She replied. Just as Vegito was about to retort, Naruto opened the door and stepped out, dressed in his usual attire with a haori. He smiled at her, ready to go? He asked. She nodded and he grabbed her before they disappeared in a shunshin. Council chambers 8:15 a.m. The clan heads and the Hokage were all in attendance and awaiting Naruto and Vegito arrival to start the meeting. Since this could cause widespread difficulty to Konoha, Sarutobi had informed the clans as to what was going on and they all seemed to support his decision. However, they still needed to play the political game, so they had agreed to talk about Kumo's response and to take into account what could happen should she stay or be sent back. Naruto and Vegito soon appeared and Sarutobi smiled warmly at them. Good to see you Naruto-kun. I'm glad you got here so soon. He said. Naruto nodded, let's skip the pleasantries Gigi. I woke up to this so let's get down to Kumo's response. He said. Sarutobi nodded, very well. He said and motioned to the scroll in his hand, I have read the scroll and will now read it aloud for all of you to hear. I would like to hear the different clan heads' opinion on Kumo's response and then we will debate on the best course of action. However, remember that I hold the final decision here. He said, gaining nods from the clan heads, although Hiashi was reluctant to do so. Here is in Sarutobi, Sandaime Hokage of Konohagakure. The council of Kumagakure has become aware that a Kunoichi of Kumagakure has been apprehended by one of your ninja, namely Naruto Uzumaki. This Kunoichi, Yujito Nai, is a missing nin, and we would happily pay a sum of 1 million yen to have her returned to us alive. If this is not acceptable, please reply with an offer for the return of this Kunoichi, alive. We are not limited to only monetary compensation. However, if you deem her your prisoner, we must inform you that she is an asset to our village and we would be very displeased to learn that your village has denied our request for the return of a known fugitive. She has friends and family here who would be greatly disappointed to see her leave. Unfortunately, the great village of Kumagakure will not allow her to escape so easily and our taxes are coming up to vote soon. We sincerely hope you will do what is right. Signed, the Honorable Council of Kumagakure, Sarutobi finished saying. Everyone was quiet for a moment until Tsume spoke up, they have quite the gall to both sweet-talk you and threaten us at the same time. She said seriously. Shibi pushed up his glasses, indeed, Tsume-san. I must point out that we get much of our chakra conducting metal from Kumo's miners, seeing as Iwa is unfavorable to us. A rise in tax would be quite detrimental. He said monotonously. Shikaku muttered softly, Mendakus. I agree with both of them, however, I could not allow anyone to be returned simply to be forced into slavery. He said. Sarutobi nodded, yes, I agree with Shikaku as well. However, Yujita-san. He said, gaining her attention. I noticed that this seems to be the council only. Would the Raikage happen to be a supporter of yours? He asked. Yujito nodded, AE has always supported me. His brother, Killer B, helped me learn to control Nibi. I would say he is a large part of why I have lasted this long. She said. Everyone could see the wheels turning in Sarutobi's head and Naruto smirked, what you got Jiji? He asked. Sarutobi's smile could have matched Naruto's famous one, perhaps I have one last trick up my sleeve. I shall send a message to the Raikage straight away and see if he or a delegation can come to meet with me, Naruto-kun and Yujita-chan to sort out the situation. I am sure he would be most interested in his council's actions. He said, gaining chuckles across the room. The Ashi had remained silent throughout the proceedings, but now he had enough. Hikage-sama. Did you forget that the last Raikage not only attempted to steal the Byakugan, but nearly succeeded and demanded payment from my brother as payment? He asked. Sarutobi's eyes steeled, no I have not. However, this Raikage is much more moral than the previous one, or have you forgotten our intelligence on the small civil war after that attempt? He asked, causing Hiashi to sit and simmer. I understand your mistrust of Hiashi-san. However, this is important. If we win this, we will gain a new demon container and possibly an alliance with Kumo. He said. Hiashi nearly opened his mouth, but twin glares from Naruto and Sarutobi shut him up. Good, meeting adjourned. He said as everyone began to file out. Namikaze Estates 9:30 a.m. By the time Naruto and Yujito had returned, everyone was awake. They gathered in the living room to discuss Yujito's situation. After Naruto had explained Sarutobi's response, Amaterasu was the first to speak. So, if he sends a delegation, who would be the best to get you to return freely? She asked the feline female. Yujito thought for a moment, Samui, my self-proclaimed sister, and her team of Kari and Amoy, would have the best chance. Killer B and AE himself would be a close second, but anyone else would have to fight me to go back. She replied. Amaterasu nodded and Hana spoke up, so, would you have a problem going against them if they are adamant in bringing you back? She asked, genuinely concerned. Yujito thought once again, but Nibi spoke up in her mind, kitten, I know you hate to disappoint them, but if you return it is not a matter of if the council will get you. It will be a matter of when. You can only go without sleep for so long, and your friends and family are only human. She said, speaking logic. Yujito nodded mentally and steeled herself, I would rather not have to fight them. I don't honestly think I could hurt them. She said, getting a frown from Hikari and Anko, although Naruto stayed passive throughout her explanations, however, I am definitely capable of arguing for my safety. I will not leave without an argument and definitely without some form of resistance. She said confidently. Everyone nodded and the frowns disappeared from Anko and Hikari. Naruto clapped his hands together, very well then. Yujito is under our protection whilst here. If she does not inform me personally of her wish to return to Kumo, then we will assume she has been kidnapped and she'll set out immediately to protect her. He said getting nods and happy smiles from his girls. He looked to Yujito, I will not stand against you should you return, however, please remember that you left for a reason and I will protect you should you remain here. As I said, should you fail to personally inform me of your departure, then we shall follow and attempt to retrieve you. He said smiling warmly at her. Yujito blushed slightly and nodded. What have we got here? I thought you wanted a man who would pay attention to your needs, and Naruto-kun couldn't be that man. Nibi spoke teasingly. Yujito shook her head and adopted a hard visage, I have to ask, why would you go to such lengths for me? And, aside from that, why would you force your friends and lovers to chase after me? She asked. Naruto frowned, as did all of his girls, you are a Jinchuriki, like me. I understand what it's like to be ostracized and hated for something out of your control. Besides that, I would never allow someone to be put under a loyalty seal. As for the girls. They would follow me regardless if I told them not to. I simply included them because I already knew they would chase you. He said. Anko spoke up, her eyes smoldering with anger, and how dare you insinuate that Naruto-kun would force us to do anything. I've known him for 3 years now, and not once has he ever forced me to do something. Hell, he's never even asked me to do something I wouldn't like. She said angrily, shocking Yujito. Hana frowned, while Anko is correct, I think you should get to know someone before you insinuate something about them. I won't hold it against you, but don't think that Anko and Hikari-chan won't. They are very protective of him. She stated, causing Yujito to lock eyes with the two mentioned and turn away from the anger radiating at her. Naruto sighed, Hikari, Anko, enough. He said, causing them both to adopt a sad look, she didn't know. I doubt she has any experience with a decent man considering her life. he said, before turning a gaze to Yujiro. However, don't think I am the same as most guys. I would go to hell and back for each of these girls, and I'm pretty sure they'd do the same for me. He said, before standing and calmly walking out back to the training grounds. Hikari and Anko sent her withering glares and followed Naruto, hoping to be of some help. Well, that was a royal screw kitten. Nibi commented. Nibi, shut up. I'm not in the mood to talk right now. Yujiro replied, her anger at herself along with the threatening feeling of having Naruto's girls glaring at her shortening her proverbial anger fuse. Yujiro blinked and found herself standing in front of her flaming feline companion. The look on her face would be frightening to anyone, but only Yujiro could pick up on the more than usual amount of bloodlust coming from her biju. That's too bad, kitten. Nibi started as she paused for effect, because I didn't help you escape, only to have you insult the only one who could keep us safe. Naruto-kun is a great man. Hikari herself told me his life story, and, let me just say, yours is all sunshine and rainbows compared to his first few years. Nibi said as she glared down at her container, disappointed with her actions against the only one to have kept her completely safe. He may be strong and caring, but I still don't believe he can attend to all of his lover's needs. No man can. Yujiro started. Yujiro never got to finish as Nibi slammed a paw against her cage, rattling the whole mindscape. Kitten, don't insult his heart. Hikari-chan is one of the few friends I have as a biju. Nibi stated, fiery determination and belief in Naruto fueling her words. I take her word close to that of Shinigami-sama's himself. She has spoken highly of him and his heart. I do not know why you are so adamant about insulting him and his loves. Nibi paused again, while sending another heated glare at her container, before finishing in a softer tone, but you need to seriously think about why you are. The feline biju said before flinging her back out of her mind. Yujiro came to and noticed that there was a note on the table. It was from Amaterasu and told her to stay away from Hikari and Anko until both she and they cooled off. She frowned as she felt guilt and embarrassment take root in her chest, and she immediately walked upstairs to sort out her feelings and why she was so confused by Naruto's actions. And why she was so threatened by the girls surrounding him. With Naruto, he had stalked outside only to unseal the notes on elemental manipulation and set to work. He sent 300 clones for lightning and 300 for wind before beginning his usual workout routine. He wasn't really mad at Yujiro, more like disappointed that she jumped to a conclusion just because he was male. Now, he could equate it to the way the villagers treated him, but he knew better. She had just fled her home, she had no friends, and she was probably accosted by males all the time. He would let it slide, but only for a time. If things got too bad, he would have to separate her from his girls and keep an eye on her from a distance. He did promise to protect her after all. Hikari and Anko were watching him, but he made no move to invite them to join him. He wanted to be alone for now. He stopped after finishing his push-ups and smiled at them, visibly letting them know that he was okay. They smiled back and he made a playful shooting motion with his hand that caused them to pout but comply and leave him be. He smiled and went back to his workout. He needed to get stronger, he had neglected himself trying to fix Konoha. It was time to really earn the title Kiroi Senko no Konohagakure. Kami's court. End of the day. Kushina and Minato stood before Kami, one about to make the biggest decision of her life and the other there to support her. Kushina had spent all morning explaining Naruto's life to Minato. Needless to say, he was just about ready to go Kyuubi on their asses, but was stopped by Kushina when she explained Naruto's discovery of his paternal heritage and the subsequent declaration he made to his girlfriends. Kushina had then gone on to describe the various seals he created, using Minato's teachings to their fullest. Minato had been so proud, he had nearly cried. When Kushina had started on having, currently, 4 girls, well, he really had cried. After all, it's not every day you get to see your son legally have a harem of girls who love him. That had, however, led them into a very uncomfortable discussion. Namely, Kami's offer to Kushina. Minato had been silent as she explained her reasoning, and Ryujin showed up and explained Kami's offer, along with her reasoning. Minato had been very conflicted as he didn't know what to say. This, however, had taken up all of the afternoon and nighttime because Ryujin and Kushina had ended up arguing vehemently for their sides, Ryujin for Kami and Kushina for her own. Kushina had been unable to ask Minato his opinion before they had been called before Kami's court yet again. Minato, for his part, was still thinking about it and finally made his decision as they walked through the doors. Kami smiled softly at the both of them and turned to Kushina. Have you made your decision, Kushina? She asked. Kushina glanced around nervously. She knew that trying to be Naruto's mother wouldn't work, so talking with both Ryujin and explaining his life to Minato made that clear to her. But she just didn't know if she could view him as a lover and not her son. Minato stepped forward. Kami-sama. May I speak? He asked respectfully. Kami nodded and he smiled saying, thank you. He turned to Kushina and smiled warmly. Kushina-chan. I am dead. I sacrificed myself to save Konohagakure and I will reside forever in the Shinigami's stomach for it. That was a mistake. They ignored my final wishes and have treated our son like garbage. Well, you hold no part of the blame for it, the fact remains that you weren't there. As it stands now, you have a chance to be something special. Naruto has grown immensely in such a short time and he never really had a childhood. I have a favor to ask of you, if you would indulge a foolish Hokage and a horrible father. He said, smiling bitterly at the end. Everyone was silent, rather shocked at his words. Kushina shakily nodded her head, good. I want you to accept Kamisama's offer. He raised a hand to stay her immediate retort, hear me out. Kamisama's points are more valid than yours. Not to say yours have no merit, more that they do nothing but keep you from our son. If I had the chance to be with him, even if it was nothing more than friendship, I would leap at it and hold on forever. I am asking you, please don't let Naruto slip from your hands again. I was the one to take him from you last time. He said, taking her hands in his, he folded them and pressed them over her heart, this time, I want to give him to you forever. He said, smiling. Kushina was shell-shocked for a moment before she closed her eyes and smiled softly, one tear slipping down each of her cheeks. Alright. I'll do it. She said softly. Ami smiled brightly, I am happy to hear that, Kushina-chan. Thank you for your words of wisdom, Minato Namikaze. She said, acknowledging his part in her decision. Kushina wiped the tears from her eyes and turned to Kami, a new determination blazing in her eyes. When do I get to meet my future lover? She asked. Kami chuckled, soon, first I have a gift for you. She said, waving her hand, causing a summoning scroll to appear. It held ornate golden designs on it, but the biggest thing was the red phoenix adorning the scroll paper. The phoenix summoning contract. Would you like the honor of being the first phoenix Zenin? She asked, chuckling at the owl eyes that Kushina had. Ami suddenly found herself tackled by the exuberant redeed and smiled. Thank you. Kushina yelled before detaching herself and grabbing the scroll. She quickly signed it and smiled at Kami. Ami chuckled again, one last thing before I send you to Naruto-kun. She said before tapping Kushina on the head and causing the woman's eyes to glow and her natural green color to disappear, being replaced by a brilliant gold. I have changed your DNA now. I hope you enjoy your new bloodline. She said, smirking. Kushina opened her mouth, but Kami snapped her fingers because she felt one of the most powerful goddesses quickly approaching and she seemed pissed. Kushina disappeared just as Destiny came bursting into the room. Alright, who added Nibichin and Kushina-chan to Naruto-kun's harem? She roared as she looked around the room. Every god and goddess, sans Yami and Shinigami, who were whistling innocently, blinked owlishly. Destiny noticed the two Kalmar-nervous gods and glared at them, didn't I tell you to stop messing with my plans? Do you have any idea how long it's going to take me to recalculate the rest of the universe for that? She roared, going off on both immortals. Minato turned to Kami, is it always this hectic around here? He asked. She shook her head, oh no, your son has caused more havoc in 13 years than Arachi did in centuries. You should ask Shinigami to let you do his paperwork, you could sit in on the meetings and keep an eye on your ex-wife and son. She suggested. Minato nodded, he could just use Kage Bunshin after all. Suddenly Yami stood up because Destiny had run out of breath, you know. It's not fair, every girl except that snake user has something special for Naruto-kun. She went into thinking mode before smirking and snapping her fingers, disappearing in a black flash. Ami groaned, why do I get the feeling this is going to bite us in the ass? She asked. The other gods just chuckled. Same time Namikaze states. Yami appeared in Anko's room, half scaring her to death when she yelled, boo. To the snake wielder. Anko jumped and turned around holding a kunai in each hand, only to relax when she saw Yami. Ah Yami-chan, what are you doing here? She asked. Yami smiled and snapped her fingers, causing a scroll with black outlines, and the picture of a hydra adorning the paper appeared in front of the purple-haired woman. I am here to offer you the use of the Hydra summoning contract, seeing as they would be far better comrades than those traitorous snakes. She said smiling. Anko's jaw dropped. Really? She asked. Yami nodded, still smiling, yep. You just have to do one little thing for me. She said. Anko eyed her warily, yeah, what's that? She asked. Yami's smile seemed to grow, simple. I want your permission to give you a bloodline. She said. Anko was once again stunned, you want to offer me not only a contract that Aura team searched for, but also a bloodline? She asked incredulously. Yami just nodded, fucking right. Anko said while pumping her fist into the air. Yami chuckled, good to hear, now hold still while I give you this bloodline, and then I will leave the scroll here for you. She said happily as she touched Anko's head and Anko was enveloped in a black light. When it died down, nothing had changed about Anko, but you could feel something was more predatory about her. Now, this bloodline gives you the scales of a hydra for defense and you can inject different enzymes into your torture victims. She said, before smirking lecherously, or you could create an aphrodisiac and go to town with Naruto-kun. she said, causing Anko to blush. Well, that concludes our business, Jana. She said, disappearing just as Anko launched several Hydra heads after her. After all, her snake was now Hydra Jutsu. Anko blinked at the Hydra heads as they all turned around and looked at her curiously. Slowly, a grin made its way onto Anko's face. This will be interesting. She said, smirking with her new elongated canines. Family's reunion and Hydra's pleasure. Naruto sighed as he finished his workout. It had been almost 3 weeks since Anko had told everyone that she was now the Hydra Sennin. She had, however, conveniently forgotten to mention her bloodline. Naruto had wanted to take out both Hana and Amaterasu, but Hana had been sent on a mission for 3 weeks, ending in 2 days, and Amaterasu had been recalled back to Kami's court for a little while. Yujiro, unfortunately, was not settling in as well as he would have liked. She seemed to avoid Hikari and Anko with a passion, and she usually opted to stay away from him as well. There had been no incidents between the girls and her, but it was still very tense. He just shook his head in disappointment and dispelled his shadow clones. He had come a long way in elemental manipulation. His lightning affinity was mastered to a Kage's level, while his wind affinity was easily Sannin, although not quite Kage level. He hadn't touched water yet. Luckily for him, Minato had several wind and lightning jutsus that he had learnt as well. He didn't create any more combat seals, instead focusing on forming his chakra into the seal, so he wouldn't have to draw it out, although the higher the level and the more complex one was, made it harder, so he could only use Byakurai without fully drawing the seal for now. His speed was Minato's level, so he could use the Hiraishin for nearly 8 hours without much strain on his body. His strength was upgraded slightly with his celestial upgrade, so it was now nearing Guy's strength. All in all, Naruto was easily Jounin level, approaching Anbu if he got more experience. He took a step forward, and the world blurred out of existence as he felt a pulse of chakra from his avatar mark. He blinked and found himself in the same world that Susanoo tested him in. Susanoo smirked and waved at him, "Yo Naruto. I got a mission for you," he said. Naruto shook his head smiling, "Okay, what you got?" he asked, just going with the flow as he knew this was part of his agreement. Susanoo turned serious. "Shinigami has reported several necromancers summoning the Iwa army that Minato Namikaze destroyed. We want you to destroy those necromancers and send those souls back to hell in the process," he said. Naruto winced. "I'm supposed to fight a whole undead army?" he asked, slightly skeptical. Susanoo nodded, "Well, yes. We want this done alone, Naruto. I will allow you access to the divine judgment should you need it," he said. Naruto winced again but nodded, "Alright. Will you give me the location and approximate number of enemies?" he asked. Susanoo nodded again. "They are on the Hakai no Hygen plains of destruction, and we estimate at least 10 necromancers and 2 of those are going to be high level," he said. Naruto sighed and nodded, "Understood. Why do I have to do this alone though?" he asked. Susanoo was silent for a moment before responding, "We don't want this whole mess advertised. You alone are easier to hide in the human world than your whole group. As it stands, you will have to inform Sarutobi and Tsunade of your departure. If all of your girls were to join you, there are at least 2 more people to be notified, not to mention the clans involved. It is simpler for you to disappear than for your whole group." Naruto nodded, "Very well, I'll set out in the morning," he said, gaining a nod from Susanoo. The world blurred again, and he found himself standing in his training ground. He sighed again, this was going to be hell at home. Next morning, forest of Hai no Kuni. Naruto jumped through the trees at an astounding pace. He was correct in his assumption that the girls wouldn't be happy with his mission. Anko and Hikari had been downright livid, and Yujiro hadn't been very happy either. Tsunade and Sarutobi had given him time off after being fully informed of the situation, although he had conveniently left out the specific details so as to not worry them or have him followed. He sighed and stopped before running through some hand seals and summoning Kamamura again. "Hello again, Naruto-sama. How may I be of assistance?" he asked respectfully. Naruto smiled, "For now, just keep me company on this journey, I may need you to help me fight later though," he replied. Kamamura nodded, "It would be my pleasure sir," he said as the two took off running again. At night, Naruto bedded down in a cave, dismissing Kamamura after feeding him some fish he had caught. As he drifted off to sleep, he couldn't help but feel that someone was watching him. The following morning, Naruto awoke early and set out for the plains, once again summoning Kamamura. They reached the plains by noon and stopped for lunch before slowing down and creeping up on the plains. Now these plains were home to a rare breed of grass that grew to be nearly 8 feet tall, easily overshadowing a fully grown man. So Kamamura and Naruto would have to physically search for any clearings that the necromancers could be hiding in. Naruto and Kamamura crouched in the tall grass. "Okay, I'll circle to the south, you circle to the north, and we will meet up directly east of here," Naruto said before creating a cage bunchen with nearly half his chakra. "You follow Kamamura and create clones to watch the camps he may encounter." "Understood," he asked, getting nods from both his clone and Kamamura. They all blurred from existence and went about their jobs. Naruto searched the plains for a good 3 hours before finding the first camp. It was simple, a small campfire by a large tent with nearly 100 skeletons standing in rank and file. He observed for 10 minutes before creating a clone and ordering it to keep watch. He spent the next 4 hours doing the same to 9 more camps. However, when he came upon his 12th camp, he realized it was different. This camp didn't have a visible campfire, and the tent was easily large enough to hold the Ichiraku ramen shop, and then some. It had a hole at the top, and green smoke was billowing out from said hole. He also took notice of the 300 skeletons and the 50 extras that were significantly larger and had full plate armor along with broadswords. He made a note to attack this camp last. He made 3 clones this time and set them to watch the camp whilst he headed towards the meeting point. He arrived only to see Kamamura patiently waiting and his clone nodding to him before dispelling. He received the memories of 8 more camps, although none were like that special camp Naruto had noted. He turned to Kamamura who nodded, "Nothing more to report than what your clone saw, sir. Is that all?" he asked. Naruto smiled and unsealed a leg of deer that he had bought specifically for occasions like this. "Nothing more, well done, and thank you for your assistance," he said, tossing the leg to the wolf who grabbed it and dismissed himself. Naruto sighed and walked out of the plains and into the trees. He swiftly made a small camp and set some clones to watch. Tomorrow will be a busy day. As he settled down to sleep, however, he felt like he was being watched again. Up in the trees, a figure with long hair smiled softly as it watched the blonde-haired demigod fall asleep. "Sleep well, Naruto-kun," it said before disappearing. Plains of destruction. Next morning, Naruto awoke and quickly ate breakfast. He dismissed his perimeter clones and nodded, feeling that nothing had disturbed them. He then dispelled the clones watching the separate camps and nodded, noticing that each camp held only 1 necromancer, excluding the specialized one which held 2. He quickly made 600 cage buncheons and had them line up. "Alright you maggots," he yelled, getting their attention. "Listen up. I want 20 groups of 30. Each group will be assigned to a camp. The last group will be with me when we attack the head camp with those 2 necromancers. The signal will be the Hirigekizaki Shintenreho flying dragon striking heaven shaking thunder cannon launched at the main camp. I want 10 clones on the necromancers and the rest running interference. My team, we will be running differently, but you will receive specialized orders later on," he said, getting nods from his mass replicas. "Good, expect the show to start in 3 hours. Move out," he roared, causing them all to disappear. The only sign that they were there, a pair of eyes that held mirth before even that disappeared as well. Naruto's team quickly appeared in a small clearing near the specialized camp. Naruto was lucky that these camps held no shinobi, as they really didn't have any way to pick out him or his clones. "Alright, I am going to create 50 more clones. You all are to stall the regular skeletons, the extra clones will hold off those big guys," Naruto said, thumbing the hulking skeletons with a full plate. "I will personally take out the 2 necromancers. We attack in 2 hours, understood?" he asked, getting nods from his clones before they all disappeared. He turned back to the camp and settled in. The clones would need all their chakra to fight those monstrosities. 2 hours later, Naruto created said clones, who nodded and took off towards the mentally designated area to prepare for the assault. Naruto sighed and slowly began drawing the seal for his most powerful technique. It took him nearly 5 minutes, but he was able to ensure that there were no flaws. He looked to the sky and nodded, it was time. Quickly drawing on a chakra seal he had filled just last night for this occasion, he launched his attack. Heido no Hachiju Hachi Hirigekizaki Shintenreho Way of Destruction 88 Flying Dragon Striking Heaven Shaking Thunder Cannon. Naruto roared as a massive surge of electricity blasted forward and obliterated nearly 200 skeletons in one strike. Naruto smirked as he saw his clones rush forward and begin their assault. He nodded in appreciation of his clone's attack and made his way to the command tent as he noticed 2 figures make their way out of the, now collapsed, tent. They both had glowing green eyes and long back cloaks, however the right one had a silver outline and the left held a blood red one. They took in their attackers before glaring at the approaching demigod. "We are necromancers of the 2nd order. How dare you interrupt the will of our lord? The Yamata no Orochi." They yelled as one before throwing their hands forward and yelling, Harufi, and blasting 4 balls of green hellfire at their attacker. Naruto's eyes widened and quickly dropped to the floor, dodging balls of fire. He leapt back to his feet only to see the red one constantly blasting his position with hellfire, causing him to dodge quickly. He glared at the man but glanced over at the silver one and was shocked. The man was covered in a green light and he yelled out, "Oh no, your way. Armor of bones." His body suddenly became overcome by a bone-like armor go figure. With multiple plates that Naruto could see would be very difficult to break through. Naruto cursed as the silver one rushed forward with high Chunin speed. He quickly dropped into his Yuriken stance and began a fierce taijutsu battle with the man. He absently noticed that the red one was now going through the same ritual and it cost him a heavy hit to his gut. Naruto grunted and flew back, flipping in midair to land just as the red-haired one called out his own armor and they stood before Naruto again. Give up and we will allow you a chance to join the great Orochi. Someone of your talents would be of great use to him. The silver one said. Naruto growled as he felt a small pulse from his avatar mark. Yeah, not gonna happen boys. Let's take this up a notch. Titan no Boi. Titan's defense. Naruto yelled as his body shifted due to his bloodline. His skin became dark grayish-black and red lines depicting a raging storm played across his body like a mural. Feel honored. I haven't used this yet in battle and you have forced my hand. Naruto said as he dropped his resistant seal, rolled his shoulders, and dropped into his taijutsu stance. Let's dance. He yelled as the necromancers charged him. This time, however, things were vastly different. Unencumbered by his seal, Naruto was running circles around the two necromancers, however their armor was still strong. Despite the few blows they got in, Naruto was winning by far. His defense was just as powerful, if not more so, than their own, and he was able to push them back. He was doing rather well until their eyes glowed brightly and they started cackling insanely. It seems our master anticipated your arrival and has given us the power to destroy you. Behold the might of the Yamato no Orochi. Demuto no Senshi. Soldier of the damned. They yelled together. They were both engulfed in a strong green fire, and Naruto watched in slight horror at the two necromancers as their bodies were destroyed and all that remained was the bone armor and their own bones that quickly formed into a skeletal warrior the size of a tree of Konoha encased in glowing green fire. However, one soldier's eyes were bright red whilst the others were an otherworldly silver. Prepare yourself chosen of the Anjuin. For we will destroy you. They yelled again as a large broadsword and shield appeared in their hands. Naruto paled and quickly set himself on the defensive. His clones had long since dispelled and the new ability of the necromancers seems to have caused the skeletons to have crumbled to the ground. He absently noted that the other necromancers were pushovers compared to these two as his clones had taken them out without much difficulty. Naruto didn't have any more time to contemplate as the silver one slammed his sword down where Naruto was just a second before. Naruto quickly realized he would need help and pulled out a scroll before yelling Kai. And letting 1,000 kunai pepper the area. Both necromancers turned damned soldiers let out dark chuckles. Kunai will do nothing for you. Now die. The red one said. Naruto smirked, yeah keep telling yourself that asshole. He yelled as the red one slammed his sword down, only to miss as Naruto disappeared in a flash of gold. Naruto smirked again and spent the next 10 minutes dodging their strikes while trying to come up with a plan. Nothing in his arsenal, at least within the time he was allowed, would harm these creatures, so this was beginning to look pretty grim. Of course, that's when things changed. A loud feminine voice cried out from above, Suiten Suryuiden no Jutsu. Water release water dragon technique. The large water dragon slammed into the red eyes one, which cried out in pain as it felt the water douse its flames to almost fatal levels. Naruto looked up and was shocked, they're flying on what seemed to be wings of flame that left small embers floating in their wake-one was the woman he had seen in the one picture of his mother and father. He froze and was lucky that the two fiery warriors were focused on the flaming redeed. You boys better have a good reason for attacking Naruto-kun or we are going to have a big problem. She said glaring at the two even as she made more hand signs. The red-eyed one opened his mouth to respond rather rudely when he heard Suiten Teppadama no Jutsu. Water release water bullet technique and he felt his flame go out. He cursed himself for his foolishness even as he felt his soul be dragged away to hell and the bones fall to the ground now lifeless. Kushina glared at the remaining soldier and said, that was rhetorical, you attack Naruto and that's your death. She growled out as the silver-eyed one began to attack in earnest. Naruto, who had been stunned by the appearance of his supposed cousin, shook his head to clear it. She can't be my cousin. I have no parents, they are both dead. Besides that, I'm too old to have someone ordering me around. He thought before sweat dropping, well, except for the women in my bed, but that's a separate issue. Naruto thought as he turned back to the battle. He took notice that the redhead seemed to be tired and took into account her justice. He noticed her flicker her attention to him for a moment and he stiffened and then nodded. He needed to do something, and soon, if they were to get out of this alive. He watched as she flew through the air and quietly made his way behind the enraged warrior, all the while gathering chakra for his most devastating jutsu. When he had positioned himself appropriately he made a clone, after this is over, collect the kunai. No. Matter. What? He said, getting a nod from the clone before it disappeared and began its assigned job. He collected his chakra and quickly ran through several hand seals for one of his newest. Suryuiden no Jutsu. Lightning release lightning dragon technique. Naruto yelled, pouring nearly all of his chakra into the jutsu. The soldier heard the technique's call but was too slow to block it. It slammed into him at full force and weakened him considerably. My turn. Kushina yelled as she summoned quite a bit of chakra, Sut and Dai Tepidama no Jutsu. Water release great water bullet technique, she yelled as 3 water bullets twice the size of normal slammed into the remaining warrior, ending his spell and causing his death. Naruto was panting, as was Kushina as she landed in front of him. He set himself in a neutral stance as he attempted to both catch his breath and determine who she was. He eyed her warily and she sighed in sadness, I promised to answer all your questions, but seeing as we are both tired and, probably, hungry. What do you say to getting out of here and setting up camp? She asked. Naruto eyed her again but nodded. Alright. You did help me so I'll trust you. For now. But I want answers. He said forcefully, getting a nod from the redhead. A single thought went through both their heads as they headed off towards Naruto's previous campsite. It's going to be a long night. They thought. Naruto's campsite that night. Naruto and Kushina had reignited the old campfire and had both unsealed food for themselves. After all, Naruto didn't trust Kushina. They sat quietly around the campfire, across from one another, until Naruto finished his instant ramen and set it down, leveling his stare at the redhead. Alright, explain. Why do you look so much like my cousin? He asked seriously. Kushina sighed softly, promise to hear me out before you react. She asked. Naruto considered it a moment before nodding, he still owed her for the help earlier anyways. Kushina nodded, adopting a serious look. I am Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze. The Akashinku of Konohagakure and widow of Minato Namikaze. She said sadly, causing Naruto to freeze. 1,000 thoughts went through his head, but they all came back to one question, where had she been? Kushina sniffled as tears started flowing down her face, actually surprising Naruto. After giving birth to you, I was attacked by a man in a spiral mask. He was able to hit me with a time-space ninjutsu and send me to a pocket dimension. She said sadly before hiccuping with laughter, not before I killed him though. She stated. Naruto was strangely quiet and numb as he stared at the woman who claimed to be his cousin, at least in his eyes. I spent the next 13 years in a catatonic state. Every day I thought of you and if you were safe or happy. I stayed in said dimension until Ryujin was able to save me. She stated, causing Naruto's eyebrow to rise. She noticed this and smiled softly, I was brought to Kami's court where I was faced with a choice. I was allowed to view your life and speak with Minato before I decided, and here I am. If you want to know what the choice was, then I'll tell you. Just. Please don't reject me. I can't lose you again. She said sobbing at the end, her head in her hands. Naruto was a bit shell-shocked, but he always hated seeing a woman cry and that, along with his ever-growing kindness, urged him to act. He quietly closed the distance between them and hugged her, causing her to stiffen and then relax, grabbing him and sobbing into his chest uncontrollably. Shhhhhhhh. It's alright. Let it out. He said softly as his own tears threatened to spring forth. A good 3 minutes later, Kushina had stopped crying and was able to pull back, wiping the tears from her eyes as she said, thank you. Naruto nodded, I understand you can't be held accountable for what happened, so let's just put that behind us. He said, gaining a surprised look from Kushina. You're just going to forgive me that easily? She asked incredulously. Naruto shrugged while smiling, if I can forgive Jiji for what he did. Then I can definitely forgive you for something out of your control. After all, hating you for what happened would make me no better than the civilians. He said. Kushina smiled softly, thank you Naruto-kun. She said softly. Naruto raised an eyebrow. You haven't called me Sachi yet. Am I to guess that this has something to do with your decision? He asked, sincerely curious. Kushina suddenly looked nervous but nodded, yes it is. I am still slightly uncomfortable with it, but I promised Minato. She said. Naruto felt slightly annoyed but shook his head, I am sorry, but if this concerns me. I would rather be informed of it now than be blindsided later. He stated. They had not moved so Kushina scooted slightly away from him. Very well. Kami allowed me to view your life, as I said. She was of the opinion that you do not and would violently refuse to have your mother thrust upon you. She said looking Naruto in the eyes. Naruto silently thought it over before nodding in agreement, giving Kushina a slight pain, but she shrugged it off thinking, I'm not his mother, but I can be one again with his help. She thought, actually smiling fondly at the latter of her thoughts. She shook her head clearing it before continuing, so she gave me an option. Return and attempt to be your mother, and fail. Or return and attempt to be one of the women you share your life with. She said blushing at the end. Naruto's jaw dropped. You mean a wa? He said as his brain fried. Kushina actually chuckled at him as he tried to reboot. I was rather adamant against the second option until Minato talked to me. She said, gaining his attention. Housen wanted you to do this? He asked incredulously. Kushina giggled and nodded, he convinced me. The night he sealed Kyuubi into you, I refused, but he eventually wore me down. He took you from my arms that night with every intention of you being returned to me. He told me, and I quote, I was the one to take him from you last time. This time, I want to give him to you forever. End quote. She said, smiling fondly at the memory. Naruto gulped and stood up, running a hand through his hair. He really said that? He asked, looking at her. Kushina nodded, cross my heart and hope to die. He supported it 100. Oh, and if you're worrying about our relationship, your transformation almost completely obliterated that, and Kami gave me a bloodline, those wings, so we wouldn't be blood related. She added. Naruto paced around the camp for a good 5 minutes until he turned and smiled at her. Two will give you a chance, but I think we should just get to know one another as friends first. After thinking about it, you are correct that I would never see you as a mother. I am happy you still wish to know me, and I won't deny you that. Besides, I think I would like to know just what Yakin saw in you. He said. Kushina squealed and glomped him, yelling, thank you. Causing Naruto to drop to the floor and reveal his celestial features. Time seemed to freeze as Kushina noticed them, and Naruto closed his eyes, waiting for the inevitable. He didn't have to wait long as a shout of kawaii. They're even cuter in person. Came from Kushina, and she started petting Naruto, causing him to purr deeply. Naruto blushed as Kushina's smirk turned downright Hikari-ish, and she started assaulting his extra features with renewed earnest. Naruto had one thought as she hit a particularly sensitive spot behind his ear, maybe I could get used to this. Konoha 3 days later, Vegito had nearly gone stir-crazy when Naruto left. Over the past month, the tension between her and the other girls had increased. With Hana and Amaterasu away all the time, and Hikari and Anko both still holding a grudge, she hadn't really made any friends. On the friends note, her relationship with Nibi had been considerably strained, and she was feeling the effects of it. Her chakra was out of whack, her usual stamina seemed to evade her, and she could swear her enhanced senses were regressing. She sighed as she thought over her decision to stay here. It may be safe, but it certainly isn't homely. At least, not to me. She thought as she caught sight of Hikari tending to the flowers like a housewife. All of the other girls are involved with Naruto on some level, but every time I see him, I just freeze and run away. It's like I just won't even give him a chance. She thought sadly. She knew she really should thank Naruto properly for his help, but she just couldn't throw herself at a guy that already had 4 beautiful girls hanging out in his house. She shook those thoughts from her head as she noticed Hana walk into the yard and Amaterasu appeared in a flash of black fire. She smiled, hoping to connect more to the 2 canine females. She stood up and quickly headed downstairs, unaware of the coming argument that approached the nearly peaceful home. Vegito bounded down the stairs and burst into the living room just as Naruto's girls all came in at once. Everyone just froze as they felt the tension in the room. Vegito was switching her gaze from the stony Hikari and the hostile Anko, even as they stared back. Hana and Amaterasu shared a look before Hana sighed and smacked Hikari and Anko upside their heads. Didn't Naruto tell you to forgive her? Leave her be. She said, being the mediator once again. Hikari and Anko both adopted a sad face and nodded sullenly. Hana nodded in agreement and looked to Vegito, and you should have tried to patch things up. It may be your feelings but, instead of just hiding, you could have talked to them about their feelings about Naruto and why they are willing to share him. She said, getting a mixture of a glare and a sullen look from the feline female. Hana sighed, you are under Naruto's protection, but you have to try and be friendly. We can't do all the work. She said. Vegito frowned in sadness and nodded, sorry. She said softly. Nibi was strangely quiet about this whole affair and was attempting to let Vegito sort out her own thoughts and feelings on being here. She may have encouraged Vegito to run, but that doesn't mean she would force her own beliefs on her container friend. Hana nodded again, alright. Now, how about we all sit down and talk for a while? I've been away for 3 weeks and I want to know what's going on. She said, smiling softly as she moved to the couch. Amaterasu took a recliner, same with Vegito, but Hikari and Anko joined Hana on the couch. Hikari frowned, well, Naruto is out on a mission for Susanoo-sama, but we don't know where or what he is doing. She said, looking at Amaterasu. Amaterasu sighed, I can't give out Kami-related information. Hana, Hikari, and Anko shared a look that nearly caused Amaterasu to flinch, however, I can say that he will have something important to discuss when he arrives home in about an hour. I felt his chakra signature approaching the city when I arrived. She said, getting curious and appreciative looks from the girls. Anko nodded, alright, thanks for the heads up. She said. Amaterasu nodded. Hana turned to Vegito, now that I think of it, what was your life in Kuma like? She asked. All eyes turned to the feline female, who blushed and cleared her throat, well, it wasn't all butterflies and rainbows, but I did have it better than most Jinchuriki. You see, the Jinchuriki of the Hachibi, Killer Bee, is the brother to the current Reikage and has built up a very good reputation as Kumagakure's protector. So, I was given some modicum of respect as they expected me to turn out the same way. However, Nibichin destroyed a good portion of the village upon her last escapade before being sealed into me, and this caused more grief than the Hachibi. So, while I wasn't outright abused, I was often denied service or called names behind my back. She said, giving a very brief summary of events. Amaterasu nodded, okay, so then how about when you became a Kunoichi? She asked, genuinely curious. Yujito sighed, well, as a genin I stood out because I pushed myself night and day to be the best. I was given special training to control Nibichin's chakra, which was easy considering she is my friend. When I was promoted to Chunin, that is when I started having trouble. Both with the council and the civilians. By this time, there were rumors of corpses going missing and the dead walking. Of course, the first one under suspicion was me seeing as I contained Nibichin, who has been known to use corpses to protect herself. This gained nods from both Amaterasu and Hikari. Needless to say, now we know Orochimaru is behind it. Anyways, the council members are old-timers from the previous Raikage who attempted to take the Byakugan. They saw this as a chance to make me, well, a cum slut as Naruto put it. They tried everything to trash my credibility and my reputation, but it failed until they took drastic measures, and here I am. She said sadly. Hikari frowned but nodded, I see. I know you mentioned the Raikage, Killer Bee, Samui, Amoy, and Carrie as friends of yours. Are they your only ones? She asked. Yujito nodded, my teammates didn't like me and dropped me as soon as I reached Chunin. I met Killer Bee and his squad when I went for Nibichin's training, and they were my first real friends. I know I probably made them sad by leaving but. She looked contemplative for a minute before nodding, can't be home when I have to watch out for being raped 247 for the rest of my life. She said. Anko frowned and suddenly got up and hugged her, don't worry, Naruto-kun will keep you safe, as will we all. She said smiling, getting nods from the other girls. For just a moment, everyone let go of their different ideals, and the room nearly glowed with happiness. It's good to see you all bonding so much. Naruto's voice carried out from the doorframe. The girls all looked up and smiled brightly, even Yujito, and yelled, today Naruto-kun. Naruto chuckled, it's good to be a homegirl. I have someone I want you to meet. He said before stepping in and to the side, letting a slightly nervous Kushina walk in and wave. This is Kushina Uzumaki, and she will be staying with us for the foreseeable future, he said. All the girls, excluding Amaterasu and Yujito, looked at Kushina with surprise and then turned to Naruto. Hikari frowned, Naruto-kun is she? She asked, but Naruto cut her off. Let's sit and talk before I answer that question because it is very complicated. He said, giving the girls a look that practically screamed for them to drop the issue. Hana nodded and smiled at Kushina, while it took Hikari and Anko only a few seconds longer before nodding as well. Kushina smiled, thanks. I appreciate you listening first. She said. Naruto smiled as well and said, as do I Kushina, if you would. He said, motioning for her to explain. He discreetly dropped a Hiraishin kunai behind Kushina as the girls all looked at said woman. Kushina nodded and steeled herself. Well, she wanted the blessing of the girls who had already captured Naruto's heart, she wasn't going to let him go for anything short of death or his own wishes. I believe it would be best to start from the beginning, as long as you all promise to hear my full story before you ask any questions, alright? She asked, getting reluctant nods from the girls. She continued, I guess the best way to say it is that I was Naruto's birth mother. Hikari's, Hana's, Yujito's and Anko's eyes widened, but she continued before they could say or do anything. I won't claim that I'm his mother, as it isn't true. Before you all ask where I was, I'll get to that. She said. The four girls each sat quietly contemplating what had been said. Yujito had been given a brief rundown of Naruto's life via Nibi, who heard it from Hikari. She knew that Naruto believed himself to be an orphan for much of his life. She frowned, as did the other girls, as they connected the dots. However, Naruto intervened. Please continue, Kushina-san. Naruto said. Kushina nodded and took a deep breath. I was attacked after giving birth by a man wearing a spiral mask. He used some type of time-space ninjutsu that sent me to a pocket dimension for the past 13 years. I was able to kill the bastard though. She stated. The four girls looked a bit skeptical, but Naruto and Amaterasu nodded. I was eventually rescued by Ryujin-sama and taken to Kami's court, where I was given a choice regarding my future. This threw the girls for a loop, but another nod of agreement from Amaterasu confirmed her story, and they kept quiet as per their promise. Kushina waited a moment before continuing again. Kami allowed me to view Naruto-kun's past, and I was rather pissed. I argued with Kami and Yami for some time regarding my decision before I was given an ultimatum. Choose by the end of the day or never see Naruto-kun again. I asked to meet Minato, who I spent all day with, trying to figure out my choice, before finding myself once again in front of the court. She said. Kushina paused here and it was Anko who spoke up, you keep talking about this choice, but you never told us what it is. She said in a slightly annoyed voice. Kushina looked at Naruto who nodded, I'll get to that. Minato eventually told me to accept Kamisama's offer and I did. I was given a bloodline and had my DNA slightly altered, so I would no longer have a relationship with Naruto-kun. she said, getting a gasp and a glare from Hikari, who figured it out. Yujito could have with Nibi's help, but she was oddly silent throughout this affair as well. Yes, I'm sure you figured it out. I was allowed to either try to be Naruto's mother and fail or try to be one of the women he loves. She said softly. Everything was quiet for only a moment before Hikari was intercepted by Amaterasu. Yujito was holding a conversation about Kushina's actions with Nibi and decided to remain neutral for now. Hikari had settled for giving Kushina a WTF you thinking. Look, but Anko. Well, Anko was about to sink a kunai into Kushina's chest when a flash of gold appeared behind Kushina and Naruto's hand stopped the blade. Anko struggled to stab Kushina, but Naruto tightened his grip and didn't let go. Naruto noticed that Hana and Yujito were quite tame and simply waiting to see how this played out, while simultaneously noticing Kushina's obvious antness before pulling from his avatar mark, causing him to glow gold as he yelled, "Enough." Immediately, Hikari and Anko stopped struggling, but they settled for glaring at Kushina. Naruto pushed Anko away and glared at both Hikari and Anko, causing them to flinch away. "We will sit down and discuss this like adults, not a bunch of Neanderthals," Naruto said calmly as his aura faded away. Slowly, the girls returned to their seats, with Kushina sitting as close to Naruto as possible. She may be a cage-class kunoichi, but even she was scared of that many high-class enemies attacking her at once. Naruto smiled, "Good. Now, I believe it would be best to start with some questions. Hana, you may go first," he said, gaining a nod from said feral woman. He turned back to Anko and Hikari and said, "You two, control yourselves," he said. Hikari and Anko felt guilt wash through them and silently nodded. Naruto nodded and Hana took a deep breath before speaking. "I would like to know a few things. First, how can we be sure that you love Naruto as a lover and not as a mother?" she asked. Kushina stared at Hana for a moment, her eyes going blank. I am not quite so sure myself. However, I do not view him as my son and he does not view me as his mother. I do care for him seeing as he is part of my family. Well, in whatever convoluted way we are related now. I simply want the chance to love him as you girls do. If it doesn't turn out that way, then at least I can be his friend," she said honestly. Hikari and Anko frowned, but true to their word, were quiet. Yujito and Amaterasu were nodding while Hana did the same. "Okay then. Second, do you still feel well married to Minato?" she asked, trying to figure a better way to put it considering Minato had been dead for years. Kushina shook her head, "No. I didn't want him to seal Kyuubi. Sorry about that." Hikari turned into Naruto in the first place and, through the years, I have come to resent him for it. Especially after I watched Naruto-kun's life. I won't say I hate him or anything, and I was married to him for a time, but I don't care for him as I once did," she explained, pausing partway through as she realized it was rude to not call Hikari by her name. She may have valued his opinion about the offer, seeing as it concerned their son, but she didn't really love him as much as she used to. This time, all the girls were quiet as they thought over what she said. Hana nodded again, "Alright, that's fine then. Just a warning, attempt to treat him like your son and I'll kick you out of here faster than Naruto can use his Hiraishin," she said forcefully, gaining a nod from the redhead. She turned to Naruto, then, "What do you feel about this Naruto-kun?" she asked, causing every single one of the girls to focus on him. Naruto closed his eyes in contemplation before slowly opening them and sighing. "I believe her story and do not begrudge her for not being there for my childhood. I agreed to getting to know one another better and would happily call her my friend," he said before trailing off, "but more than that is currently out of reach. I must resolve my own feelings and I have a hunch that Kushina needs to sort things out more thoroughly herself before we go any farther," he said, actually gaining a nod from the fiery redhead. I would be happy to keep it slow," she said, smiling softly. Naruto nodded back, "In short, I'm fine with the way things are. I simply wanted you girls to know this as well. She will be staying here for now and I would appreciate it if you would all welcome her warmly," he said. Hana, Yujito, and Amaterasu all nodded. While Amaterasu and Yujito were both accepting of Kushina's decision, Hana was more borderline and decided that she would help keep the peace among the women, but Kushina would have to work on Naruto alone. However, this was not sitting well with Naruto's most adamant supporters and lovers, namely Anko and Hikari. They had both seen firsthand what a crappy childhood he had and the pain of never knowing who his parents were. When he found out, it was their shoulders that he had cried on to release his childhood despair. They felt that she had no right to even be in the same house as him. Hikari glared and spoke up, "What makes you think you deserve the chance to be with Naruto?" she asked. Kushina's confidence had waned upon initially meeting Naruto and his girls, but after getting support from both Naruto and some of his girls, it had returned in full force. "I have the same chance with him as any other woman and I will take it," she said forcefully, surprising the others. Naruto raised an eyebrow but kept silent. Anko answered this time, just because you're a woman doesn't mean you can make up for all those missed years just by spreading your legs. She said, glaring as well. Kushina's own glare came into play and she growled at the Hidori-sen and Hydra Sage, how dare you? I'll admit that I can't make up those years, although I would spend the rest of my life trying to. However, I won't because it's not worth it. Instead, I want to be someone important to a man I care about. I want to look to the future, not wallow in the past. She said passionately. She may want to take it slow, but never let it be said that Kushina Uzumaki didn't know what she wanted. Anko and Hikari were livid at this point, but Naruto stepped up once again, and the two girls backed down as he glared at them with anger and disappointment in his eyes. Drop it. He said, causing them both to flinch. Naruto sighed and calmed down, I understand your anger, but it is unwarranted. Please take it out on something else, not Kushina. He said. Anko and Hikari both shared a look before disappearing in their respective shunshuns. Naruto sighed again, that could have gone better. He said before turning back to Hana-chan, I would like to take you out tomorrow night at 7. Would you do me the honor of accompanying me to dinner? He asked. Hana squealed and glomped him, causing the other girls to smile, although Yujito had a slight pang of something hit her. She kissed him square on the lips, it's a date. Naruto-kun. She purred as she turned and sauntered up the stairs, causing Naruto's eyes to be glued to her ass till it disappeared. Naruto shook his head to clear it before bidding the girls goodnight and heading to bed himself. Kushina and Amaterasu shared a look before giggling perversely. Tomorrow was going to be fun. Next day 7 p.m. Animal Kingdom. Naruto had spent all day in his bunker lab, letting the girls get Hana ready just like they did for Amaterasu. Surprisingly, Hikari and Anko hadn't bothered Kushina or Yujito and had decided to tease advise Hana about the date. Thinking of Hikari, he rubbed the new Kyuubi mark on his neck. She had snuck into Naruto's room last night and claimed him just like he claimed her, although without the sex. Naruto had promptly cuddled with her all night, letting her know that he was disappointed in her, but not mad at all. Naruto had arrived at 645 to pick up his date and had not been disappointed. She wore a beautiful kimono that depicted a large brown husky cuddling with a small black and white rat terrier. Her hair framed her face, once again Hikari's work, and her finger and toenails had been painted an earthy green, as that was the overall color of the kimono. She hadn't worn any makeup, but Naruto always thought that a woman shouldn't hide her beauty behind cosmetics. Needless to say, Hana had been pleased with Naruto's reaction when he had stared at her for a moment before shaking his head furiously and smiling at his date saying, I'm sorry, could you please inform Hana-chan that I am unable to accompany her tonight because my brain seems to have stopped working. Hana had blushed and giggled cutely before bending forward and pecking Naruto on the lips. She pulled back but stayed close enough for him to feel her breath on his face. Hana says that you won't need your brain as long as your manners and mouth are still working. She said, smirking sexily. Naruto had simply nodded dumbly before offering her his arm. They had promptly set out for the Animal Kingdom restaurant where they had been seated in the Lone Wolf section again. Naruto and Hana had already ordered when Hana leant forward, so, I know a lot about what you like and all, but I still have to ask. What do you think of our arranged marriage? She asked curiously. Naruto sighed and set down his drink, I'll be honest. I don't like forcing anyone into anything. I only accepted what was said because we could both get out if we wanted to. Naruto said, causing Hana's good mood to falter slightly, however, I was attracted to you when Anko introduced us, and I can honestly say that I would look forward to a future with you as my wife. You're strong, kind, level-headed, smart, beautiful, talented. Well, the list goes on. But, enough of that, I know you have a passion for healing, but do you have any hobbies? He asked. Hana blushed but took a sip of her liquid courage sake and tried to control her blushing. Well, I have a passion for helping animals as well, but my hobby. She paused and thought for a moment, well, I would have to say sunbathing. She said, causing Naruto to raise an eyebrow and Hana to blush, I just love the way the sun feels on my skin. It's so warm and powerful. I could lay in the sun all day if I had the chance. She said, getting excited talking about one of her favorite pastimes. Naruto chuckled, so, I guess I will have to take you sunbathing sometime. I know this cute little clearing near a waterfall that gets the perfect amount of sun every day. Naruto said, smirking. He nearly sweat-dropped as he saw stars in her eyes as she yelled, really? Naruto nodded, yes, I'd love to. He said smiling. Hana quickly hugged him and kissed him again, causing a goofy grin to spread across his face, and Hana to blush as their food soon arrived. They spent the remainder of the evening simply chatting about several different things, mostly ninja-related issues. They stayed away from discussing Kushina or Yujito though, and that was a good thing. As they were leaving however, Naruto spoke softly to the manager before walking his date home. As they reached the second floor, a repeat of Amaterasu's date occurred as Hana and Naruto made out furiously and ended in Naruto asking Hana out on another date soon. Hana had promptly kissed him again before heading to bed and squealing in excitement, causing Naruto to chuckle. As he headed upstairs, Naruto was unaware of the two golden eyes staring at him as the owner thought, "No more waiting, I will have you Naruto-kun," before disappearing into the shadows. Namikaze estates next morning. Naruto's room. Warning. Lemon starts here. Please skip to the next bold line if you are not of age. Naruto felt like his body was on fire. He squirmed a bit to put it out, but instead woke up only to feel a small sheen of sweat covering his aching body. It took him only a split second to realize why his body was this way. He was horny. Unfortunately, he didn't have any more time to think about that as he moaned aloud. He looked down only to find his sheets bobbing up and down. Okay, so Hikari already made up with me, Hana and Amaterasu aren't at this stage yet, and of course Yujito and Kushina wouldn't be doing this so. Naruto didn't get to finish his thought as the sheets were thrown off his body and he was treated to the most erotic side he had ever woken up to. Anko was sucking and licking his cock like a 10-inch lollipop while massaging his balls with one hand and holding his hips down with another. She stopped for only a moment and smiled sexily, with his cock still in her mouth, before deep-throating him and humming, causing the already horny Naruto to loudly proclaim, "Ankichin kuming." Anko mentally smirked and pulled back to his lower head before getting her first taste of Naruto's seed. It held a sort of sweet taste to it, although it was somewhat salty, and she happily gobbled it down. Naruto was breathing hard as he came off his orgasm, and yet he could still feel the heat from his bodybuilding for sex once again. He looked down as Anko gulped the last of his essence, and his cock nearly sprang back to life at the sexy smile she wore. "Did Naruto-kun like waking up to having his cock sucked?" she asked. Naruto chuckled, yes I did. However, would you mind explaining why you're here and why nobody hurt us?" he asked as Anko curled up next to him and let her hands wander his toned body. Anko smirked as she felt Naruto's own hands begin to trail up her body, lightly brushing her breasts and nipples, before searching for other erogenous areas. "I put up one of those silencing and barrier seals for the sound. I also left a note that you would be training for most of the morning. As for why I'm here." She let it trail off as she moaned when he stuck two fingers into her sopping wet cunt. Naruto smirked and began to pleasure his lover while adding his mouth to her right nipple and his hand to the entirety of her left breast. She moaned loudly under his ministrations, but this isn't what she wanted. She quickly flipped him on his back and growled lightly before biting him on his left shoulder, causing him to yelp in pain. "I'm here to fuck you senseless. You already had Hikari-chan, so it's my turn. And I will get what I want, one way or another," she said, smirking as she felt his cock go rigid and his eyes go wide with lust and shock. "What did you do?" Naruto asked as he winced. His cock was burning up. He could feel the blood throbbing through his body and he felt his cock strain to enter the female on top of him. Anko smirked sexily and lowered herself so that Naruto's cock was between their stomachs and began to lightly apply pressure. "I forgot to mention that with the Hydra contract, I gained a bloodline. I am able to create poisons for torture. However, I am also able to create very powerful aphrodisiacs, which I can tell you are cursing me for right now," she said. Naruto growled lightly, but it turned into a whimper as his hips buckled and he tried to enter his lover. Anko bent closer to his ear, "Release your other features and promise to fuck me till I'm satisfied and I'll ride you like there's no tomorrow," she whispered sexily into his ear. Needless to say, Naruto happily obliged and Anko smirked and she rocked back to her knees before grabbing Naruto's cock and placing it at her entrance. "Don't move until I say so," she said, gaining a nod from her blonde-haired Adonis. She slowly slid down and engulfed Naruto's cock in her tight love hole. While Hikari's had been a perfect fit, Naruto could feel Anko's pussy regularly pulsing almost. Every 3 seconds or so, her walls would contract and give him a pleasurable squeeze. Anko cried out in pleasure as he bottomed out inside her pussy, his tit pushing against her cervix. She slowly rolled her hips, with Naruto moaning aloud before smirking at him yet again. "You're amazing, Naruto-kun," she said, as she couldn't stand teasing him any longer. She put her hands on his chest and began to rise and fall on his cock, with his hips eagerly matching a furious pace. While Naruto had kept it somewhat slow with Hikari, Anko wanted no such thing and happily cried out in pleasure as his cock buried itself into her cervix with every thrust. Naruto was floating high on a mixture of an aphrodisiac and Anko's actions. She had thoroughly turned him on and her pussy was amazing to say the least. In addition to the rhythmic pulsing, her pussy seemed to have these ridges that massaged him as he entered and exited. He was having a hard time not just ramming into her and filling her with his seed before she climaxed. So, he set his hands into play and began to massage and tease Anko's breasts. This gained him a loud moan from the purple-haired Hidori, and Naruto smirked as he doubled his actions, attempting to give his lover an orgasm she wouldn't forget. Anko was indeed well on her way to said orgasm. Naruto's well-endowed cock was stretching her to her limits, although pleasurably so. She could feel a slight amount of hot precum coating her cervix, and his actions on her breasts were causing her vision to become blurry as she continued to impale herself upon the man she loved. She could feel her pussy squeezing Naruto, giving her pleasure as well, and the small ridges that seemed to be as sensitive as her cervix. She shifted slightly as she felt Naruto's cock go rigid and slammed herself down, realizing too late that this new angle brushed against her G-spot. Naruto's eyes widened as Anko's pussy clamped down on him, and she screamed in pleasure. It was too much for him as the tip of his cock found its way into her womb. He growled aloud as his baby batter began to paint her womb white. He grabbed her hips and held her to him as he continued to give his lover the precious liquid she had tried so hard to obtain. He could feel the ridges in her pussy massaging his cock to get as much of his seed as possible, and he happily supplied it. Anko threw her head back as he brushed her G-spot and pierced her cervix and screamed in pleasure. She felt her pussy clamp down on his cock and her vision go wide as she felt the hot cream pour into her womb like a fountain. She moaned softly as she felt it fill her and prolong her orgasm. She could feel her ridges as they massaged him and the way his cock throbbed before depositing more of his baby batter into her most holy place. She smiled softly as she felt him tapering off and her own orgasm slowing down. She silently collapsed on top of him. End of lemon. You're safe. After their orgasms, Naruto chuckled, well, that was certainly a wacky call I'd like to get again. He said. Anko just moaned in agreement and snuggled into his chest. Naruto noticed her neck and his avatar mark glowed as he bit down on her. Anko winced but had been warned by Hikari, so she bit Naruto right where Hikari had. After letting go, Naruto's mark formed into a beautiful golden wolf on her collar. Anko, however, had formed an 8-headed hydra that had curled together with a 9-tailed fox. Anko, however, smiled at her handiwork. She had no problem with sharing with Hikari. Mine. Naruto said softly as he cuddled with his newest mate. Anko just smiled in contentment. They took a nap and woke up 3 hours later at noon. They headed downstairs but were disturbed by Hikari who smiled knowingly at Anko before turning to Naruto. Naruto-kun. There's an Anbu at the door for you and Yujita-san. She said. Naruto nodded and headed downstairs only to find all the girls waiting for him. He stepped to the door and the cat Anbu nodded. Naruto Uzumaki, you and Yujito Nai have been summoned by the Hokage. The Raikage has arrived with his delegation regarding Yujito Nai's situation. Please come soon. She said before disappearing. Naruto turned to his girls and a shocked-looking Yujito before nodding. Yujito and I will go. The rest of you, please wait here. He said, gaining understanding nods from his lover soon-to-be lovers. Naruto turned to Yujito and held out his hand. She looked scared, but Naruto smiled warmly. Don't worry, I'll protect you. He said. Yujito gulped and, with mental courage from Nibi, took his hand before they disappeared. Evil Cliffinger no Jutsu. Muahaha. One if you have ever seen Shakugan no Shana, then it's her wings. The Raikage's response and Snake's frustration. Yujito was highly anxious and nervous about meeting her friends and former leader. She didn't leave any notes or explanations behind and she knew that Samui, at least, would be furious with her. Naruto, on the other hand, was mentally preparing himself for several scenarios. One was that the Raikage would demand Yujito's return. This would never be allowed by Naruto unless the council was removed. Obviously, this would be the worst option. Another was that the Raikage would endorse her departure and she could take up residence, legally, in Konoha. This was the best option. Yet another scenario, Yujito could choose to return of her own free will. Hopefully, she wouldn't choose this option without some major changes in regard to her safety. Several other scenarios raged between these choices and Naruto was trying to be prepared for anything. Naruto and Yujito soon appeared in front of the Hokage tower. Yujito's eyes began to flirt around nervously, so Naruto quickly stepped closer and gave her a one-arm hug. It'll be okay Yujita-chan. Just remember, you left to protect yourself, you haven't given up any secrets and you still care for these people and they care for you. Trust me and trust them to do what is best for you. He said soothingly. Indeed, kitten. He is right. You're justified in your actions. Nibi spoke up, her voice back to the caring tone it had held nearly a month ago. Nibi-chan. I'm sorry about the way I've acted. I realize that I've been rather rude to Naruto-kun and he doesn't deserve that. Yujito mentally said to her tenon causing a wave of warmth to spread through her body and her weariness to fade as they synchronized once again. I am glad to see you have come to your senses regarding Naruto-kun. As long as you give him a chance, that is all I ask. However, now is not the time for that. Focus on the task ahead. Nibi stated, getting a mental nod from her container. Perhaps, once she has settled in, I can finally be more than just her mental guide. Nibi thought as she watched her container step inside the tower. Naruto walked past the secretary who immediately bowed her head to the Namikas. The Hokages are waiting for you Uzumaki-san, Nai-san. Please head straight up. She stated. Naruto and Yujito nodded their heads in thanks and quickly ascended the stairs. Naruto knocked on the door and received the signal to enter. He looked to Yujito, who steeled herself, and nodded before opening the door. Naruto immediately noticed the tense atmosphere of the room, and most of it coming from the two brothers who could pass for professional bodybuilders. He was immediately wary of them as he noticed one was actually wearing the Raikage robes, and the other was emitting chakra that few could match. For that matter, only himself, Amaterasu, Hitomi, Sarutobi, and Jiraiya came close to him. He noticed a small version of Tsunade and nearly flinched at the fury in her eyes. She was strong, that much was for certain. The other two, the dark-skinned genin, seemed embroiled in a small argument that ended with the boy face down, from a fist to his head. Naruto resisted the urge to sweat drop as it resembled what could have been if he had never gotten his father's sealing notes. When Yujito stepped into the room, you could have cut the tension with a knife. Tsunade and Sarutobi were silently prepping for a fight, with Jiraiya hiding in the nearby banister so he could help. She smiled nervously and waved at everyone saying, "How's it going?" The room was still silent until the mini Tsunade spoke up with disbelief in her voice. "How's it going?" she asked, obviously distressed. "You run away from the village, now of all times. You give the council a flat-out reason to turn you into a slave, and you ask how we are doing." She continued, becoming angry at the end. "You leave without a word to anyone, and we have to find out from a freaking messenger pigeon that you've sought refuge in Konoha. How the hell do you think we are doing?" She roared at her surrogate sister, taking a step towards her. Yujito didn't flinch, and only the cage-level shinobi of the room noticed Naruto move between the two women. "He's fast," came the collective thought from every shinobi in the room. "Please refrain from making threatening gestures to my guests. I have promised her my protection and support. I will not allow you to hurt her whilst she is in my care," Naruto said calmly as he glared slightly at the blonde kunoichi. Yujito put a hand on his shoulder. "Thank you, Naruto-kun, but I can handle Nissen myself," she said softly. Naruto simply gave her a soft look over his shoulder before stepping aside. She gave him an appreciative look before turning to Samui and frowning. "I didn't have time to tell you that I was leaving, and my apartment was booby-trapped, so I couldn't leave a note. You all know the council has been rather persistent, and I'm assuming that AE has informed you of just why I sought protection elsewhere," she said, getting flinches from the genin and sad looks from the two brothers. She turned to the Raikage. "Rikage-sama, you have always done your best to help me, and for that I am grateful. However, even you cannot protect me all the time. If you have come here to order me back, you will have to drag me back kicking and screaming," she said seriously, shocking her friends. Just when the genin were about to speak up, AE held up his hand, silencing them. "I wish I could tell you to simply remain here, however, the council will give me all sorts of hell and taxes and embargoes until you are returned and put under their command," he said, causing frowns to grace the elder Konoha Shinobi's lips. Yujito flinched and Naruto took a protective step towards her, causing a brief smile to appear on AE's face. "I will not do such a thing. As a matter of fact, I believe it is time to cut off their access to our mission assignments. Especially the seduction missions," he said, causing smiles to appear on everyone's faces. "Yo bro. That sounds really cool yo." Killer B added, before turning to Yujito. "To your coolio? Or do I need to go Ado?" he asked. Yujito shook her head at his rapping, and Naruto seemed a bit bug-eyed from it. Still, it was better than green spandex and flames of youth. "TM no B, it's fine. Naruto-kun here has been very sweet," she said, sending him a brief smile, "and, while I was off to a rough start, I think I could end up staying here for good," she said. The genin was shell-shocked, and Carrie was the first to snap out of it. "But Yujito-chan. Kumo is your home," she said. Naruto frowned, as did the other Konoha ninjas, even the Raikage and his brother had slight frowns. Yujito sighed. "How can be my home when I have to watch my back 247 just so I don't get raped?" she asked, causing them to frown as well and think a bit more. "I'll admit that I have heard some pretty bad stuff about Konoha's own Jinchuriki, but at least he doesn't have to worry about rape. I'll take isolation over sexual assault any day," she said seriously, sparing a glance at Naruto. They knew she had them beat with this. There was no counter for rape. Sarutobi shot a look to the Raikage who suddenly smirked like a fox. "Yujito Nai, I have one last mission for you," he said, causing everyone to stare at him. She silently nodded, wondering what her leader was. "I am giving you SS rank seduction mission to improve relations between Konoha and Kumo," he said, causing a cry of shock and outrage from the Kumo genin. Yujito and Naruto both frowned but kept silent, while the Konoha nins were mostly confused, sans the sandame that is. "Silence," he said loudly, causing them to quiet. "Your mission is to seduce the heir to the Namikas and Uzumaki clans, Naruto Uzumaki. Should you accept, you will remain by his side and, eventually, bear him children. So we can spoil them rotten. Do you accept?" he said, smirking at his joke and the blush on Yujito's face. Everyone, again sans the sandame, was in shock. They all tried to wrap their heads around what just happened when Yujito spoke. May I have some time to think about it? She asked. Ae nodded, we will be in town for the week. I will need your answer soon. He said, getting a nod from the feline female. Should you decide to decline, however, I will be forced to attempt to retrieve you to Kumo. I will try to clean things up if this happens, but I can't make any substantial promises. He said, again getting a nod from the woman. Yujito turned to Naruto, who nodded as he realized what she wanted. He put a hand on her shoulder and they silently sunshine away. Sarutobi looked at Ae and smirked, I think we have the beginnings of a beautiful treaty. He said. Ae smirked, just make sure that boy treats Yujito-chan well. If I hear anything negative about him then he'll be dead faster than Minato's Hiraishin. He replied. Samui glared at her leader, how could you give Yujito such a mission? And what the hell are you talking about? She asked. Ae sighed and Killer Bee stepped forward, 2 needs protection yo, she'll get it if she stays with Naruto. He rapped, causing everyone to sweat drop or sigh. Sarutobi spoke up next, indeed. I had originally sought a political marriage, but the Raikage informed me that the council would never allow it, seeing as they wanted her. So, we cooked up the seduction mission as a way to keep her safe. Whilst she is actively on a SS-class mission, the council cannot recall her unless another great war breaks out. Even then, if Konoha and Kumo are allies, then they will be extremely hesitant to return such a key point of any treaty we make. He answered. Tsunade and Jiraiya nodded at the sound logic and political maneuvering, as did Amoy and Carrie, but Samui was far more volatile when it came to her surrogate sister. Although that is true, what happens if this Naruto character decides that, since she's on a mission, he can just rape her and get away with it? She half yelled. She almost lost a head from Tsunade's fist, which Jiraiya stopped, insult my godson's morals again, and you'll lose your head girl. She yelled at the cowering. Sarutobi also glared at her, although Killer Bee and Ae were oddly silent as they listened in. Please refrain from judging Naruto before you get to know him, Samuelson. He has one of the strongest, if not the strongest, moral character I have ever had the pleasure of encountering. His childhood was not good, and he treats anybody that shows him kindness as if they were gods, and that goes doubly so for females. He said. Samui huffed, fine. I'll reserve my judgment until after I see how he treats her. She said indignantly before storming out with her teammates. Sarutobi sighed and looked at Ae. He nodded, I'll have her teammates at least keep her from doing something rash. Good luck with your paperwork, glad I could take a vacation from that atrocious job. He growled out as he stepped out of the room with his brother. The 3 Konohanins chuckled, it was good to know a clone jutsu that could transfer memories. Namica's estates next morning 10 a.m. Upon arriving at the house, Yujito had promptly ran for her room, saying she needed to be alone. Naruto had readily explained her situation to his girls before they all retired for the night. She had quickly locked her door and sat down on her bed in deep contemplation. She had seen right through her leader's words, he wanted her to stay here and be safe. The supposed mission could probably be completely ignored if she wanted to. However, the question wasn't if she was going to accept the mission or not, but rather, would she fulfill the mission? She had definitely decided to give Naruto a real chance, rather than just writing him off. She had seen how he interacted with the various girls around the house. Even though Amaterasu and Hana weren't there, he had gone out of his way to aid both Hikari and Anko in anything they asked, and even some things they hadn't. And, while she had avoided him for the most part, he was still always civil and kind to her. She had also seen him interact with Tsunade, Shizune, and Jiraiya quite often. While he treated Jiraiya like a perverted older brother, he treated Shizune as a lovable older sister and Tsunade as his almost mother, seeing as she was the only person outside of his girls that could get him to do something without argument if she was serious. That didn't mean that Naruto didn't still annoy Tsunade to no end though. Vegito had actually noticed a stark improvement in Naruto's control when he had trained in the backyard with Tsunade. He could easily float a boulder as big as a small elephant without much trouble for nearly half an hour before he became too impatient to keep it up. She'd put his control close to Anbu level, although not quite there yet. Tsunade had actually taught him the diagnostic jutsu and he could effectively use it, but he couldn't heal anyone yet. Vegito shook her head free of those thoughts and looked at the time before gawking, she had accidentally stayed up all night. How the hell hadn't she noticed? You were quite a busy kitten. Nibi sang in her mind. Still, I should have noticed. How come I'm not tired? She mentally asked her companion. Since we have resynchronized, it would seem that you have enough energy to go till tonight. Unusual, but helpful no. Nibi replied. Vegito mentally nodded before hearing a knock at the door. Yujito-san. It's Kushina. May I come in? She asked. Vegito blinked in surprise, oh yes of course. Come on in. She replied as she unlocked the door and retook her seat on the bed. Kushina hesitantly opened the door and looked around before settling her gaze on the blonde-haired female and smiling warmly. She walked in with a tray of food. "Hello Yujita-san, I thought you may be hungry and would bring you some breakfast," she said, still smiling. Yujito opened her mouth to respond when her stomach responded in a deep growl, which caused a blush to appear on the feline female's face. Kushina just giggled and silently handed her the food before taking a seat on the bed next to her and eating her own breakfast. Yujito quickly ate her food, stealing curious glances at Kushina all the while. As she finished, however, she sighed. "You want to talk to me, don't you?" she asked as she set the empty plate aside. Kushina finished her own food and nodded. "I do. I would like to help you with this. It's obvious you stayed up all night and I just feel like it may help if you have another point of view," she said. Yujito gave her a wary look so Kushina just sighed. "However, if you don't wish for my input, then I will leave," she continued, nearly standing up before Yujito clapped a hand on her wrist. "No, you may be right. Nibichin usually helps me, but I don't think she really helps with a view that isn't influenced by my own thoughts," she replied, causing Kushina to smile and put her own hand comfortingly on Yujito's own. Said female took a deep breath and continued, "I'm sure that I will accept this mission, however I am having trouble complying 100 with the parameters of the mission," she said. Kushina nodded in understanding. "So you do want to stay here, but you are still worried about Naruto not measuring up?" she asked. Yujito nodded. "It's not that he's a bad guy or anything, I am just scared because few people have ever treated me nicely and I've never really been on a true date before, at least not with a man who actually cares for me as a woman," she said sadly. Kushina frowned with slight anger in her eyes. "Then why not go on a date with a guy who will treat you like the woman you deserve to be?" she asked. Yujito sighed and gave her a wishful look. "I don't know any guys who would do that or treat me that way after knowing I'm a Jinchuriki," she replied. Kushina rolled her eyes in annoyance and huffed before grabbing Yujito's hand and dragging her out of her room, much to her protest. "You are going on a date tonight and you can't get out of it," she said forcefully as she entered the dining room that held Naruto and his girls. She quickly set Yujito in front of Naruto, causing her to blush bright red as she figured what was going to happen. She opened her mouth, but Kushina beat her to it by saying, "Naruto-kun, you and Yujita-chan are going out tonight, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Get out and get ready," she said, shoving him towards the door. Naruto looked at her like she was crazy before sparing a glance at the blushing Yujito who looked away but nodded in agreement. Naruto just smiled and promptly disappeared out the front door. The rest of the girls all shared a look before one word was issued forth. "Makeover." They yelled as they grabbed Yujito and began to set her up to knock Naruto dead. But Naruto had promptly fled the Namikaze estates when he heard the word makeover, however, not before Kushina's shadow clone had caught up to him. She had told him of Yujito's talk with Kushina and Naruto had smirked before saying, "Well, I guess I'll just have to treat her like the princess she is." As he turned and walked off to set things up for the evening, leaving a smiling Kushina to disappear. His first stop was the Yamanaka flower shop, after which he quickly made a cage bunchin to send the flowers to his lab before making quite a few more and searching for the people who knew Yujito best, namely the Kumo delegation in town. He found them at a nearby Akimichi restaurant and swiftly made his way there. Less than 2 minutes later he entered the restaurant and smiled seeing his targets. He approached them and waved warmly saying, "Hello, fancy meeting you here," while trying to keep the atmosphere mostly calm. The Kumo genin all looked at him with slight surprise and distrust in their eyes. Well, in Samui's case it wasn't just slight. However, AE just finished chewing and swallowing. "Cut the crap. What do you need?" he asked before taking another bite of his ribs. Naruto's cheerful demeanor wavered only slightly before he responded, "May I join you? I will even pay for the meal," he offered. Killer B and AE shared a look before nodding. Naruto promptly took a seat beside Killer B and ordered his own rack of ribs. AE gave him another look and said, "Alright, what do you want to know about her?" he asked, getting shocked looks from the. Samui glared at her leader. "Why would you give up information on Yujitani so easily?" she half asked, half yelled. Naruto ignored her and grew serious. "Is there anything specific she likes? Any type of specific candy she loves? Hell, is there any fantasy I could use to make her feel special? She's been avoiding me so I don't have much info to go on. I really want to wow her, you know," he said, giving a slight smirk at the end. Samui glared at him while the other Kumonin racked their brains for an answer. I know she collects cat dolls and she likes milk, dark chocolate and sushi. Unfortunately I don't know of anything else I can offer," AE said, causing Samui to change her glare from Naruto to said leader. Killer B chuckled, "Two likes late night picnics and shiny jewelry, yo. You should take her on a late nighty wrapped." Kumonin ignored it, but Naruto awkwardly nodded. It was still better than Flames of Youth TM. Gary spoke up next with her head still resting in her hand. "She especially likes the color blue, so if you can give her a ring or necklace, then she'd probably like that," she said. Samui, in the meantime, was glaring at each of her comrades like they were traitors. "I can't believe you all. You're just going to arbitrarily help him get into Yujitani's pants. What kind of friends are you? She asked angrily. Ae huffed, tiring quickly of his Genin's attitude, concerned once. We all know her life in Kumo sucked. She couldn't find a man that would treat her right and she has a chance at that here. The fact that the boy took time out to come learn more about her speaks of how much he wishes to make her feel needed. He said, before his gaze turned to Naruto and turned icy, causing Naruto to gulp. However, if you break her heart, I'll break your back and make you watch as I slowly dismember you. He said darkly, causing Naruto to nod his head furiously. Samui was still smoldering, so Naruto decided to speak out. If you think I'm doing this just to sleep with Yujita-chan, you can shove it. He said, causing Samui's eyes to widen. She's a beautiful woman, one that deserves to be treated like a princess and not a demon. She is scared from the few encounters she has had with other men, and I want to help her see that not all men are interested in just sex. Jinchuriki's life is hard and we have very few people who can understand our suffering or our positions in life. It is obvious that you care more for her than your friends, but perhaps you are being overprotective. Maybe she just needs one good man to make her happy. Naruto suggested. Samui scowled slightly, and you are gonna be that man? She asked somewhat rudely. Naruto sighed in response, I just want to help her open up if I happen to make her happy on the way. Well, I can pat myself on the back for attracting one of the strongest women I have ever met in my life. If I don't, then maybe someone else can. Either way, seeing her happy will bring a smile to my face, cause smiles are contagious. He said with a smirk at the end. Samui blinked in shock and sat silent, with all eyes on her, even if she didn't notice it at the moment. Well, he does seem genuine. He isn't lying, and he seems to care enough to find out about her even if she isn't here. Wait. He said he's a Jinchuriki too. So then he can relate to her, and that's why he helped. I guess I have just one last thing to do. She thought. She lowered her head, letting her bangs hide her face. You promise to really treat her like a princess? She asked slowly, as she raised her gaze to meet his own. Naruto nodded furiously, I promise, and I don't break my promises. He said smiling, staring into her eyes the entire time. Samui blinked and lowered her head again. Just as Carrie was about to check on her, she spoke slowly so only Naruto could hear her. Yujitani's always had this one fantasy. She knows that she inherited quite a few traits from Nibisan, but she likes to think that this one is her own imagination. You know the old proverb about putting a bell on a bad cat, right? She asked, getting a nod from the blonde-haired demigod. Well, she always thought it'd be insanely kinky if a guy she was dating would give her a collar with a bell on it. You know, kinda like you always wanna know where she's at so you can surprise her. Well, that and she always liked to think of being the bad cat for her boyfriend. She said blushing. Naruto was silent for a moment before his eyes lit up and he hugged Samui, nearly yelling, thank you. Needless to say, Samui was slightly shocked and didn't react when he suddenly put her down and thanked them all before dashing out the door. They all stared at the door for a second before Carrie chuckled, anyone else gonna spy on their date? She asked, getting are you stupid looks from the rest of them before she deadpanned, right, just asking. She said. Yeah, they were all going to be sure that he treated Yujita right and heaven help him if he hurt her. At night, Namika's estates. Naruto smirked as he fingered the seal on his forearm. He had spent the entire afternoon preparing for the night and wanted everything to go perfect. He held a bouquet of flowers that had some jasmine, for grace and elegance, orchids, for delicate beauty, and pink tulips, simply to show he cared. I looked this up, please don't flame me if it's wrong. He took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Only for his brain to shut down after it opened. Yujito was blushing furiously, but some part of her was happily noticing that Naruto couldn't take his eyes off of her. She was wearing a black kimono. The girls had chosen it because it showed off her cleavage, which had a golden Chinese dragon twisting its way around her body from her feet to her chest, where it ended over her heart holding the kanji for storm. Her obsidian eyes fit perfectly with her kimono, and the dragon was only a shade darker than her hair. Her feet were in normal black kunoichi heels. Naruto, himself, was being looked over by the blushing blonde. She already knew he was ripped, but he didn't wear anything to flatter his body. Rather, Naruto was dressed in a simple male kimono that was a dark blue in color. All across the kimono were small white dots, like rain, and on his lower back, a golden wolf howling at a clouded moon. His front held only the kanji for storm and Namikaze over his left and right breasts, respectively. He wore simple black shinobi sandals. Yujito noticed Naruto starting to come back to reality and quickly wiped away the drool that had accumulated on her chin. Sorry, I must have the wrong address. I could have sworn I died and went to heaven cause I'm seeing angels. Naruto said as he turned to walk back down the driveway, shaking his head at his stupidity. Yujito blushed bright crimson. You're looking for the Namikaze estates, right? She asked, playing along with her date. Naruto stopped and nodded. Yujito smiled. You're at the right place, maybe you should just take this angel on a date. She said, trying to sound seductive. Kitten. That was pretty good. Nibi commented, glad she didn't take that compliment like she normally does, causing Yujito's blush to return. Naruto blinked before a smile spread across his lips and he walked back to Yujito, giving her the bouquet. "Only if the angel wants to grace me with her presence," he replied, offering her his arm. Yujito smirked and a cage bunchen appeared behind her, taking the flowers. She latched onto Naruto's arm and smiled seductively. "I'd say she could use a good date right about now," she commented as they set off down the road and into the darkening night. Off to the side and up in the house, many eyes were watching and blinked before thinking, "Damn. That was smooth." As they watched the pair walk off. Clearing in Konoha's forest 8 p.m. Naruto and Yujito had taken their time while walking to where Naruto had set up dinner. Yujito was rather surprised when he had led her through the least populated part of town, then the park, and, finally, out into a large clearing with the moon rising and a waterfall at the other end. She looked around only to notice a small candle that was burning brightly on top of a blanket with a basket of food on it. She had conflicting thoughts as to how he knew just how to please her, but decided to hold off on asking them as he led her to the food and offered her one of the pillows that lay on the blanket. Soon, she realized the basket held large amounts of many different kinds of sushi in it, along with some cold milk. She curled an eyebrow at the fact that there was no alcohol and gave him a questioning glance as he sat down. Naruto froze for a moment and gave a nervous smile. "I didn't do something wrong, did I?" he asked. She shook her head. "No, but how come there's no sake?" she countered. It wasn't that she wanted sake, she just knew from experience that many couples enjoyed a small cup of sake while on a date as it could help loosen your inhibitions or your partner's depending on the preference. Naruto blinked owlishly. "I didn't think it would be appropriate seeing as this is a first date and we really don't know each other well enough to risk getting drunk," Naruto replied. It was Yujito's turn to blink as she realized that was a very polite and responsible answer. "Ah, yes, right. Sorry, I was just curious," she said, blushing a bit in embarrassment. Naruto shook his head as he offered her a glass of milk, which she gladly accepted. "It's no problem, I'm glad you agree with me," he replied. Yujito decided to take a sip of her milk and start eating so she could pass over this rather awkward moment. Soon enough, the two were eating silently as they watched the stars glow and the moon rise into the night. "So, Naruto, what hobbies do you have?" Yujito asked, trying to break the ice a bit. Naruto chewed his food and thought for a moment. "Well, I enjoy designing new seals. I do enjoy a good prank every now and again, however that is deteriorated with time and I don't prank the villagers anymore," he answered before tapping his chin, "although, I guess I do like to garden as well," he said before shrugging as he couldn't think of anything else appropriate to say. "What about you?" he asked. She sighed and tapped her own chin. "I guess, collecting cat plushies, messing with Nibi, and training really are my hobbies," she replied truthfully. Naruto nodded. So what's your affinities?" he asked curiously. "Fire and lightning." "Yours?" she replied, looking at him. "Wind, lightning and a slight water," he answered smirking. She pouted slightly as he had more affinities than her and he laughed loudly, causing her to pout more. He wiped an imaginary tear from his eye and chuckled. "You're really cute when you pout, you know that," he said, causing Yujito to stiffen and blush simultaneously. Naruto noticed her stiffening and his face became riddled with concern. "Yujito-chan, are you okay?" he asked as he moved the food out of the way so he could sit closer to her. She stiffly nodded but returned to looking at the stars. Naruto mentally cursed and frowned but joined her in her silent vigil. "Erg. How come I can't take a compliment without seeing it as some ploy to get in my pants?" she screamed in her mind. Nibi was mentally watching and sighed before a rather foxy glint appeared in her eyes and Yujito suddenly found herself staring at her first date when she was 15. Author Akuma no Jutsu. Flashback no. Yujito was dressed in a stunning knee-length golden dress, high heels, stunning emerald earrings, and a silver bracelet with studded gems, and her date, by the name of Takajin, was dressed in black slacks and a dark blue shirt. He leaned forward over their table in a secluded and rather expensive restaurant and smirked. "You look beautiful tonight, Yujito-chan. You really went all out, didn't you?" he asked. This particular chunin had been after her for weeks, she had played hard to get and tried to make sure he was genuine before accepting his offer. He was right in his assumption that she had put quite a bit into her look to, hopefully, make the date run smoothly. She blushed and nodded in embarrassment at being caught. His smirk widened and he sat back. "I'm glad you finally decided to go on a date with me, Yujito-chan. You really do shine with those earrings you have on," he commented. She smiled warmly at him and then sunk her head as she continued to eat so she wouldn't have to look at him. She should have kept her eyes on him because he was staring at her with unrestrained lust. Time skip end of date. The date had been very good, in Yujito's opinion. He had, almost, constantly complimented her on her clothing or accessories and she had honestly enjoyed all of the positive attention. Takajin had even offered to walk her home. She mentally giggled in happiness as she saw her apartment come into view, even though she was rather sad that such a nice date had to end so soon. She glanced at her date, who was holding her hand, and smiled softly as they reached the stairs of her apartment building. She turned to him and let go of his hand. "I had a good time tonight, Takajin, thanks," she said, still smiling. Takajin smirked. "So did I. Maybe this night doesn't have to end," he suggested as he took a step closer to her. Yujito's smile faltered slightly as she took a step back. "I'm sorry, but I have a mission in the morning," and she didn't get to finish as Takajin growled lightly before slamming his lips hungrily onto hers. Yujito's eyes widened and she froze for a second before she rudely pushed him away. He stumbled back a few feet before catching his balance and glaring at her. "You bitch. What's you do that for?" he asked as he advanced on her again. Yujito glared back at him, although there was fear in her eyes. "I said no, Takajin," she replied. He closed the distance and slammed a hand onto the wall to the right of her head, causing her to flinch. "I didn't spend all that money on a good dinner just for you to decide you don't want to pay up," he growled out. Yujito shrank a bit but pushed him away again. "I'm not going to pay up as you said, because I didn't agree to sleep with you," she yelled at him. He tried to close the distance again, but was stopped as he noticed Killer B standing at the top of the stairs. "TCH. You're nothing but a cat slut. You should have just submitted to me tonight. By tomorrow, I'll make sure everyone knows you're just another pussycat," he said venomously before stalking off. Yujito watched him go with hate in her eyes before she stormed upstairs and flung herself onto her bed and cried her eyes out. She should have known that he only took her out to get between her legs. Author Tenshi no Jutsu. Release. Yujito's eyes went wide. That's why she equated his compliments to sex. Because that bastard had complimented her all night and all he wanted was sex. Her mind screeched to a halt. Was she really that superficial? She asked herself. She looked over at Naruto, noticing his tense posture, and opened her mouth when Naruto, unknowingly, cut her off. "Listen. I don't know why you're so guarded, and I can only hope that you can come to trust me with time," he said as his hand went to the seal on his forearm. I want to give you this as a sign of our friendship and a sign of my promise to protect you," he said as he unsealed a beautiful golden necklace that had a sapphire cut into the shape of a roaring flame hanging from the front. He gently turned to her and held it out for her to try on. Yujito was speechless and silently grabbed her hair and held it back so Naruto could snap it on. He gingerly did so, treating her and the necklace like they were made of glass. When he finally finished, he let it go and Yujito let her hair down. Naruto smirked. "It looks as lovely on you as I had hoped," he said softly. Yujito blushed and looked away, trying to think of some way to repay him and help her get over her whole first date was a shitty experience complex. "Kiss him," Nibi shouted in her mind. Yujito nearly stumbled before closing her eyes and gathering her courage, trusting in the advice of her longtime friend. She turned to Naruto, who was still staring at her, and grabbed his face before softly connecting their lips. While she had felt violated by Takajin's kiss, when she felt her lips connect to Naruto, she could have sworn that there was a jolt of electricity that traveled through her body from that touch. His lips were soft and smooth, warm and pink. He had eagerly returned the kiss but without stepping over his bounds. She was aware of him wrapping his arms around her body and pulling them closer, but she didn't care. This was the best she had felt in a long time. Naruto, on the other hand, was plainly shocked by Yujito's action and froze for only a second before he had returned the affection she was showing him. The cool night air was still between them, so he had opted to pull her closer to himself. He was not disappointed when he started to move his lips slightly to keep the contact engaging, and she had returned those movements quite readily. They kept in their rather chaste kiss for nearly 3 minutes before breaking for air, Yujito's arms around his neck and Naruto's around her midriff. "Wow," Naruto said breathlessly. Yujito chuckled and nodded in agreement. He looked at her before looking at the sky and noticing it was nearing midnight. "As much as I hate to say this, I think we'd best head home," he said. She wordlessly agreed with him again, and they stood up with Naruto, leaving a few shadow clones to clean up. Namikaze estate's midnight. Naruto and Yujito had made it home with plenty of night to spare and headed towards the stairs when Yujito stopped in front of Naruto. Naruto looked at her with concern, but unbeknownst to him, she was licking her lips in preparation of what she was going to do. Again. Naruto opened his mouth only to find it occupied by Yujito's very active tongue. Naruto moaned at the sensation and began to tongue wrestle as he felt her hands massage his scalp. He quickly grabbed her waist and pulled them closer as he tricked her tongue and slipped his own into her wet cavern and began to explore. They played tonsil hockey for a good 5 minutes before breaking breathlessly and Yujito smirking sexily. "Good night, Naruto-kun, I expect more dates in the future," she said softly before disappearing up the stairs. Naruto stared at where she was for a moment before his tongue slid over his lips and he smirked in pleasure as he headed up to bed. Tonight was a good night. In Yujito's room, she stood panting behind the door she had nearly slammed. Her heart was racing, and she couldn't get the wonderful feeling of Naruto's body pressed against her own out of her mind. Nibi mentally chuckled, seems like somebody had a good time, but you should pay more attention to your kitten. She commented before falling asleep. Yujiro blushed at the first part but then looked around curiously as she took in her room. Everything appeared to be in place until it came to her bed. There sitting on her pillow was a scroll. Yujiro looked at it warily and approached looking for traps. After spending a good 5 minutes checking it, she opened it to see a small letter addressed to her and a storage seal below it. Dear Nakohim, hi. I don't really know how to say this, so I think I'll be blunt. I'm sure you were wondering how I knew all about you and your little quirks. Well, I sorta asked your friends from Kumo to give me a hand and they did. Now, before you get mad at them, I want you to know that I did pay for their lunch and I'm sure they just wanted you to be happy, same as me. Taibi Naruto smiling brightly causing Yujiro to chuckle in amusement, so they gave me the information I asked for. I'm pretty sure you figured out what they told me, but I have one last surprise for the night. You see, your adoptive sister, Samui, took some real convincing to part with this information and I just found it too juicy to ignore. I know I already gave you the necklace, but in the seal is something I want you to have. Take it with my best wishes and be that bad cat for your befriend lover husband, whoever is lucky enough to win your heart. And, maybe if you want to, I'll be blessed enough to have you be my bad cat one day. Much love, Naruto Uzumaki Nemikaz. Vegito was blushing when he commented on the bad cat fantasy, but was supremely touched at the ending sentence. Her eyes wandered to the seal and she activated it. She soon found herself holding a beautiful cotton collar that had a two-part emblem hanging from the front. The first was a magnificent sapphire carving of the Nibi, and, hanging from that, was a pretty silver bell that dinged softly as she picked it up. She smiled softly at it as she walked over to her dresser and looked in the mirror before snapping it in place. It fit perfectly, with the bell falling slightly into her cleavage. She smiled lovingly at the gift and slowly took the collar off before placing it gently on her dresser. I'm not your bad cat yet, Naruto Uzumaki, but if you keep this up, I'm sure I'll be that and so much more. She thought warmly as she prepared herself for bed. This had definitely been a good night. Batagakure same time. Orochimaru chuckled evilly as he extended his neck to mark the last of his sound for the only girl, Taiya. He bit her neck, causing her to scream in pain and clutch at it even as he smiled deviously at his own work. His smile disappeared however as he watched the mark never appear. This was wrong. Even if she died from it, she would still have the mark. How could she not have the mark? He thought. Suddenly he was racked with pain and the god turned human heard Susanu's voice, you cannot mark without his approval. It stated ominously as it flared a picture of Naruto in his demigod form before the pain and the voice disappeared. Kabuto stepped up to his master, is everything alright, master? He asked. Orochimaru scowled, no. We have a new objective right now. We are looking for a man with golden hair and blue eyes, he may even have wolf features, also golden. Anyone who can bring me this person alive will have power beyond imagining. He yelled. Kabuto's eyes widened and he bowed before rushing off, his lords will be done. Next day delegation brunch. Vegito smiled softly as she took a seat with her old comrades. She didn't need Naruto to be here for this. This choice was hers and hers alone. All eyes were on her and she nodded, I have made my decision. She said as her eyes connected with AE's, I accept Rikage-sama. She said confidently. She knows Butterfly and Naruto's new training. Naruto groaned as he stepped down the stairs of his home to the living area where his girls now sat eating breakfast. He was never a morning person and the girls all chuckled seeing him walking around like the living dead. That is, until he sniffed the air and the light came to his eyes as his tail started wagging behind him. In a comical moment, he looked like a little lost puppy as his eyes went wide and he said, Raymond. While cocking his head to the side with a curious expression. Needless to say, the girls went crazy and yelled, Kawaii I. Before grabbing him and stroking some type of fur, you know, the ears, tail, head, that sort of thing. However, Kushina just chuckled as she made her famous Uzumaki ramen. Naruto purred loudly as his girls continued to shower him with affection, hell even Yujiro was rubbing her cheek against his tail. Kushina shook her head and banged the large pot of ramen catching their attention. Everyone take a seat or no ramen for you. She said, causing the girls to all go flying as Naruto appeared with chopsticks in hand and the puppy dog pout no on full blast. The girls all dusted themselves off and grumbled about being ignored for ramen, but that dissipated as they saw Naruto giving Kushina a pout. So, they went back to the must-grab cute animal and smother to death mode, but settled for just staring at him when Kushina sent them a slight glare and said, no more glumping Naruto-kun, he needs to eat breakfast before our training. She said, causing everyone to perk up and Naruto looked at her in confusion. Training? What are you talking about? He asked as she served him his first bowl and he went to town. She sighed as she served each of the other girls before returning to Naruto for his second bowl, I'm going to teach you about the Uzumaki Kenjutsu style. You're already a seal master and they were never my particular interest, so I doubt I can teach you anything there. So, I want you to learn something of your heritage, and the Kenjutsu style is the only thing I can think of. She replied. Naruto pondered it as he devoured his third bowl of ramen before nodding, sounds good actually. My only weakness is Genjutsu, but learning a sword style for attack may be beneficial, seeing as my Taijutsu is rather lacking in that area. So, is the Uzumaki style an offensive or a defensive style? He asked. Kushina brightened as she realized she had exactly what he needed. Actually, the style I will be teaching you was passed from clan head to clan head. It's the pinnacle of offensive sword styles called the Heightened Mitsurugi Ryu. Flying Heaven Honorable Sword Style. It's a style that is supposed to be used to protect but is supremely destructive. It's also known as the ultrasonic sword style as it revolves around ungodly speed, one of only reasons I was ever able to fight your father on equal footing when he used Hiraishin. She explained. Everyone was speechless, even Amaterasu and Kyuubi knew better than to fight a master of the Heightened Mitsurugi Ryu in their human forms. Naruto suddenly grinned, and his girls would later swear that it must have split his face as he grabbed her hand and started running for the door. That sounds awesome. Let's go. He yelled as he dragged her out the door. The girls all looked at one another before shrugging and turning to Yujito. Well Yujita-chan, glad to see you enjoyed yourself the other night. Anko said, advancing on the trapped feline female, you never did tell us what happened on that little date of yours. She said, her eyes shining with mischief. Kitten. Answer their questions and hope you live to tell the tale again. Nibi remarked as Yujito gulped and began to tell her side of the date to Naruto's most precious people. Even as she did so, however, bad thoughts were entering the minds of Naruto's most devout lovers. Both Anko and Hikari noticed Kushina's actions and were attributing them to be closer to a mother's than that of a lover's, which made them both frown mentally. There was no way they were letting Kushina use a ruse of wanting to be their Naruto-kun's lover only to assert herself as his mother. Not while they were around. Yes, Kushina would warrant some close observation. Training ground 44 same time. Naruto had dragged Kushina out to his lab, seeing as he didn't want to destroy his home training ground. Using it for friendly spars and elemental or chakra training was one thing, but there was no way he would risk it with the style that Kushina described. He turned to his fiery phoenix and smiled, so, where do we begin? He asked. Kushina glared at him slightly and smoothed out her battle kimono before pulling out a seal. She quickly unsealed a bakken and handed it to him. 400 downward swings, then 400 upward swings, then 400 left to right swings, and then 400 right to left swings. At least 200 kage bunshin. You will show me your full speed and then do these exercises. Begin. She stated. Naruto's eye twitched, but he sighed and nodded. He muttered a soft kai as he released all his resistance seal, now at level 9, and disappeared from Kushina's view. It was only through years of honed reflexes and sparring with Minato that Kushina was able to block Naruto's punch. They engaged in a quick bout of Taijutsu, Kushina being slightly slower than Naruto, but her experience shining through. They, both breathing only slightly heavier than when they began, and Kushina smiled. Good, you have more than enough speed to use this style. Begin. She said as she took a step back. Naruto huffed but made 500 clones, who all nodded and spread out before beginning their exercises. Kushina walked one clone and noticed that its downward swings were near perfect, so she fixed that and let it swing another 10 times before bopping it on the head, dispelling it and letting the others know how to do it correctly. This continued for 3 hours as Naruto and his clones committed the basic swings for any swordsman. Halfway through their training, however, Kushina approached Naruto. She moved in close and helped with his side-to-side swings as she whispered in his ear, "We have a visitor." Naruto extended his senses and sighed, realizing who it was. Hinata Hyuga. She has an obsessive crush on me, but is too shy to speak up. Unfortunately, I don't want to hurt her feelings, but I also can't accept her as a lover because she's just too young for me. Even as a 12-year-old, I still never considered her to be mature enough for a real relationship. On top of that, she is far too shy, and I don't think I would be doing her justice by letting her use me as a crutch for her insecurities. Naruto replied as he continued his strikes. Kushina nodded, I understand. How about finding someone else who likes her and having them try to have her forget about you? She asked, still helping with his swings. Naruto's eyes lit up, excellent idea Kushina-chan. I know just the person too. He said smirking. Yes, he knew the perfect person for Hinata Hyuga, and he happened to be Naruto's best friend. Demon author release. Flashback. No, 2 months ago. Team 10 was relaxing at a small sushi restaurant when they noticed Team 8, Hinata, Sakura and Shikamaru, sitting down a few tables away. Neither of the teams were accompanied by their senses oddly enough. The members of Team 10 simply nodded to the new arrivals before returning to their meal. However, Naruto noticed Shino's head lingering longer on a blue-haired girl than the others. He mentally filed it away for future reference and returned to his team's discussion. It was a simple talk of the pros and cons of attending the Chunin exams in 3 months. Suddenly, the door to the small eatery was loudly opened and a smaller version of Hinata, minus the obvious alluring feminine attributes, walked in. The mini-not Hinata sneered as soon as she noticed her. She promptly walked in, followed by 2 branch member bodyguards, and strode right to Hinata's table. Hinata, for her part, was trying to hide in her jacket and many people were watching with curiosity in their eyes. Well, I see my sister is eating here as well. Shouldn't you be out stalking? Oops, I mean watching your precious secret crush? She asked with scorn in her eyes. Sakura bristled, Shikamaru seemed to have a slight fire in his eyes, but Hinata just hung her head and nearly hyperventilated before responding, Henna-binasan, Iaiu shouldn't be so loud. Iaiu could honor the other customers. She said softly, poking her fingers together. Hanabi sneered, so weak. You stutter even in public. I can't believe we are even related. I bet even your precious crush is nothing more than a weak. She never got to finish as Shino had reappeared in front of the newly identified Hanabi Hyuga. He pushed his glasses up and glared through them at the stuck-up child. Your actions are illogical, even more so when dealing with your own kin. Cease your senseless degradation and allow us all to return to our lunch in the former comfort which you have disrupted, as your sister has suggested. Shino replied with only a hint of anger in his voice. Ino, Sakura, and even Shikamaru stared in shock at the Abiram boy, not only from his speed, but his protective nature as well. Naruto, however, was smirking. Does Shino have a crush on little Hinata? He thought. Hinata, for her part, stared at the broad back of the bug user in shock. She had expected maybe Sakura, or hopefully Naruto, to protect her, but not the stoic Abiram. Hanabi's sneer seemed to grow, her 2 bodyguards shifting around uncomfortably as Naruto aided his friend with a slight amount of kai at the 2. Or what, bug freak? I can do as I wish. My sister is far too weak to become clan head and will soon be ousted as the clan heir. When that happens, I'll be happy to make her my personal servant from the branch family. The only other thing she could be used for is a political marriage, but who would want such a weak and unattractive wimp? She said, smirking in triumph. Shino frowned, as did just about everyone else in the restaurant. Just because your body cannot compare to Hinata's allure does not mean you should belittle her for it. As to your question, Hinata needs simply to believe in herself, and she could be far more than you give her credit to be. He stated simply, causing Hanabi to turn red in embarrassment and rage. She sputtered for a second before turning and leaving the establishment in a huff. Everything was quiet for a moment before Naruto whistled in appreciation. That was smooth, Shino. I gotta get you to help me out if I ever get in trouble. He remarked, smirking. The collective thoughts running through everyone else's mind was, did he just hit on Hinata? Before shaking their heads as Shino silently returned to his seat, blushing despite himself. Hinata herself was trying to hide from him. Unbeknownst to everyone, even herself, she would subconsciously pay attention to the bug user for the next several months, noting things about him that she would never have noticed otherwise. Then she author release. Kai no Jutsu. Yes, Naruto knew who to use to make Hinata happy. Unfortunately, the plan forming in his mind would require him to hurt the poor girl first. But, hopefully, his teammate would be there to help her through, and that is what he was counting on. Team 10 training later that week, Naruto arrived and chuckled nervously. He was late by about 3 minutes due to Kushina, forcing him to work on his kenjutsu swings. Practice makes perfect, her view on the subject, well, that and you can't learn a sword style without proper form. He yelled out a gomen to his teammates and sensei who just shook their heads and smirked. Yamato had really been training Shino and Ino rather well. When Naruto joined them, they usually worked on chakra control and elemental jutsus. When Yamato stated that they would do physical or one-on-one workouts, however, Naruto usually stayed home, seeing as he was practically light years ahead of his teammates. Not that they minded, and Yamato accepted it as well. Ino was easily low to mid chunin in pretty much everything but ninjutsu, which was more high chunin seeing as Naruto and Yamato had beefed up her jutsus. Her elemental manipulation was slow, but she was far enough along to make her water jutsu more effective. Her taijutsu had taken leaps and bounds, and she could hold her ground against Shino for a good hour before she was too tired to fight functionally anymore. Shino, himself, was practically a taijutsu expert, along with his clan jutsu of course. He had only 4 earth jutsu under his belt, and his own elemental training was slightly better than Ino's. Shino could fight against Yamato for an hour before his Kakechu made his chakra too low to continue. Speaking of his Kakechu, the Yaoki-eating ones that Naruto had altered for Shino had also developed a paralytic poison they could use against enemies. Yamato had been no slouch himself, training himself to be better than the mid-level Anbu he had once been. Naruto had given him a resistant seal, and he was happily sitting at level 6. His taijutsu hadn't needed work, and his ninjutsu was his strength, so he had worked on expanding into Iryu Jutsu. Healing techniques with Tsunade back, it hadn't been hard for the Exanbu to receive some medical training and allow him to heal most wounds, except truly life-threatening ones. Naruto was obviously much faster than before and Yamato placed him at high Anbu and maybe even Sannin level. His ninjutsu were stronger than Yamato's, although that was mainly due to Naruto having nearly 2 tails of chakra by himself. His elemental manipulation was damn near perfect for lightning and wind, while he was only at the same level as Ino for his water. However, this had allowed him to start mixing his elements and using the Ranton Storm release that Susanoo had granted him. Simply put, this team was more than ready for the Chunin exams. Today, they were working on teamwork, which usually entailed Naruto or Yamato being the opponent against the team. However, Naruto had a different idea in mind. "Nah, Yamato-sensei?" Naruto asked. Yamato focused his gaze on his male blonde student and said, "Yes, Naruto." Naruto smirked, "Is there any way we could test ourselves against the other genin before we go into the exams?" he asked innocently. Yamato thought about it for a moment before nodding, "Actually, that's a good idea. It'll give everyone a chance to see how strong the others have gotten in the past few months. I'll set up a small spar with the other genin soon," he replied. Naruto smiled widely, "Thanks sensei," he said. Phase 1 complete. I hope this works, cause if not, Hinata is gonna hate me, and so is her sensei. Naruto thought. 2 weeks later, joint training of Team 7 8:10 am. All 3 rookie teams had assembled and been told that there were 2 weeks before the exams. This was to be a test of their skills, although Naruto had suggested it for a far different purpose. Kakashi, for his part, was worried about his team's ability to work together. While Choji and Kiba could work together without much problem, Sasuke was a loner and condescending to his teammates. So much so that Kiba had nearly attacked him on different occasions. Originally, Kakashi was being pressured into training Sasuke almost exclusively, but when the council had lost 90 of its power, and with Tsunade coming into office, he had been able to inspire some teamwork in his team, although it was always forced because of Sasuke's spoiled attitude. He hadn't taught them anything but tree climbing, although Kiba and Choji had their clans training them, so that was acceptable, especially after Kakashi informed their parents of just why he couldn't teach them any other abilities. Sasuke was definitely not mature nor stable enough to handle more power without letting it go to his head and getting him killed. Kurenai, however, had thoroughly trained her team. Sakura had proven quite adept at not only Jinjutsu, but Iryo as well. She had recently been studying under Shizune in the hospital. Unfortunately, her Taijutsu and Ninjutsu were rather lacking, but Kurenai hoped that the Chunin exams would make Sakura snap out of her daydreams about Sasuke and put more effort into being a true kunoichi. Hinata, however, hadn't improved all that much. With all the restrictions enforced on her by the clan, her only shining ability was her Byakugan and her Taijutsu, which could actually fight a low Jounin surprisingly, although this had only improved in the last 2 months. Shikamaru. Well, everything was too troublesome for him, but Kurenai had been able to get him to work a bit and he now had a solid chakra pool and ample control to use it. To be brutally honest, even though all 3 teams were attending the exams, only 4 of the 9 were truly applicable for Chunin advancement. Naruto arrived before Team 7 and noticed Hinata glancing at Shino, who was watching a ladybug, to him before looking down and poking her fingers together. He sighed and walked over to Shino, who was far enough away that they could talk without being overheard. "Hey Shino. How's it going?" Naruto asked his best friend as he squatted next to him. Shino did not acknowledge his presence aside from the slight shift to the right to make room for Naruto. "Quite fine, Naruto. And yourself?" he replied monotonously. Naruto chuckled, "Just fine," he replied, smiling softly. The two crouched in silence for a moment before Naruto grew serious. "Nah Shino. How do you feel about Hinata?" he asked in a bored tone. Shino stiffened slightly and looked at Naruto, his eyes piercing through his goggles. "As much you are my friend, Naruto, it does not matter how I feel. She sees you and only you," he replied stiffly. Naruto sighed, "That's the thing. I don't like her," he said, holding his hands up in a defensive gesture when he heard Shino's bugs begin to vibrate, signifying his annoyance. "Not that she isn't a good person, but I just don't see her as wife material for me. I plan on telling her as such today and was hoping that there was a guy who would like to show her that she is something special," he countered as he looked up to the sky. Shino was silent for a moment before noticing the arrival of Team 7. He stood and began to walk away. Just before he reached the others' hearing range, he stopped before turning around and staring holes into Naruto's head. "After you speak with her, someone should give that caterpillar the confidence to evolve into the beautiful butterfly it can be," he stated before heading to join the others. Naruto's smile threatened to split his face. "That's exactly what I wanted to hear, Shino," he said softly as he stood up and joined his team. Soon enough, the teams were all standing in front of their senseis. The other had seen Naruto at various times and had been given the story of his growth from his bloodline, which many believed coming from bloodline clans themselves. So they did not overreact to his appearance, although Kiba was still a bit annoyed at him for being in a relationship with his sister. Yamato stepped forward. "Alright, since this is the first time we have met since your time in the academy, we have decided to allow volunteers to fight one another. If any of the senses order you to stop or not to use a technique, the fight is over." "Understood?" he asked, using his scary face to its ultimate use. They all nodded, most cowed by the scary Exanbu. "Good. Would anyone like to go first?" he asked, which got a raised hand from Kiba, who smirked as Yamato nodded and stepped back, allowing him into the small circle the senseis had drawn, so they would know where to start. "Anyone else?" Yamato asked, looking over the group. Naruto sighed as he noticed Kiba's glare at him and raised his hand. Yamato smiled and waved him forward as everyone else took steps away from the small arena. "You fight till one is incapacitated or I stop you, understood?" He received 2 nods and raised his hand. "Hajime," he yelled, bringing his hand down. Kiba raised a finger and pointed at Naruto. "I'm gonna get you done. I don't care what kind of bloodline or abilities you were hiding. You are not worthy of my sister." He growled as he fed Akamaru a pill, and the small puppy turned red before turning into another Kiba as the original yelled, "Jujin Bunshin," and smirking at Naruto, who looked bored. "Is that all? Hanachan can choose who she wants to date. She's strong enough to chase off those she doesn't consider worthy," Naruto stated, emphasizing Hana's pet name for her little brother. Kiba growled, "Don't call me a runt and I don't care what you say. Hana can only marry someone who I approve of," he yelled as he got ready to charge. Naruto scoffed, "Please, don't delude yourself, Kiba. Hana will marry whomever she wants. I'm just lucky enough to be on the other end of that agreement," he said honestly, before he glared at Kiba. "However, you should learn to keep your mouth shut. Hanachan told me you'd be possessive, but this is stupid. I guess I'll just have to kick your ass," he said as he dropped into his own taijutsu stance. Kiba growled again and launched himself forward, with Akamaru at his side, and started to attack Naruto fiercely. Now, while the Inyazukas are known for tracking, they are also just about the second or third best taijutsu clan in the village, depending if you count the thieving Uchiha or not. Obviously, the Hyuga were first, but that's beside the point. Kiba was a very brash individual, and his taijutsu was the best of the clan kids his age, sans Hinata and probably Sasuke. So when Naruto skillfully evaded all of his and Akamaru's attacks like it was child's play, Kiba grew very angry and very surprised. "Hold still so I can pummel you into submission," Kiba grunted out as he threw another punch at Naruto. Naruto smirked and redirected the attack before lashing out with his own punch that sent Kiba flying back. "Sure Kiba, I'll stand still," he replied, gaining surprised looks from the rest of the shinobi present. "I'll even let you get a hit in. If I go down, I'll stop dating your sister," he said. Kiba smirked and looked at Akamaru, who nodded and barked in his Bunshin form. "You're on dope. I'll take you down in one shot. Ready, Akamaru?" he asked his partner, who barked in agreement. Now Akamaru was not stupid, he knew Naruto was going to win, after all the Himari triplets had thoroughly warned him of Naruto's battle prowess. However, that wouldn't stop Akamaru from helping his master test Naruto's worth. Kiba and Akamaru started running forward as Naruto relaxed and looked at them with a bored expression. They twisted together into 2 whirlwinds, and Kiba yelled, "Gatsuga." Fang over fang. Everyone watched in anticipation as Naruto stood directly in their path, seemingly unnerved by the approaching cyclones. Just before they hit, however, the Jounins and his teammates noticed a smirk and a soft foolish before a cloud of dust enveloped the 3. When it cleared, the genin were witnesses to a surprising sight. Akamaru lay exhausted staring at Kiba, who was being held by the neck by Naruto in his titan form. He smirked, and with his sharpened teeth in this form, he looked downright nasty. "I said one hit, Kiba. Akamaru hit me first, but that barely grazed me. I will give you credit, you are the first to wound me in this form. You lose, Kiba," Naruto said, accentuating his words with a sharp squeeze of Kaiba's neck. Kiba growled softly in defiance, but Naruto just squeezed again until he whimpered, signifying defeat. Yamato smirked, "Winner. Naruto Uzumaki," he said, causing Naruto to nod and drop Kiba before reverting back to his regular form. Luckily he had learned how to maintain his henge of his regular form between shifts. He walked back to the group, discreetly slipping a piece of paper into Hinata's pocket as he returned to his team. "Was it necessary to be so rough on Naruto?" Shino asked. Naruto shrugged, and Shino sighed before turning back to the matches. Most of the following matches were boring. Shikamaru refused to fight, saying everything was too troublesome. Chaoji fought Shino and was easily defeated by the Bug Boy's logic and tactical planning. Ino and Sakura had a match, but Sakura lost soundly as Ino easily used her new jutsus to full use and blasted her ex-best friend into the lake. Hinata didn't want to fight, and the senseis, after being chewed out by Kurenai, agreed to let her be. However, the true problem was the stuck-up emo boy, Aka Sasuke. He stepped into the ring and glared at Naruto. "Fight me?" he demanded. Naruto glared back, "No. I won't fight you to satisfy some strange urge on your part. And if you want to spar, you have to be nice about asking, not just demanding it," he replied simply. Sasuke growled and turned to Kakashi, "Make him fight me," he ordered. Kakashi sighed and opened his mouth but was cut off by Naruto. "You just ordered your commanding officer to order me. That could be construed as insubordination, Ichiha," Naruto stated. Sasuke nearly growled again until he turned his glare back to Naruto before smirking. "Fine, if you don't want to fight, then maybe I can go offer those whores of yours to be with a real man," he said cockily. The entire clearing froze as Naruto heard those words. Kakashi looked at Sasuke with no hidden contempt. Kurenai was trying to turn him into ash with a glare alone, and Yamato was ready to turn the kid into mulch. Sakura was crestfallen at her crush's words, but silently noticed how cruel he was to Naruto. Shikamaru, Choji, and Shino were all tense for a fight. Giba was ready to rip Sasuke's head off seeing as one of Naruto's girlfriends was his sister. Hinata. Well, Hinata was on the verge of a breakdown until she shifted slightly and realized there was paper in her pocket. Naruto's eyes became glaciers as he stared emotionlessly at Sasuke. "Would you care to repeat that, dead meat?" he asked monotonously. Sasuke smirked, thinking he had what he wanted. "I said, maybe I should show those whores of yours what a real man can do," he replied, still smirking. Kakashi actually facepalmed and turned to Naruto. "He's all yours. Just don't kill him, I'm sure the Hokage will have something better in mind," he said. Everyone looked at him funkily, excluding Naruto's team, as they tried to decipher what he meant. Meanwhile, Hinata had opened the small note only to notice that it said to meet a certain someone in the clearing about 500 meters south of here, 15 minutes after practice, signed by Naruto. She nearly melted but kept her composure and turned back to the growing shitstorm. Naruto smirked fiercely, "That can be arranged," he said, his voice laden with power. Sasuke opened his mouth to boast before he found himself crashing through 3 trees. Everyone gawked as Naruto's smirk widened. "I've been waiting for a chance to do that," he said as he took off after Sasuke. He quickly caught up to the Uchiha, who had just stood up and growled at him. Sasuke ran through the seals as fast as he could and said, "Katen Gakakyu no Jutsu." Fire release grand fireball technique as he expelled a pretty good-sized fireball at Naruto. Naruto frowned, but then smirked as he noticed a small nearby stream. Sujin Heki no Jutsu. Water release water wall technique, he yelled as a wall of water surrounded him and nullified the fireball like it was nothing. Sasuke growled at the elemental weakness and cursed Kakashi for not teaching him other jutsu to counter its effects. Naruto stepped forward and growled low in his throat. "You ever, and I mean ever, insult my mates or threaten them again, and I will rip you limb from fucking limb, Uchiha," Naruto stated as his anger triggered his celestial voice. This celestial voice, despite what you may think, was not heavenly in any way. It held a deep undertone of pure unadulterated power and authority that few, if any, could ignore, and Sasuke was not one of those few. Sasuke shivered in his sandals until the world went black. Naruto had knocked the idiot out lest he end up killing the precious last Uchiha. He sighed as he felt his anger subside. It was good to know he could still control himself. He picked up the emo king and took him back to the group where Kakashi sighed and took him to the hospital to check for broken bones from the knock through 3 trees. Yamato clapped his hands together. "All right, since everyone who wanted to fight, fought. We will now break and allow you all to think about whether or not you still wish to enter the exams. Please remember that this may or may not be an accurate representation of what you may face from other countries. I wish you all good luck and the best of wishes," he said smiling before he disappeared. Shikamaru quickly left, saying his mom would get too troublesome if he wasn't home for lunch. Sakura asked Ino to get some lunch and catch up, subtly hinting that she wanted to rant about Sasuke, which made the two friends rush off together. Choji quickly ran for his family's nearest restaurant and Kurenai just smiled softly at Hinata before saying she had an errand to run and setting off herself. Shino just blended into the trees and Naruto started to jump towards the meeting point. He mentally went over what he wanted to say and sighed as he knew this would end in a way he hated. With Hinata in tears. But Shino could turn those tears into joy and everything would be alright. Hopefully. He landed in the clearing with 5 minutes to spare and sat down, spreading his senses out. Not even a minute later, he felt Shino arrive and watch silently. He sighed and waited another 3 minutes before detecting not only Hinata but Kurenai as well, although he was sure that Kurenai was being stealthy as Hinata didn't seem to be paying attention to her. Soon enough a flustered Hinata landed in the clearing and poked her fingers together. "Hello Narutaken," she said nervously. Naruto sighed. "Hinata, I know you've been watching me train. Don't you have your own training to worry about?" he asked with some concern in his voice. He may not like her as a potential wife, but that didn't mean he wouldn't want her as a friend. Hinata blushed crimson but didn't faint, "3 just wanted to see if I were okay," she said softly. Naruto stood and kept his senses trained on the 3 people around him, although he was more worried about Kurenai's reaction to what he was about to do. "Hinata," he said sternly, causing her to look at him. Her eyes widened in surprise as she found him staring at her with an expression that she never thought she'd see from him, disappointment. "I know you have a crush on me. Don't interrupt," he said swiftly as she opened her mouth. She slowly closed it and her eyes started to water as he assumed what he was going to say. "Unfortunately, I can't be what you want me to be. I am a confident person, but I don't want you to rely on me for everything. I like you as a friend, but nothing more," he said sadly. Kurenai, in the bushes, was frowning. She had thought he would eventually warm up to the young Hyuga heiress, but it seems she was wrong. She noticed Hinata dropped her head and a few teardrops fell to the floor. Her heart went out to her younger sister, but she kept her distance as she saw Naruto glance in her direction. Hinata cried softly and dropped to her knees before clutching the ground in her hands. "So there's no chance?" she asked, barely able to speak those words. Naruto sighed in sadness, "I'm sorry, but no," he replied. She started to cry heavily then, but through her sobs, you could hear her talking. "My father Wat was right. I'm just a weakling. And nobody. I can't even get the man I want. I'm just too weak," she said in frustration as her sobs died down and anger overtook her. "I'm nothing more than a speck of dirt under his shoe. I'll never be a good Kinmoichi or a good heir. They were all right," she yelled before her voice turned soft, "I'm nothing more than a bug in their eyes." She whispered, but everyone heard it. She looked up only to find Naruto gone and she nearly started crying again when another voice sounded through the clearing. "And what, may I ask, is wrong with bugs?" Shino asked as he landed in front of Hinata. She frowned, her shy nature having been nearly destroyed by Naruto's words. "Bugs can never be strong enough to fight off the humans who crush them," she replied with a slight coldness in her words. Shino arched an eyebrow, "And yet, Kakachu can take out a great many humans who are bigger than they are," he replied. Hinata opened her mouth, but Shino continued, "You say you are worthless to them. You believe you are nothing to Naruto, is that right?" he asked, getting a shocked nod from the Hyuga heiress. "You are wrong. Naruto wishes to be your friend, as he is mine. He sees what I see, but he knows that you cannot become what you can be if he accepts you," he said as he advanced to kneel in front of her. Hinata was shocked and one tear fell from her eye. "And what do you see?" she asked softly. Shino slowly removed his goggles, showing his brown eyes to Hinata. "I see, a caterpillar who has begun to form her. She knows she needs to be stronger and therefore seeks to evolve. All she needs is a little help to become the beautiful butterfly that 2 men can see, but only one wishes to have for his own," he said softly, his voice holding emotions that his clan was so famous for ignoring. Hinata's eyes widened as Shino leaned forward and captured her lips in a soft kiss, surprising her and Kurenai, although the set of blue eyes watching were filled with glee. Hinata was stiff for only a moment before relaxing into the kiss, although she didn't truly return it. When they broke, they stared at one another for a moment before Hinata's face turned blood red. "Shiniken. Warn me before you do that again." And she trailed off as she looked to the side. Shino gave her an inquisitive look before becoming shocked as she kissed him on the cheek. "You need to get to know a girl before you can just kiss her like that," she said softly. Shino blushed and cleared his throat before standing, causing Hinata to look at him confused. He put his goggles on and smiled at her. "Well, then, would you do me the honor of getting to know you better? And the additional one of helping you become the butterfly you can be?" he asked. Hinata blushed again but took his hand. "I think I can, Shiniken. But no more surprise kisses until I say so," she said as the two began to walk out of the clearing. Kurenai stared in shock until a warm smile came across her lips. "You know, that worked out even better than I'd hoped. And damn is Shino smooth. Are all Laburum like that?" Naruto asked from his treetop position. Kurenai glanced at him, slightly annoyed, but the smile never left her lips. "You set all this up, didn't you?" she asked. Naruto chuckled, "Maybe, maybe not. I'm just glad they're both happy," he said smiling as he watched the new couple walk away. It stirred something in him and he suddenly knew what he wanted to do soon. Kurenai smiled at him. "I may not like you for denying Hinata like that, but I won't blame you. She may be better off this way," she said softly. Naruto nodded, smiling, "Yeah, I hope so. Anyways, I'm headed home. Later, Kurenai-chan, say hi to Asuma for me," he yelled as he disappeared, leaving a flustered Kurenai in his wake. Namikaze Estates that evening. Naruto had spent most of the day in his lab as he practiced after the spars that morning and the subsequent interaction with Hinata and Shino. Naruto arrived home and was greeted by all the girls as they were just sitting down to eat. Luckily, it wasn't ramen tonight, but tacos. Yes, tacos, they have that in Japan. Well, in my story they do, so get used to it. Besides, it doesn't really matter what they're eating. Naruto bites into another tacos and finishes chewing before looking across the table and smiling warmly at Amaterasu. Say, Amichan, why'd you say you and me go out on a date this Friday? He asked. Amaterasu nearly choked on her own food before swallowing and smiling brightly. I'd love to, Naruto-kun. Are we gonna go back to the animal kingdom? She asked as the other girls started listening intently. Naruto chewed his food as he thought about it before shaking his head. I rather enjoyed my date with Ijita-chan. I think I'd like another midnight picnic. He said with a questioning lilt at the end. Amaterasu smiled softly, sounds good actually. Friday, pick me up at 7. She asked, getting a nod. She smiled brightly at him as she thought of several ways to knock him dead. Naruto soon bid the girls goodnight and went to bed, with most of the girls following. However, 3 women convened in a certain feral woman's room. They all smiled at each other, and Hana smirked fierily. Operation Akami no Sekkkussu'1 has begun. She said softly as the girls all giggled perversely. Amaterasu was going to give their Naruto-kun a night to remember. And Akami's heat and the Chunin exams begin. For the past week, Naruto had been getting ready for his date with Amaterasu. He had improved a small grilling pit that was powered by seals, so he wouldn't have to carry charcoal or lighter fluid, and it also kept the smoke from interfering with their date. He sighed as he looked himself over in the mirror. He had decided for something a little more casual than before. He wore good black slacks with a type of close-toed sandal and a rather plain black shirt, although it had the picture of 1 silver and 1 gold wolf snuggling each other on the back. He spied the clock and smiled. It was time to pick up his date. Meanwhile, at the Namika's compound, Amaterasu was dressed in a splendid silver dress that had 2 spaghetti straps over her shoulders, leaving most of her upper breasts and cleavage open to the world. It only reached to mid-calf, and she had on some black high heels. She had allowed the girls to do her hair, which was actually put up to look like a silver sun, but all of this wasn't really on her mind. All week she had been hot and bothered. Now normally, this wouldn't be a problem as she would just go into seclusion and wait out her heat period. However, she knew this wasn't her heat period and she was, without reason, extremely horny. It actually pissed her off as she couldn't relieve herself alone anytime she tried to do so, and it only seemed to make it worse. Little did she know that Hikari had pulled in a favor from Inari and gotten her hands on some god-level aphrodisiacs, well that and Anko's natural aphrodisiacs were to die for. Simply put, the 3 plotters had done everything possible to make Amaterasu so horny she'd have no choice but to use Naruto to relieve herself of her frustration and her virginity. They all giggled perversely, but Hikari more than the others. They all noticed Naruto coming up the walkway and smirked. This was gonna be a night he'd happily enjoy. Amaterasu noticed Naruto ring the doorbell and looked at herself in the mirror once more, smoothing out her dress and pulling a see-through shawl around her shoulders before heading down the stairs and opening the door. Naruto smiled brightly at her and eyed her with very appreciative eyes. You look magnificent, Megamahim. He said softly as he offered her his arm. Amaterasu smiled as she quickly grabbed it and subconsciously rubbed herself against his arm. Only for you, Naruto-kun. She said softly as the 2 took off down the walkway and out of the grounds, neither noticing the pair of eyes following them in secret. They took their time, but arrived in the same clearing that Naruto had set up for Yujito just as the sun was going down. Naruto was glad he had sent a clone ahead to cook their food. They watched it for a time, completely silent after they sat down, and Amaterasu rested her head on Naruto's shoulder, using it as an excuse to take deep whiffs of his strong masculine scent. She sighed in contentment as it was enough to help her appease the heat growing in her loins. Unfortunately she knew it would return, and only stronger than before. She absent-mindedly thought of cancelling the date, but she threw that thought out as soon as it entered her mind. She wanted to be here, with Naruto. She never noticed it, but with each inhale, she subconsciously rubbed her thighs together. Naruto, on the other hand, could smell Amaterasu's increasing arousal, and it was playing havoc with his senses. His cock was practically rigid in his pants. Is she really that attracted to me? Or is she in heat or something? He asked himself. He sighed as he tried to return it to a relaxed state. And failed horribly as he heard Amaterasu inhale deeply next to him. He nearly groaned in disappointment when his clone dispersed telling him that the chicken he had been barking was ready, and he smiled softly at Amaterasu. The food is ready, Amichan. He said softly, earning a disappointed groan from the goddess, but she complied when he shifted and they scooted back to grab their plates of food. It was a rather simple dinner, just some chicken and potatoes, along with some green tea, as Amaterasu didn't like sake. He smiled as he saw her nearly inhale the food. Is it really that good, Amichan? He asked with mirth in his eyes. Amaterasu blinked owlishly before a blush crept up her face. Crap, I can't believe I was rushing just to jump him. Geez, am I really that horny? She asked herself as she slowed her pace. With Amaterasu actually enjoying his food, Naruto chuckled and went back to his own dinner. For some reason, neither of them were in the mood to talk, so instead they ate in silence, however they kept stealing glances at one another when the other wasn't looking. Soon enough, however, the food was gone and Naruto laid back patting his full stomach. "That was good," he said. "Lemon. Do not read if you are underage. Please skip to the third bold line." Amaterasu giggled and blushed. "Screw it. I already wanted to be with him, and this is the perfect chance." She thought as the once stoic goddess decided to give in to her lust for once. She suddenly jumped on top of Naruto, putting her hands on his chest and grinding her hips into his, causing his eyes to bulge. "I know something that will make it even better," she said huskily. Naruto had no time to react as the hot goddess smashed her lips hungrily into Naruto's own. He struggled for only a moment before kissing back passionately and flipping the sun goddess onto her back, not that she was complaining. He smirked down at her as he ran a hand down her body to between her legs, causing her to gasp in pleasure. "You really are horny, aren't you, Amachan? You're so sensitive you gasp just from touching through your clothes," he said. Amaterasu blushed a red that would make Hinata proud, but what Naruto did next really got her going. He leaned down and whispered into her ear as he pressed his hand against her wet sex. "I won't even have to prepare you, it looks like we can get straight to the main event," Naruto whispered huskily. Amaterasu moaned in approval as he ran his hand up her lips through her clothes. Suddenly, she glared at him. "You will fuck me now or I'll burn those balls off and use them myself," she said with anger and lust apparent in her eyes. Naruto chuckled as he pulled Amaterasu's dress off her body and viewed her sopping wet snatch. "I think I'll indulge you, Megamahim, but maybe you should help me out of my clothes first," he said teasingly. Amaterasu growled playfully as she quickly undressed him and spread her legs. "Quit jerking me around," she said fiercely. Naruto raised an eyebrow. She really gives into her feral side when she lets herself loose. He thought as he realized years of pent-up sexual activity came to the surface. That was fine with Naruto, after all, he'd be screwing his newest lover into a coma if he had anything to say about it. He smirked and lined himself up with her entrance, Amaterasu eagerly wrapping her arms around his neck for better access as he eased himself into her tight love canal. Amaterasu's eyes rolled as he entered her, and she thanked herself for getting rid of that pesky hymen situation years ago when she simply removed it from her body. His 10-inch cock was easily stretching her in ways her hands could never fulfill, and she loved every second of it. He felt like a giant metal heating rod that caused her aching pussy to throb pleasurably while it stretched to accommodate his girth. Oh no. She was not regretting giving in to her desires tonight. Naruto, on the other hand, gasped as he entered the sun goddess. She certainly lived up to that name as her pussy felt like a furnace, not unpleasurable hot mind you, but hotter than any of his girls so far, and he was pretty sure hotter than any other girl he would ever meet. He could feel her pussy throb around his cock and smirked as he watched Amaterasu's eyes roll and some drool escape her mouth. Naruto paused as he fully entered her with a small grunt before shifting himself and beginning to see a good 7 inches in and out of his newest lover. Amaterasu's eyes clouded with lust as she raised her hips to meet Naruto's thrusts. She could feel Naruto's cock easily hit her cervix with every thrust, and she happily aided in his attempts to paint her insides white. Due to Amaterasu's sex-deprived life and the aphrodisiacs, she was quickly approaching climax, and she attempted to clench her pussy walls around Naruto to bring him to orgasm as well. She noticed he didn't seem fazed in the slightest until she got a devious idea and her canine attributes took physical form. She had her tail come around and squeeze his balls as he thrust into her hot wet hole. This caused Naruto's eyes to widen and his pleasure to increase phenomenally. In a short time, the combined actions caused both of the wolfish lovers to climax spectacularly, with Naruto thrusting balls deep into his newest lover. Amaterasu's eyes rolled in pleasure as Naruto growled softly and thrust balls deep into her pussy, hitting her G-spot and cervix in one thrust, causing an intense orgasm to rock her body and spots to form in her vision. She felt him pierce her innermost cavern and moaned loudly as she felt the hot cum of her lover fill her most holy place. She felt her cervix actually massage his cockhead as he put more and more of his baby batter into her oven and mentally encouraged her body to continue its magnificent ministrations. She was barely aware that he had captured her lips in a passionate kiss, but she was by no means shy in returning the affection her first, and only if she had anything to say about it, lover. Naruto growled as he thrust into his lover and quickly followed with a passionate kiss as he felt Amaterasu's wet cavern become almost unbearably hot. Not to say she wasn't tight as all hell either though. He moaned into her mouth as he felt his cum erupt from his cock like it was a volcano, and the way her cervix seemed to pulse around the head of his cock just before he deposited his next shot served only to prolong his orgasm. He moaned into Amaterasu's mouth as his last shot of cum was thrust into her womb and let his body relax as his orgasm subsided. He slowly came down from his orgasm and accessed his celestial chakra and bit Amaterasu's shoulder while whispering, "Mine," as he softened inside of his goddess, giving her the same golden wolf figure on her shoulder. Amaterasu smiled as she came down from her own orgasm and felt her body actually begin to heat up again as he bit her shoulder and claimed her. She quickly returned the favor and bit him on the same mark Hikari and Anko had given him, his right shoulder. Her own figure of a golden sun appeared behind the two previous figures, although a silver wolf joined the two animals in front of the sun. Naruto slowly extracted himself from his goddess before giving her a soft smile. "How was it?" he asked, hoping she enjoyed it as much as him. Amaterasu smirked and flipped them so she was on top, letting herself fall and grind against Naruto's body. "It was exciting," she said huskily as she leant into his ear, "but I hope you don't think we're done, cause I still have much more room." She whispered into his ear as she specifically rubbed her stomach against his. Naruto immediately caught on to what she meant and his erection returned in full force, pushing against Amaterasu's thigh as she ground her body against his. Amaterasu smirked as she saw his eyes beginning to cloud in lust and she swiftly got off of him, only to turn around on the blanket and get on her hands and knees presenting him with her backside, her tail straight up. Naruto looked at her confused for only a second until he saw a bit of juice leak from her thoroughly moistened love canal. He growled softly as she turned her head and smiled seductively while shaking her ass as an invitation. He quickly got on his knees and rubbed his head over her swollen nether lips before thrusting into her, fully sheathing himself in the hot cavern of his goddess. He moaned in appreciation as her hole stretched to accommodate his girth once again. He bent over her back and let his own celestial features show. He licked her neck causing a shiver to run down her spine and her walls to clench pleasurably around his cock. She turned her head to the side and engaged in a passionate kiss before breaking away as Naruto smirked at his lover. "I'm gonna fuck you till you pass out, Megamahim. I hope you enjoy it," he stated as he pulled almost all the way out before bringing their hips back together with the lewd sound of skin slapping against skin. Amaterasu moaned as her lover roughly fucked her hot hole, and she loved every second of it. While their original position had allowed Naruto to reach the entrance to her most holy place, it hadn't been quite enough for him to hit it with every thrust. This position, however, had the dual effect of allowing Naruto to hit her cervix and hitting her G-spot with every thrust. Needless to say, Amaterasu was very pleased and Naruto could tell simply by how loud she moaned and how hot her pussy was around his cock. It seemed that Amaterasu's pussy got hotter the more she enjoyed the sex, perk of being the sun goddess Naruto guessed. Naruto growled softly in appreciation as he thrust himself again and again into his newest lover. He had grown used to the unnatural amount of heat that Amaterasu produced, and it did nothing but turn him on even more, as he could easily tell just how much Amaterasu was enjoying his love. He loved how she kept heating up as she got closer and closer to her orgasm, which easily encouraged his own release. Needless to say, seeing as Amaterasu's pussy got hotter and hotter with every thrust, it wasn't long before Naruto buried himself in his lover for the second time that night as he half-howled his release into the night. Amaterasu let out a half-scream, half-howl as Naruto buried himself inside of her, forcing her cervix open and pumping even more cum into her womb. She instantly came, her own orgasm striking through her body like lightning. She felt her womb throbbing, pulsing around his cockhead and spurring him on to get the creamy reward it had worked so hard to get. She saw spots in her vision and just smiled in contentment as she felt him fully fill her womb before pulling back and shooting his last stream of cum into her love canal, truly painting her pussy white. Naruto howled his release as he pierced his lover's womb for the second time that night, fully intent on giving her the seed she so obviously wished for. Her pussy had tightened considerably around his cock and he could feel her womb throbbing around his cockhead, once again prolonging his orgasm to new heights. His cock throbbed as he happily supplied the warm liquid to his lover's sacred hole, pulling back only to have his last shot spurt and cover her pussy in white. Amaterasu didn't move as Naruto sat down on his haunches, panting from his orgasm. She had her eyes closed and was enjoying the feeling of having her sex filled with the seed of the only man she would ever allow to plant it there. She was enjoying the glow of aftersex for a good 5 minutes when, suddenly, her eyes shot open as a finger entered her ass and she moaned almost as loud as she had when she orgasmed just a few minutes ago. She looked over her shoulder only to see Naruto fingering her wet ass. "Amachan. Your ass is lubricated," Naruto half-asked as he continued his pleasuring of his goddess. Amaterasu blushed and nodded. "Wolves have sex through the ass," she said getting louder as he hit a good spot in her ass, "so, of course I'm lubricated," she continued. She noticed him staring at her ass in a bit of awe before the aphrodisiacs hit her again and she smirked fierily. "Naruto-kun," she said, getting his attention with a seductive hint to his name. She wiggled her ass, with his fingers still in it. "Care to fuck my ass?" she asked, smirking. Naruto was a bit taken aback that she not only had the stamina to go yet again, but also that she was asking for him to fuck her ass, something he hadn't yet. He removed his finger and set himself up to enter her ass. Amaterasu let her arms fail and stuck her ass up in the air, her tail again straight up as she offered herself to him again. Naruto stroked himself back to full length and bent close to her. "Are you sure?" he asked. Amaterasu smirked and gave him a quick kiss before nodding. Naruto smiled softly and slowly slid his way into her tight ass. Naruto savored the different feeling of sliding into his newest mate's ass. It was definitely tighter than any of his other lovers' pussies, but it had a different feel as well. It was tightest at the base, but the pressure lessened after that until about another 3 inches in where it tightened again. Luckily, as Amaterasu said, her ass was thoroughly lubricated and he slid in easily. He groaned as he bottomed out, "God Megamahim, you're so tight." He grunted out as he attempted to adjust to this newest sensation. Amaterasu moaned in delight as her ass was spread wide by Naruto's well-endowed cock. She heard his comment but didn't respond and instead rolled her hips back in a sign to start moving. Naruto took the hint and started off slow, not wanting to hurt his lover. Amaterasu appreciated it as she felt Naruto thoroughly violated her ass again and again, not that she was objecting to you. Her ass felt like it was on fire as he slid his member between her cheeks and into her other hole, a pleasurable fire that is. Naruto continued his thrusts for several minutes before he felt his release approaching, and by the way Amaterasu's ass was clenching around his cock, so was hers. He smirked as he thought of a devious way to finish her off. He leaned forward as he continued to push himself deep into his lover's rectum. "I'm gonna fill your ass with my kumamachin, try and hold it in for me will you?" He said huskily into her ear as his own tail furiously brushed against her nether lips and his balls slapped against them. Amaterasu's eyes widened and she howled her release as Naruto thrust himself deep inside her ass and let loose yet another torrent of cum. Her juices, and some of Naruto's, spilled down her legs as her eyes rolled in her head as she felt the third orgasm of the night rock through her body. As her howl subsided, she continued to moan whilst Naruto was still connected to her hips from behind. She was one very satisfied goddess and she would definitely seek a repeat of tonight. Naruto moaned loudly as his cock spilled yet more of his seed into Amaterasu's willing hole. Her ass was clenched tightly around his cock and he was happy to hear her howl so loud as he pumped her stomach full of cum. He could honestly say that this was the longest he had ever gone with any of his lovers, but that didn't mean that he was done. He felt a pulse from his avatar mark and leaned forward only to bite Amaterasu on her own mate mark. The result was something neither expected, but both would love. Warning. The following scene contains bestial sex as in Naruto and Amaterasu both in wolf form. Please skip to the following bold line if you do not wish to read. Amaterasu felt a flood of celestial chakra enter her mark and change her body from her human form to her animal form, the silver fox with bright blue lines running through her body. She twisted her canine head only to see Naruto, in his own magnificent golden wolf form, still inserted in her tight canal. She felt him growing hard and smirked. She swiftly started grinding her ass into his growing erection and was promptly rewarded with a lustful growl from her, now, canine companion. "Still not satisfied with my Megamahim?" Naruto asked as his erection returned in full force, easily filling Amaterasu's love hole. Amaterasu mentally chuckled and rocked her hips back into his again, earning yet another playfully lustful growl, "Just shut up and fuck me again Naruto-kun," she responded. Naruto chuckled as he shifted to get a better position in his new form, "Gladly Amachin." He responded as his first thrust met her hips. Amaterasu let out a howl of approval as Naruto began to pound into her body for the 4th time that night. Their hips met several times in rapid-fire thrusts as Naruto and Amaterasu attempted to receive yet another orgasm from their lover. Naruto was furiously pounding his well-endowed cock into Amaterasu's tight, wet, hot hole, and she was doing her best to ensure that Naruto needed to do nothing more than continue his blistering pace to achieve their release. To Naruto, Amaterasu's new form was just as stunning as her human one. The blue lines running through her fur entranced his wolf-like eyes. They seemed to dance and shift every time he thrust into his lover, making him want to fuck her even more with an almost hypnotic effect. He continued to pound into his lover for a good 20 minutes before his orgasm began to bubble up from his balls and begin to make itself known to him. To Amaterasu, having sex in this form wasn't that much different than her human one, however she had to admit that Naruto made a stunning wolf. She had often glanced back at him as he pounded into her body and was pleased with the sight she had seen. His chest was muscled, just like his human one, his teeth sharp, his eyes the bright electric blue she had come to love, and the long tongue that hung out of his mouth as he continued to give her pleasure she hadn't considered existed. She felt him harden and impale himself into her body and let loose a howl as she felt the beginnings of his orgasm and her own. Naruto howled to the moon as his cock went rigid inside his lover and started to pour his hot cum into her tight hole. At the base of his cock, a large swelling occurred and tied the two lovers together, as well as not allowing any of Naruto's juices to spill from Amaterasu's body. He moaned as he felt her pussy massage his cock and prolong his orgasm, just as her womb had done earlier that night. He half collapsed on her back as his knot kept them from moving away from one another. Amaterasu howled in pleasure, and her body finally succumbed to the pleasure it had been subjected to all night. She felt Naruto's cock go rigid and the large knot that stretched her hole, as well as keeping the two from moving. She even felt her pussy massage Naruto's cock, but as his cum poured into her womb for the third time that day and her own orgasm hit for the fourth, she passed out from sheer pleasure. Needless to say, she was smiling as much as a wolf could as she snuggled her ass a little closer to her lover. Naruto mentally smirked as he noticed that Amaterasu had passed out from the pleasure. Well, I did promise to fuck her till she passed out. He thought with mirth. He stayed tied to his lover for a good 30 minutes before his knot receded and he pulled out of his canine lover, only for her to revert to her human form and curl into a ball. He readied himself to change back when he felt a finger press itself into his back, near his tail, before a bolt of energy ran up and down his spine, ending in his balls and cock, leaving him 100 erect yet again. He turned around only to come snout to ass with 9 tails and a foxy ass being shaken sexily at him. It seems that Hikari wanted a piece of the action and Naruto was all too happy to oblige. He quickly mounted his foxy lover and thrust balls deep into her slick tight hole. Hikari-chan, you're fucking sexy as a vixen, you know that? Naruto asked as he began to pound into his alpha mate. Hikari mewed under his actions and smirked over her shoulder, as much as she could anyways. Yes, I know it is Naruto-kun. Do you enjoy fucking me in this form? She asked as he furiously continued to please his mate. Naruto's tongue hung from his mouth as he panted in pleasure. I do, you're so slim and streamlined. Your ass is smaller than Amachan's, but tighter, and you definitely know how to shake it. But I don't know if I have it in me to go for more than one Hikari-chan. He replied a bit sadly. Hikari panted as she felt her end fast approaching. Something about Naruto being attracted to her fox form was making this go a bit faster than expected, but not in a bad way. That's fine. Too was sorta watching you too and couldn't help myself. She replied, admitting her indecent act. Naruto barked out a laugh as his own end approached. Next time, don't hide. It'd be fucking sexy to see you masturbate while I'm screwing another of our mates. He replied as he thrust particularly deep into Hikari's ass and let out a howl as his cock spewed forth its cream into Hikari's willing hole. Hikari smirked as she felt Naruto fill her womb with his cum and let loose her own howl of pleasure as his knot returned and spread her lips to their max as his body tied itself to hers. Naruto snuggled into her shoulder and she smirked, I will do that. But enough of that. I'm tired and as soon as your little friend goes away, we are sleeping with Amachan. She said. Naruto just growled lightly in agreement and snuggled closer, awaiting his sleep time. It was close to midnight when his knot faded and the two lovers turned human, picked up Amaterasu, and swiftly shunshin back home to sleep, Naruto in the middle, Amaterasu snuggled to his left, and Hikari snuggled to his right. Lemon end. Thank you. Namikaze estates next day. Amaterasu's eyes opened and she groaned as she felt extreme soreness in her legs and both her holes. Suddenly the events the night prior reached the forefront of her mind and she realized that she was snuggled up with the man who had claimed her as his mate just last night. She noticed Hikari's scent in the bed, but the shower was running, so she assumed she was there. She slowly got up only to notice that Naruto had concern in his eyes. Are you okay? He asked. Amaterasu hugged the sheets to her chest and smiled before kissing him lightly on the lips. I'm fine, Taken. Son, how are you? She asked, smiling softly. Naruto smiled back, I'm quite well, thanks for asking. You really wore me out last night. He replied honestly. Amaterasu blushed but still smiled, get used to it. We have centuries of catching up to do, Koi. She said. Naruto was a bit taken aback but kissed her softly again. Whatever you want, Megamahim, he replied, smirking. Amaterasu giggled, good answer, but you have training with Kushina-san, so get out of here. She said. Naruto frowned but sighed and nodded before getting out of bed and grabbing his clothes, entering the bathroom just as Hikari exited it. Hikari smirked at Amaterasu and opened her mouth, but shut it immediately after as Amaterasu glared at her when Naruto left the room. Get whatever girls were involved with this downstairs for breakfast or so help me I will rip you all to shreds. She said angrily. Hikari gaped for a second before mfing and walking out of the room to gather her co-conspirators. Amaterasu stretched and winced at the pain in her legs. She sighed and used a minor healing jutsu so she could walk with a limp. She could have just willed it away, but she'd be damned if the girls didn't know she'd had the best night of her life with her Taken. 3 hours later, Hana, Hikari, Anko, Amaterasu and Yujito were sitting at the table. Yujito had joined them, but she didn't really know what was going on, she just wanted to know how Naruto was in bed, considering Nibi wouldn't shut up about Amaterasu's limp. Amaterasu sighed and took a sip of her tea before glaring at the three culprits, you know, if I hadn't already wanted to sleep with him, and if he hadn't blown my mind last night, I'd make you all experience life as a leech for a few weeks. I figured it out about halfway through last night. She said harshly. Hikari, Anko, and Hana shared a look before turning back to Amaterasu and sticking out their tongues saying Naya. Before they all busted out laughing. Hana wiped a tear from her eye before focusing on Naruto's newest mate. So. Just how mind-blowing was he last night? She asked, smirking, causing Yujiro to lean in a bit closer than the others. Amaterasu considered not telling them, but noticed Yujiro so decided to spare them her wrath. She relaxed and her eyes took a faraway look. He screwed me 4 times, and I loved every second of it. God, I had to work to get him to orgasm at the same time as me. She said. Yujiro and Hana had blushes, but Hikari and Anko just giggled perversely. He really is good, isn't he? Hikari asked, getting a nod from the goddess. She smirked, and Naruto's 3 mates reminisced their times with Naruto. Yujiro blushed but leaned forward and smirked deviously. I want details. She said. Naruto's mate smirked before Hana and Yujiro found themselves having to relieve some tension in the bathroom following their descriptions. Time skipped 2 weeks. Chunin exam day. Team 10 approached the academy with high hopes and confidence. They knew they were ready for these exams and were confident in passing any test these instructors could throw their way. Ino and Shino were easily Chunin level, and Naruto was nearing Sanin level himself. But they didn't let that go to their heads. Speaking of Shino, Hinata had been seen around him almost as much as she had been seen watching Naruto, not that the bug boy complained or denied it. The teams soon entered the building and were instructed to report to the front desk. The secretary looked at the team with boredom and asked for their team name, which they gave and were assigned to report to room 229. They looked at one another and shrugged, heading up the stairs and to their assigned classroom. They quickly arrived and took in the competition. There was a sound team, unknown as it was a new village, a rain team, some teams from various smaller countries, and 1 team from Leaf, but they seemed far too old to be genin. Naruto and his team silently made their way into a corner to await their exam and observe the enemy. Sound seemed to be mad at everything and everyone. The rain team reminded Naruto of Might Guy and Rock Lee just without green or the bushy eyebrows. Most of the other teams were insignificant, although there was 1 team from Waterfall that caught Naruto's attention. Pretty soon, however, a puff of smoke appeared at the front of the classroom. Alright you maggots, listen up and shut up. Came the voice of someone Naruto knew very well, considering the man was the best male friend of one of his mates. Naruto smirked. Oi Scarface. You ain't trying to scare me again, are ya? He asked. Ibiki blinked as he took in Naruto before turning and glaring at the nearby Chunin with a clipboard. Why the hell didn't you tell me Uzumaki was here? He asked angrily. The Chunin cowered for a moment before Ibiki huffed. Never mind. Just listen up. I'm going to explain the rules of this competition. He said as the rest of the ninjas focused their attention on the black-clad Jounin. You must all find 2 scrolls, 1 heaven, 1 earth. You will find some basic information in the packets being handed out to your team when I am finished explaining the rules. Everyone has the same basic clues, but each team has 1 specific clue that the other teams in this room don't have. You will have 12 hours to find the 2 scrolls from the time the test begins to the end. There will be no fighting allowed between teams at this time. Am I understood? He asked, getting nods from the gathered teams. Ibiki smirked. Good, get your packets and get ready, the exam begins in 10 minutes. He said. Exams, and Nibi's deal. Naruto smirked as his team received their folder of information, his mind already going over possible ways to get more information. His smirk widened into a foxy smile as he figured out a way to do just that. He turned to Ibiki and said the man nearly facepalmed himself. He turned to the Chunin and whispered, that damn brat is going to breeze through this exam like it's a stroll in the park. He shook his head and waited for the 20 teams to receive their packets. Once everyone had, he reapplied his hard-ass torture bastard mask and smirked devilishly at the assembled genin. Alright you maggots, 1 last piece of information. He roared at them, which quickly got their attention. There are 5 special clues distributed among you, with a total of 4 full clues that will practically hand you the scrolls. Good luck grunts, you're going to need it. He said with a smirk that Hikari could be proud of. Naruto smirked and grabbed the packet, happy that he had made his way to the back of the room. He silently made several kage bunshin and grabbed the extra folders in their hands. He held up the 8 fake folders and waved them around. I'm giving out our clue if you trade me yours. First 8 to come get it. He said, with Shino raising an eyebrow before his bugs informed him of the switch and Ino just shaking her head as she had long ago stopped questioning Naruto's strange abilities. Several teams looked at him like he was crazy until the sound team leader, a man wrapped in bandages, smirked. How about we just take it from you? He said darkly. Naruto sweat dropped and pointed to the angry-looking Ibiki. Don't you remember the rules, numbnuts? No fighting allowed. I'm just trying to be civil. He said with mock hurt in his voice. A female waterfall ninja with mint green hair and orange eyes walked Naruto and handed him her folder. I want that back when you're done, Akami boy. She said with a smirk. Naruto took a moment to observe the Jinchuriki before him, his surrogate sister in pain. She wore a white tank top and white skirt, her eyes held a deep sadness, but also seemed to hold genuine glee when she looked at Naruto. She also had a large oval red thing on her back, but Naruto didn't know what it was for. Luckily for Naruto, Susanoo had taken the time to inform his charge of all the Jinchuriki and their different quirks. Now normally, Fu hated humanity, but her Biju, much like Nibi, had informed her of Naruto's recent rise, and she appeared to be both curious about him and happy to see him. Naruto smirked and nodded, quickly taking down the offered clue before handing her a shadow clone copy. As he handed it to her, however, his eyes flickered to hers and then back down before letting go. Curious about his actions, as few people ever looked her in the eyes, she opened the folder as she made her way back to her teammates, who she could barely stand. She smirked mentally, however, as she saw not only Naruto's special clue, but the other three giving her team an edge. She would have to thank the Akami boy later for this helpful information and question him as to why he helped her out. Naruto mentally smirked as well, he had already gained the extra clues thanks to Shino's bugs and his clones. He had decided to give his Jinchuriki sister a hand and was happy to see the slight skip in her step as she grabbed her teammates and disappeared. He handed out 2 more folders, this time with only his team's clue, before realizing everyone else had disappeared. He chuckled and looked at Ibiki, "This is gonna be fun, Scarface," he said. Ibiki shook his head, "That it will. That it will. Now get out of here, I know you already got the clues," he said, gaining chuckles from the team in front of him. Naruto stood up and shrugged as he made his way out the door. "Come on Ibiki-chan, you give me too much credit," he said. Ibiki just chucked an eraser at him as he disappeared out the door. "Damn Gaki, he's too smart for his own good," Ibiki said, shaking his head again. Training ground 10 after packet distribution. Naruto smirked at his teammates and opened the packet to read the information. The basic information for everyone was that the city itself was a neutral zone. If anyone was found fighting or arguing, you would be kicked out immediately. It had information on the different districts of Konoha, with a major keep out sign for the clan district, and that the area was being patrolled by Anbu, so no one could gain any defensive information about Konoha. However, it did tell you where the training grounds were and that your objective was not in the city proper. It also gave little tidbits about each training ground and what could be found inside them. Naruto and his team nodded at the basic information before putting together the clues and reading it. Some are weak, others are strong, you must choose who. Clue 1. The fire burns bright when you work together. Clue 2. The test you shall face, with red eyes. Clue 3. Hero's memory you shall honor. Clue 4. Fallen warriors, you must gather. Clue 5. Naruto's team silently went over the clues and tried to work them together in their heads. Naruto was the first to speak up. "Okay, so let's go over this one by one. The first clue seems to say that we need to choose who is strong and who is weak," he said. Shino nodded. Logically, Naruto would be strong, followed by me, and then by Innocent, in most situations, he said. Ino and Naruto nodded, as they both knew it to be true. Ino smirked at the next one. The fire burns bright when you work together. Fire is capitalized. And the basics of Konoha is our will of fire, which really stems off of our teamwork. The second clue is meant to tell us that this test is about teamwork, she said. Naruto nodded in happiness. Good, we're getting somewhere. The next one, we have to face a test, but it has something to do with red eyes, he said. Shino brought his hand up to his chin as his team quietly contemplated this puzzle. If my memory serves me, Kurenai-sensei has red eyes, and the only other red eyes could be a Sharingan, he said. The rest of his team nodded in agreement. Okay, then we need to be ready to face Genjutsu Ander and Ninjutsu Master, Naruto said, getting nods from his 2 teammates. The team looked at the last 2 clues for a moment before Ino spoke up. I think the last 2 are meant to be viewed together. Hero's memory and fallen warriors are awfully close, don't you think? She asked. Naruto grabbed them and put them together before nodding. Indeed. Let's see, we have to honor our heroes and gather our fallen warriors. Where can we do both? He asked. Ino pondered for a second before saying, well, what about the Hokage monument? It holds our greatest, she suggested. Naruto shook his head. That's true, but it doesn't hold true to the fallen warriors, as there were far more dead shinobi than just the Hokages, he replied. Shino silently looked over the basic information again as his teammates debated. Naruto, training ground 7. The Hero's Stone, he said, causing both his teammates to stop and blink at him owlishly before rushing over to meet him. Shino pointed to the small map. The Hero's Stone is where we put the names of all of our fallen shinobi. It is a place to honor our heroes and to gather the memories of our fallen warriors, he stated. Naruto and Ino smiled. Good work, Shino. Let's get ready to move out, Naruto ordered as they gathered their things. Training ground 7. 10 minutes later, Naruto looked to his team, who nodded, before they all landed in the clearing. They didn't drop into a fighting stance or anything, but they did keep themselves very aware of their surroundings. They slowly made their way to the hero's monument, assuming that's where the scroll, or hopefully scrolls, would be. Soon enough they reached the stone, and Naruto silently motioned for them to keep watch whilst he checked the stone for any scrolls. His team nodded and Naruto turned back to the stone. He studied it for a good 3 minutes when he noticed foreign chakra entering his system. Genjutsu, Shit. He thought as he silently pulsed his chakra and broke the illusion surrounding him and his teammates. It would seem we are not alone here. Shino stated as he eyed the surrounding forest. Naruto nodded, good observation, but it won't do any good if we can't find her. Send out your Kakachu and I'll make a few Kage Bunshin to search, Ino be ready to fight. He whispered to his team, who nodded in response. Naruto quickly made 20 clones, who immediately turned into several wild animals and crept into the bush, while Shino's bugs spread out in an attempt to catch their red-eyed opponent. Naruto winced as he felt 3 of his clones be dispelled. She's out there. 20 meters to the left and moving. He informed his team. Shino nodded and his bugs swarmed to the area, but were too late to catch their elusive prey. Naruto focused on his clones' memories and attempted to guide Shino, but their opponents seemed to always disappear before they could reach the area until there was only 1 clone left. Naruto began to grow frustrated until he noticed that Ino's form smelled different than a few seconds ago. He growled and motioned to Shino, who nodded as well before Naruto's sword split the faker in half. Unfortunately for Naruto and Shino, it was nothing more than a clone. Naruto cursed and Shino frowned before turning as they heard struggling. On the west side of the clearing, coming through the trees, was Kurenai with their female teammate. Shino's bugs buzzed angrily, I suggest you return our teammate to us, Kurenai-sensei. It would be most detrimental to your team should you be harmed in this exam. He stated. Kurenai frowned, I'm the one in charge here, Genin. I have your teammate and I will kill her if you don't drop out of this exam right now. She said confidently. Ino growled softly and locked eyes with Naruto before smirking, yeah right, I bet you couldn't pull that blade even if you wanted to. She said. Kurenai's frown deepened and she glared down at her captive, never noticing Naruto's smirk as he flickered slightly. I hate fangirls. So pretentious, always assuming their knight in shining armor will save them. Pathetic. She said with disgust in her voice. She was quite surprised when Ino's voice sounded from Naruto's previous position, good thing I'm not a fangirl then, although I don't mind being saved every now and again. She said with a smirk as Kurenai stared at her. She didn't have time to react as Naruto spoke from her guard, you really should pay more attention to small chakra spikes, Kawarimi is such a useful jutsu. He stated as his skin turned gray and he elbowed Kurenai in the stomach. Kurenai's kunai scraped across Naruto's skin before shattering into a million pieces as she stumbled back. Naruto stood and glared down at her slightly, you are going to give us the scrolls now. I won't abandon my teammates, and they won't abandon me. He said confidently as his team immediately took their places beside him. Ino smirked from beside her teammate, this whole test was to see if we would work together and to test our information gathering skills. Those clues really did make it easy to figure everything out though. She added to her teammate's statement. Kurenai chuckled, good job. I never had any doubt you'd pass Naruto-kun, especially since Ankachan is so in love with you, she'd kick your ass from here to Timbuktu if you failed. She said, smirking. Naruto paled slightly and sweated as he realized his mates would do just that if he didn't get promoted. In any case, well done. You figured out all the clues. The next exam will be held tomorrow at 8 AM. Be sure to be prepared. She said as she handed the team 2 scrolls and disappeared. Unknown location that night, Orochimaru growled softly at the predicament he was in. He could no longer apply his curse seal to anyone he chose. He had to beat some golden-haired brat to continue his plans. He glanced around his base and scoffed. The great Orochi no Yamada, forced to become a human to hide in holes in order to keep himself and his plans safe from prying eyes. His head snapped up as his trusted, well as trusted as a human could be, puppet Kabuto stepped into the room. Kabuto bowed to Orochimaru and pushed his glasses up, Orochimaru-sama. We have found the man you are looking for. He stated happily. Orochimaru smirked in triumph, well? He said. Kabuto bowed his head again, he is a genin of Konoha by the name of Naruto Uzumaki, and he happens to be. Kabuto never got to finish as the seat Orochimaru was on crumbled to dust under his fists. You mean to tell me that the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi is stopping me? Damn that infernal bitch. I will get her for meddling all those years ago and for her actions now as well. He roared as his eyes glowed with power. Kabuto backed away in fear. Go now, we must make special arrangements for my opponent. Orochimaru said evilly as his eyes took a mischievous glint. Kabuto bowed nervously and quickly exited, lest he endure the wrath of his lord. That damn bitch. And I just know she called her old friend Amaterasu to help her out. Since I still have the Kusanagi, she can legally track me down. Damn. Yes, I must prepare to kill her and take her little pet out as well. He thought as he began to plan for his invasion. Namika's estates next morning, Naruto sighed as he sat down for breakfast. Kushina had taken to cooking for the family as her way of getting in good with the girls, not that they were complaining. It had sorta helped to ease the tension, but she had also been forcing Naruto and, by extension, the girls to eat healthier. She kept saying that it wasn't good to let themselves gorge on ramen or whatever else they liked just because they could. Hikari and Anko were starting to get overprotective about what Kushina was doing, seeing it as more along the lines of what a mother would do, in their eyes. The breakfast went quietly as he had already informed his lovers and potential lovers about what was going on. Since Kushina cooked, the other girls would take turns doing the dishes, and this time, it was Yujito's and Hana's turn. So said girls began their task as Naruto went to grab his coat for the exams. Kushina walked up to him and smiled. "Got everything?" she asked, getting a nod from the blonde-haired teen. "Food." A nod. "Water." A nod. "Ceiling supplies." Another nod. "Extra clothes." An annoyed nod. "Shampoo and soap?" she asked again. Naruto rolled his eyes. "I have everything, mother." "I'll be fine, quit worrying so much," he said. Hikari and Anko narrowed their eyes at the mother part, but the other girls noticed the sarcasm dripping from his words. Kushina chuckled nervously, scratching the back of her head. "Sorry. Just don't want you to be caught unawares," she said sheepishly. Naruto chuckled and shook his head. "I'm leaving, see y'all later," he said happily as he waved goodbye. "Bye Naruto-kun," chorused his girls, allowing Naruto to leave unhindered. Hikari and Anko both glanced at each other before turning to glare at Kushina, who was no longer there as she was out the door and headed for shopping. The other three girls noticed their actions and shared a look before sighing sadly. It would seem that things were going to get worse before they got better. Forest of Death 10 minutes later, Naruto arrived and quickly made his way over to Shino, who was the only other member of his team currently present. He smiled brightly at his teammate and friend. "Yo Shino, how's it going?" he asked. Shino inclined his head in greeting. "Just fine Naruto. No new information on the exams yet," he replied as Naruto opened his mouth to ask that very question. Naruto scratched the back of his head nervously. "Man, you figured out how to read me. Now I can't hide things from you," he half whined. Shino smirked, but that disappeared as he noticed Naruto's own foxy smirk. "So how's it going between you and Hinata?" he asked knowingly. Shino's cheeks held a light pink tone as he considered lying to his friend. Before dismissing that as he knew Naruto would catch him and said lie. "We have been doing fine. Hinata wishes to get to know me better and take a little time to get over your refusal before we become serious. However, she has allowed me to take her to dinner once a week," he said with a soft smile in the second part. Naruto smiled widely. "Great to hear it, Shino," he said, genuinely happy for his friend. The two male members of Team 10 turned together as they heard Ino shout a hello to them from the entrance to the clearing. Naruto smiled and waved back, whilst Shino settled for a clearly visible bow of his head to greet his female teammate. Ino promptly walked up to them and smiled before her eyes started shifting through the other various places. Naruto smirked at her smarts and was already observing those in his view. He caught sight of Fu glancing at him curiously, Sasuke staring at him brutally, and Kiba glancing at every other girl and assessing their female looks on a scale of 1 to 10, and Chaoji eating his chips like normal. He sighed and waited for another 5 minutes before a cloud of smoke attracted everyone's attention to the gate near the forest. As it cleared, everyone beheld a lazy-looking, black-haired, smoking Jounin who stared at them like they weren't worth his time. "Alright everyone settle down," he said, his cigarette never leaving his mouth. "For this exam, you will have 5 days to traverse training ground 44 and reach the tower in the middle. In addition, you must also have 4 scrolls for your team: 1 Earth, 1 Heaven, 1 Hell, and 1 Limbo. If you are not in the tower in exactly 120 hours from the start of the test, you fail. If any of your teammates are dead, you fail. If you do not have the 4 scrolls you must obtain, you fail. In this exam, fighting and death are expected. If you cannot deal with this, leave now," he said. The more nervous began to look around and question whether they should be here or not. Naruto, himself scoffed, but was curious about one thing, so he raised his hand. The Jounin, who still hadn't given his name, pointed to him. "How are we to obtain the 4 scrolls and what's your name?" he asked calmly, surprising many of them there. The Jounin chuckled, in reverse order. "I am Asuma Sarutobi. As for the scrolls, you already have 2. You must obtain the other 2 from another team of course. However, there is one stipulation that we have decided to add this year," he said, getting many of the teams to begin murmuring. "In the interest of promoting inter-village cooperation, every team must join with another team that is not of their own village," he said, gaining outcries of many people there until he blasted them with Kai, shutting them up. "However, you cannot team up with a nation that is hostile to your own. Namely, Leaf cannot team with Stone, and Rain with Sand, etc., he said before waving his hand and saying, "Get to it." Naruto frowned at the rules, but understood that it was more to simulate working with unknown shinobi on a joint mission, rare as they are, and to get the job done as quickly and efficiently as possible. The area was immediately filled with people trying to determine their teams when Naruto noticed a certain green-haired girl dragging her team behind her. She marched right up to him and said, "Looks like I get to pay you back for that info. Name's Fu. No last name," she said extending her hand. Naruto smirked, Naruto Uzumaki. He replied, shaking her hand. He motioned behind him and each of his teammates nodded their heads, Shino Aburam and Ino Yamanka. He said, with Fu giving them wary looks but nodding as well. She pointed to the rather plain-looking, brown-haired on the right, this guy is Watashi Adame. She said, getting a huff from the man as he obviously didn't want to be here. She just ignored him and motioned to the red-headed and solemn to her left, and he is Jaime Aruno. We can talk about specialties in the forest. She said. Naruto nodded, sounds good. He replied as they waited for Asuma to show back up. Nearly 10 minutes later everyone had finally paired up, although there were too many Leaf teams, so teams 7 and 8 were paired together in the interests of preserving lives. Asuma appeared in his smoke shunshin again and smirked at the, alright. Now that everyone is paired up. The proctors will be giving you your gate numbers, do try not to die. He said smirking fierily at the end before disappearing. Naruto just shook his head and waited for them, soon enough their group was assigned gate number 23, which coincidentally was where Naruto's lab was located, causing a chuckle to escape Naruto and Shino's lips and for the Taki to stare at them curiously. Forest of Death 10 minutes after the Chunin exam starts. Naruto chuckled as he motioned the group to the forest floor and his team immediately jumped down, the Taki team followed, albeit reluctantly. Okay, we are approximately half a day's walk from the tower. We need to know each other's abilities and what scrolls we have. He said. He got nods from everyone and smiled at Fu, we have an earth and a heaven scroll. I am a seals master, a chakra powerhouse, and am pretty much proficient in everything else. I also have a Kekkei Genkai, but you don't need any more info than that. He said. Shino nodded next and began his own explanation, I am from the Aburam clan. My Taijutsu is rather good, my clan jutsu are my strength, and my companions can drain people of their chakra, as well as acting as scouts for our group. He said monotonously. The other looked at Ino expectantly, who sighed, I am from the Yamanaka clan. We specialize in interrogation. I have a small arsenal of useful jutsu, my taijutsu is about the same as Shino's, but I can use quite a few genjutsu as well, although they are minor ones. She said. Naruto turned his gaze to Fu, who silently measured up his team before sighing and nodding her own consent, my taijutsu is my strength. I have enough strength to level a boulder in one punch. My ninjutsu are limited but powerful, and we have an earth and a limbo scroll. She explained, before nudging Watashi. Watashi glared at the Leaf Nin, I'm a genjutsu user. No other related skills. He said harshly. Fu glared at him, but he just scoffed and turned away. Mate sighed, I'm a medic nin. My main attacks are chakra scalpel, and I don't think you need to know anything else. He said, a little less guarded than his teammate. Naruto nodded, okay, then we need another heaven scroll, a limbo scroll, and we both need hell scrolls. He said before turning to Shino, I'm gonna send out some cage bunshin, can you keep a closer eye out? He asked, getting a nod from his friend. Naruto stood and walked a short distance away before making nearly 100 clones who immediately jumped into the trees. The Taki team looked at him in shock, Naruto turned around and sweat dropped at their looks, what? I said I was a chakra powerhouse. He said. Shino looked at Naruto, should we continue to move or remain here? He asked. Watashi frowned, why are you asking him? He asked. Shino looked at the discontented man, Naruto has spent many hours training in this forest, he knows the terrain quite well. He replied. The Taki team and Ino were surprised by this information and looked to Naruto for more information. Naruto sighed, yes, I train here. In any case, that's not important. We should start heading in. I can direct us to easy teams or avoid strong ones. He replied as he looked to the treetops, causing the rest of his group to stand and stretch quickly as well. Naruto waved a hand forward and shot into the trees, followed quickly by the rest of the shinobi. The group of allied shinobi silently made their way through the trees for another 3 hours before Naruto stopped them. Okay, my clones have mostly dispelled. There's a team about 10 minutes from us that is currently arguing about their scrolls, so I say we sneak up on them, use some genjutsu and misdirection to confuse them, and make them tire themselves out fighting one another while Shino drains them of their chakra. Any other suggestions? He asked, looking at the group. Naruto's team shook their heads, they were used to following Naruto and were happy to use his plan. The 2 male members of the Taki team looked at one another while Fu just nodded in assent to his plan. Watashi, ever the malcontent jerk, spoke up, why do I have to do all the work? He asked harshly. Naruto, tired of playing nice, growled, I'm not asking you to show me your abilities or anything, and Ino can use genjutsu as well. I am simply offering a plan to minimize threats to our person and maximize our potential to pass. He said sternly. Watashi opened his mouth, but Fu shot him a deathly glare, just go along with it. It's a solid plan, he helped us in the first exam, and we need to pass. She growled out. Watashi glared back at Fu, but didn't argue and ground out, fine. While Jaime just sighed and shook his head. Naruto nodded, okay, they are to the west. Let's move out. He said and jumped back into the trees, his group soon following. They made their way west and, true to Naruto's word, then ran into a Sound Rain duo team who were still fighting like spoiled children. The bandage from Sound stepped forward menacingly to what appeared to be the leader of the yellow pajama-wearing team. I'm telling you that we should just hunt down some other teams until we get the scrolls we need. He said with an edge in his voice. The Rain leader growled and stepped up to the bandage, and I'm saying that we should lay traps and wait near the tower. He yelled back, his team subtly preparing for a fight. The Sound Genin growled back, your plan isn't a surefire thing. What if no one comes this way? What if we sit here for 3 days and no one comes? What will we do then? He asked, waving his gauntlet in the air. Naruto looked at Watashi and nodded, who grudgingly began his hand signs. Ino quietly wove her own and decided to ensure that the other genin were definitely sold on the idea of the other team screwing with them. Watashi targeted the Rain genin first, and the assembled hidden ninja smirked in glee as they watched the rain suddenly stand still until Watashi grunted softly and allowed his genjutsu to break. The Rain genin blinked before rage appeared on their faces, you dare try to trick us. I'll kill you. The leader said as he backed up and pulled out an umbrella. The Sound Genin, obviously confused, were silent until their supposed comrade opened the umbrella wide and yelled, Kage Senbon no Jutsu Shadow Senbon no Jutsu, as several hundred streaked towards the surprised. The rather plain-looking man from the Sound team scowled and raised his hands yelling, Zankykuha. Extreme decapitating airwaves and they were blasted away from the Sound Genin. You bastards wanna play? Fine. Zankykuha decapitating airwave. He yelled, blasting one of the Rain ninjas into a tree with a sickening crack, a sure sign that the boy's spine had been broken. The other 2 Rain ninja growled and opened their umbrellas, blasting the Sound Genin with more. Unfortunately, the man with the tubes in his arm was unable to charge his attack again, and while the 2 males were able to dodge or block with his gauntlet in the mummy's case, the female was not as fortunate. She was hit with several and crashed to the ground in a cry of pain. The leading Rain genin chuckled darkly, when we are done maybe we can use that bitch's body before she dies of our poison. He said. The hidden leaf ninja watched in disgust as the 2 male members of her team just looked at her with disdain in their eyes. She's so worthless. The mummy said before throwing his hand forward and watching the 2 Rain ninja grab their ears and screamed in pain. My melody arm controls sound waves and can destroy your eardrums from the inside out. He said confidently. You have lost this fight. Naruto looked to Shino, who nodded, and he smirked before landing in front of the 2 Sound Genin and now unconscious Rain shinobi. That is correct, however you are the ones who have lost this fight. He said. The 2 Sound Genin were about to reply when they fell face first to the ground of chakra exhaustion and passed out. Naruto sighed and walked over to the Rain genin. When you don't pay attention to your surroundings, you can die. He said as he pulled out the antidote to the poison that they used on the girl. He promptly walked over to the paralyzed girl, who was staring at him with fear in her eyes, and pried her mouth open before giving her the antidote. Behind him, Shino landed and began to rifle through their stuff, looking for scrolls. The other shinobi stayed hidden so as to ensure that no one jumped on them. Naruto smiled at the girl and leaned forward, if you want a place to be safe, I'd suggest asking for our Hokage. I'm sure you could seek asylum here. He said warmly as he laid her back down. You should be free of the poison in about 10 minutes. I'd suggest gathering your teammates and fleeing the exam. Your partners aren't going to be happy when they wake back up. He said as he turned to Shino, who nodded, and the 2 disappeared back into the trees. The 2 teams traveled back to the clearing they were in before and landed. Shino stepped forward and pulled out 2 Hell Scrolls, a Heaven Scroll, and another Earth Scroll. Naruto cursed, damn, we still need another Void Scroll. He said. Watashi began to reach for the 2 scrolls his team needed until Ino snatched up all the scrolls and glared at him. Watashi immediately grew angry, give me those scrolls. We have what we need to pass now. He yelled at her. Fu, Naruto, and Shino swiftly stood in front of her. We can collect our scrolls after we have all that we need. Fu said sternly. Watashi glared at her, and Jaime tried to stop him, but Watashi shrugged him off. I'm not listening to you anymore. We have what we need, now be a good little demon bitch and protect us. He yelled. The entire clearing was silent until Watashi suddenly found himself on the wrong end of a chakra-powered punch from Naruto. Watashi created a crater in the enormous tree behind him and stared blearily at Naruto, talk to her like that again, and I'll rip your fucking head from your shoulders and shove it up your ass. Naruto said in his celestial voice, although it sounded more like a demon's voice. Watashi's eyes rolled into his head and he conked out while Highmate stared at Naruto with a slack jaw. Fu was gawking at Naruto and Ino and Shino were both still pissed at what Watashi said. Naruto turned to Highmate, pick up your teammate. We are heading in. I'll take the last Earth Scroll and find us another Void Scroll. He said. Highmate just nodded and picked up a bruised but still alive Watashi. The group took to the trees in silence. Several minutes later, Naruto made many more Kage Bunshin, and they split off to go find a void scroll. They were about 3 hours from the tower when Fu sped up to jump alongside Naruto. She stared at him for a second, still jumping before quietly saying, "Thank you. No one but Shibuya-sama has ever stood up for me before." Shibuya was the leader of Taki and possibly the only human that Fu didn't hate. Naruto glanced at her and smiled softly, "We Jinchuriki need to stick together. I won't allow them to insult you for something out of your control." He replied, his voice warm and soothing. Fu smiled softly back and went back to just jumping silently next to him. It was another hour before one of Naruto's clones dispelled and gave him the image of an older team that had a void scroll and needed an earth scroll. The clone had promptly set up a meeting place and dispelled to inform his creator of the plan. Naruto held up his hand, stopping the group on the same branch. "I've got someone willing to trade a void scroll for an earth scroll. You guys keep heading in and I'll meet you at the tower," he said. Fu looked to his teammates, who nodded, before looking at Highmate, who nodded as well, before voicing her concerns. "What if this is a trap? You should have some backup," she said. Naruto smiled at her, "I'll be fine." He replied before taking out a tripronged kunai and handing it to her. "I'll use that to escape if I need to, or to just get there ASAP," he said. Fu looked between the kunai and Naruto for a moment before nodding and then motioning to the others and taking off into the trees. Naruto chuckled and shook his head before heading northeast. It would take nearly 2 hours to reach the meeting point. Sure enough, 2 hours later, Naruto appeared in the small clearing in front of the group of shinobi with leaf headbands. A Hyuga stepped forward. "You have the earth scroll?" he asked. Naruto nodded and pulled it out, before motioning to the Hyuga to do the same. Said Hyuga nodded and pulled out a void scroll before activating his Byakugan. "It's real," he said, confirming the trade. He tossed the void scroll at the same time as Naruto, who smirked cheekily. "Great doing business with you, Stakinthamid. Later," he said, still smirking as he disappeared in a flash of yellow, leaving a group of gawking behind. Same time Namika's estates. Vegito was currently sitting in her room, humming softly to herself as she brushed her hair and admired the collar Naruto had given her some time ago. While she never wore it outside her room, she had noticed that she had begun to put it on and fantasize about Naruto doing kinky things to her. This was attributed to a few things. First, she had heard of the small marathon of sex between Amaterasu, Naruto, and Hikari, which had spurred her own fantasies about Naruto. Second, Naruto had treated her like a princess, just as he promised, every time he talked with her or just paid attention to her, although he had yet to give her a nickname. Lastly, Nibi had informed Yujito that, because of her being sealed inside of Yujito, that Yujito was going through a type of demonic puberty, and that she would need a mate to satisfy her urges soon, or she would fuck anything with a dick, probably within another year. Needless to say, Yujito had started to embrace that she would one day be Naruto's bad cat, and she had every intention of making sure they would both enjoy their time together. Her fears of him paying too much attention to one girl were unfounded, and she found that he spent as much time as he could with each girl. And while, inevitably, some girls had more time, the quality of time spent with Naruto mattered more, and not the quantity. She suddenly felt a pull from her seal and came face to face with the familiar plane of her mindscape. However, she was not expecting the blue-haired catgirl who looked almost like her twin excluding the hair to appear before her. She stared in shock until she noticed the two cattails protruding from her tailbone. "Nibichin?" she asked incredulously. Nibi smirked and grabbed Yujito, rubbing her body against her container's own. "Correct, kitten. I know you're wondering why I'm in this form. It's quite simple. I've never taken a human form before that really suited my fancy, but it seems that yours is a perfect fit. So, hello my twin," she said smiling. Yujito blinked for several seconds in shock before saying, "Wait twin. What do you mean?" she asked. Nibi frowned and backed up, her own clothes being the same outfit that Yujito normally wore, but in dark blue. "Well, I was hoping to make a contract with you like Hikari-chan and Naruto-kun did," she said softly. Yujito stood quietly for a moment and Nibi feared she had stepped over a line. "What's the deal, and if you want to be my twin, then you need a new name." Yujito replied smiling warmly at her longtime friend and hopefully a new sister. Nibi squealed and glumped Yujito, shoving her container and soon sister into her generous cleavage. "It's a real simple Yujito-chan. I'm gonna make you a bloodline like the Inyazukas, but you will be with lions. Well, that and I'll give you a lion's tail and ears that will match your hair," she explained happily. Yujito pushed her friend away and thought for a second before realizing why she really wanted out and smirked fierily. "Okay. But your new name is Kiyomi and, when I'm done with him, you are to give yourself to Naruto-kun and sometimes you and I need to double team him. Deal?" she asked. Nibi squealed even louder and yelled, "Yes 1,000 times yes," she said happily, glomping onto her soon-to-be sister. Yujito smirked and hugged her friend back. "Good, then let's do this," she said smiling. "Thanks for listening. I do hope you enjoy it. If you want the next part of this video, turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others' videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video. Till that, take care.